everyone, welcome to our Cybersecurity full course by Simplilearn. Cyber threats are everywhere. Hackers are getting smarter, attacks are getting more sophisticated, and companies are desperately looking for people who can protect them. So if you want to secure your own data or defend big organizations, cybersecurity skills are in huge demand right now. So what exactly are we covering in this course? Well, we will cover everything you need to go to become beginner to job ready. We'll start with an introduction to cybersecurity to get you comfortable with the basics. Then we'll dive into the top 10 hacking gadgets and also explore the top 10 free cybersecurity tools. Next, we will break down network protocols so you can understand how data moves across the internet. We'll also cover phishing attacks, one of the most common threats out there, and show you how they work and how to stop them. Next, we will get hands-on with Wireshark, a powerful tool for analyzing network traffic. You'll also get a full tutorial for beginners plus a live demonstration so you can see it in action. We'll also teach you OSINT, which means open source intelligence. That is how to gather information like a pro. And also bash scripting to automate security tasks. But that's not all. We are going deep into the technical stuff too. You will learn about password cracking tools, hashing functions, the RS algorithm, encryption, cryptography, and IPsec. Now, these are the building blocks of cybersecurity, and understanding them will set you apart. And to make sure you're interview ready, we have also included the top 50 cybersecurity interview questions and answers. So by the end of this course, you will have the knowledge and confidence to tackle real security challenges and land your dream job. So let's get started. But before we move on, if you're looking to break into the world of cybersecurity and want to equip yourself with industry-leading skills, so before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. What is the main purpose of Wireshark in cybersecurity? Your options are to create strong passwords, to analyze network traffic, to encrypt data, or to prevent phishing attacks. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
My name is Bipin Kulkarni, and we'll be discussing what exactly cybersecurity is and how it affects our day-to-day work lives. But before we begin with the details of cybersecurity, let's consider this as an example. In an office one day, Quinn, who was following his daily routine, working on his computer, trying to crunch the numbers, work his data through. But in the background, without his knowledge, there is a hacker who's trying to access the confidential files located on Quinn's computer. Through a vulnerability, the hacker is able to access those files, and he or she then transfers those files back to the hacker's computer. So what can happen due to this? Legal ramifications to the business, loss of company secrets, leakage of information, maybe industrial espionage, which basically means a competitor is trying to analyze a company's secrets and trying to gain access to their data. Or they could hold the company for ransom and ask them for money. Or sell it to criminals who can further dilute the information or misuse that information for the criminal activities. Anything is possible. So it's a very bad scenario if a hacker gets access to the company secrets. So what is it that we are going to discuss in this video? To start off with, we're going to talk about what is cybersecurity. Then we are going to talk about why cybersecurity is necessary in today's world. How does it work? Who is a cybersecurity expert? What are the skills required? And of course, what are the courses and certifications required from an individual to be called a cybersecurity expert? So let's begin with the first one. What is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity by itself is a process, a design and architecture created to protect networks and devices from attacks, damage, or unauthorized access. So the advantages of cybersecurity are that you want to protect your business. Like in the previous example, we just talk about an individual and his files being accessed. What if company server got compromised or their web applications got compromised and their databases leaked out? So we want to protect our businesses from hackers, which will result in increased productivity because people would then be in a very controlled environment, concentrating more on their work than worrying about cyber criminals. It would inspire customer confidence, where if I as an organization, I'm going to audit myself, I'm going to ensure that I'm complying to certain regulations, my clients would feel more confident about sharing their information with me as an organization. It would help me making my applications and websites more stable, protect them from external threats, and would also protect my customers or clients from cyber attacks because I would be holding some amount of data for my customers and clients as well. So I have to think about not only my organization, the data that my organization owns, but what I held or what I hold for my customers and clients as well. So essentially, what we want to achieve out of here is a design which we want to implement in a manner which will allow all these factors to function in a standardized manner. So why do we want this? And what would be the advantages of implementing cybersecurity? Now, first and foremost, what is cybersecurity? There are three main pillars of cybersecurity that we deal with since the inception of computers, and they're known as the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, also known as CIA, not to be confused with the American Intelligence Agency. But here we're looking at three different pillars where we want our data to remain confidential, the integrity of that data to be intact, and the data to be made available at all points in time. So let's talk about these three aspects. The principle of confidentiality asserts that the information and functions can be accessed only by authorized parties. So, for example, even if you password protect your file, what is it that you're trying to do? You're trying to prevent other users accessing your data and peeping into your files so that your data remains confidential. It is only shared with people who know the password. Integrity. This is where the trustworthiness of that data comes into the picture, where if the data is going to be changed, for example, you have a spreadsheet which has a lot of information about users and their login activities and whatnot, and you want to ensure that that data is not modified by any unauthorized user. So you're going to verify that the information is correct and is not modified by anybody who's unauthorized. The availability part ensures that this data is made available to all authorized users when and where they want it, right? The principles of availability assert that in systems, functions and data must be available on demand according to agreed upon parameters based on levels of service. Now, this is where your service level agreements would come in. For example, when we log on to Gmail, we always assume that Gmail is going to work and is going to be available online. At no point in time, or very few times, has it ever occurred that you've gone onto the internet, typed in gmail.com and the website is not available. In fact, if the website doesn't open, we figure out the internet is not working, right? But Gmail as a service is always made available. Now, when we talk about threats to CIA, the confidentiality, integrity and availability, we talk about them in two different parameters, cybercrime and hacking. So, what is cybercrime? Cybercrime is any criminal activity or any unauthorized activity that would involve the usage of any computing device which would result as a security incident at the victim's end. Most cybercrimes are carried out in order to profit from them. Criminals would try to do phishing attacks to steal your money out of your bank accounts, or would try to con you into giving out your credentials, thus compromising your email accounts or your social media accounts, and try to gain access to your identity. Cybercrimes are generally carried out against computers or devices directly to damage or disable them, spread malware, steal secret information, etc. So this talks about the motivation part of cybercrimes. What would be the motivational aspect for a person to conduct such an activity, right? So basically to cause damage, like WannaCry happened in 2017. The perpetrators, those used WannaCry, probably gained a lot in the ransom that they demanded for that data to be decrypted, but it also cost the world a lot of money in profits that were lost. So let's talk about types of cybercrime. The first type is a computer-assisted crime, where the computers are used as tools to assist a particular crime. For example, frauds or online bank hijacking, where hackers hack into a bank and digitally steal money from a bank. Now, this could have happened without the help of computers as well, but here computer assisted the crime, and hence it would fall under the computer assisted crime section. The second part is where the computer itself was a target of a crime. For example, a denial of service attack, or viruses which rendered the computer useless, or sniffing of data packets on the network, thus compromising passwords and other confidential information. The third is a computer which is incidental to the crime. So here the computer was used as a temporary measure to store some data such as child pornography or some other data which made the computer incidental to the crime. Alright, let's look at a business scenario for cybersecurity. There is a quiz at the end, so please listen up and pay attention. There's this company called Stark Industries, and one day most of the employees have started reporting that their systems have either crashed or have started hanging. So the IT security team comes in, does the investigation, tries to find out what exactly went wrong, and they have identified that an employee has clicked on a suspicious link. Now, these links could either be received as an email or via an email through social media like Facebook, or somebody sending out a Skype chat and attachments within Skype. Now, once a user clicks on these links are designed to redirect the connection that the computer is going to make to a malicious server hosted by the hacker, and it supposedly downloads a malicious file or some scripts and executes them on the victim's machine. Once executed, these scripts or the content within these files, maybe the content could be a virus or a Trojan, these will start executing themselves and start infecting machines and start basically behaving the way they have been programmed to behave. In this scenario, a lot of users started reporting that their machines started crashing or the systems hanged. Now, the security team scanned all the systems and blocked Facebook and Skype on all machines until further orders. Now, this is a preventive mechanism where you're going to prevent possible attacks or future attacks from coming in. So, the reaction of the security team here is to block those sites from where the attack may have happened. The question to you at this point in time is, what type of computer crime is being referred to in this scenario? Is it a computer assisted crime, computer as the target crime, or computer incidental to the crimes? So please post your answers in the comment sections below and we'll respond back to you about your answers. Now let's go a little bit further and see what would motivate people for committing such cyber crimes. Right? The first and foremost motive is disrupting business continuity. Others would be looking at data theft or information theft and manipulating that data to gain from that data. So if I'm able to access your computer and steal some data that has some value to you and sell it or make it public, you would be at a financial loss because that data no longer has any value. Creating fear and chaos by disrupting critical infrastructure. For example, a company's infrastructure crashes, the services are no longer being offered by that organization, and people start panicking, start fearing an attack by cyber criminals, and it leads to chaos. Financial loss to the target, which is very obvious. If I do a denial of service attack, or if I make a service unavailable from an organization, what is going to happen is, since that service is not functioning, the company is not going to make any money out of it and thus going to suffer a financial loss. Achieving states' military objectives, one country spying on another country, trying to gather information about their military intelligence, military activities, or any other activities that can harm the original country. Demanding ransom, hackers can encrypt your data and then demand a ransom from you in lieu of decrypting the data again. Damaging reputation of a target, impersonating a user on the social media platforms, making false statements, thus damaging the reputation of that person, and propagating religious or political beliefs. Religious fanatics, promoting whatever cultures that they want to promote, trying to gain more followers, thus bringing more unrest to the world. Any of these could become motives for cybercrime. In fact, it could be just a script kiddie where people are trying to learn about hacking and they just start hacking for fun. They might not even have a motive for making a profit out of it. Maybe it just thrills them so that they are able to showcase their skills, and that's why they do a cybercrime. So, which brings us to the next topic where we talk about types of hackers. This will allow us to identify what kind of attacks are also possible on a particular organization as far as motives are concerned. So, the basic types, let's start off with the black hat hacker. Individuals with extraordinary computing skills resorting to malicious or destructive activities. These are your criminal hackers who try to profit from their crimes, and they will have a malicious intent in trying to hack a victim organization. The grey hats are individuals who work both offensively and defensively. What does that mean? They could work as black hat hackers with malicious intent and try to harm some organization, while on the other hand, they would also try to work as a security analyst and try to enhance the security posture of an organization for a remuneration. Third one, which is white hat, which is what we want to be or what we want to achieve ourselves as. An individual who professes the same skills as a black hat hacker, probably uses the same tools, has the same kind of knowledge, but the intent is different. They're going to use them for defensive purposes. There's no malicious intent. They act with authorization from the organization, and they will try to detect any flaws and try to plug out those flaws so that black hat hackers would not be able to misuse those flaws to gain access. Suicide hackers. Now, individuals who aim to bring down critical infrastructure for a cause and are not worried about facing jail terms or any other punishment. So, any people or any organization or a group of people, for example, anonymous or these kind of organized hackers, they have a political cause or a social cause that they want to promote, and they do this by hacking critical infrastructure of organizations, bringing it down, defacing their website. Now, why would these not be classified as black hat hackers? The main difference between black hat hackers and suicide hackers is that black hat hackers will try to hide their identity. They will always have a fake identity that they will utilize and try to hide behind it, whereas suicide hackers will claim responsibility for the attacks that they have done and will boast about it. They will not be worried about facing repercussions for the attacks that they have done. The script kiddie. A script kiddie is an unskilled hacker who compromises systems by running scripts, tools and softwares already developed and already made available by real hackers. So these guys have very minimal technical knowledge. They have no idea how that attack works. They're just going to use an automated tool, click on a few buttons and hope that the attack succeeds. A cyber terrorist. Individuals with wide range of skills motivated by religious or political beliefs to create fear by large-scale disruption of computer networks. We could talk about organizations like ISIS, who have a lot of digital propaganda that they use and target weak-minded people to join their causes, or people who spread ransomware, who terrorize organizations and hold them to ransom and demand money from them by encrypting their data. State-sponsored hackers. Individuals employed by the government to penetrate and gain top-secret information and to damage information systems to other governments. The best example would be the cyber wars that are going on these days. Most of the countries nowadays would have a secret cyber cell consisting of highly skilled hackers who are entrusted with the task of spying on the enemies and trying to gather information by hacking into their infrastructure. Now, it is not going to be a legit job. It will always be masked by a legit organization, but this does happen. Hacktivism. Individuals who promote a political agenda by hacking, especially defacing or disabling websites. So the difference between suicide hackers and hacktivism is suicide hackers have a social cause that they want to promote. Hacktivists would have a political agenda and they're going to deface websites and they're going to promote their agenda by defacing such websites. Alright, so let's talk about some common attacks in cybersecurity. The most common attack ever seen in today's world is a denial of service attack. So this is where the hacker tries to consume the resources of the victim server in such a way that there are no resources available for legitimate users to connect to the server and conduct their business. Other attacks that you will face would be malware attacks, where there would be a malicious software that would deliver a Trojan virus or a worm to the victim, thus infecting the victim's machine and rendering it useless. A man-in-the-middle attack, where the hacker would put himself in between your machine and the router and start sniffing data packets that you're sending, thus trying to compromise information contained within those packets. So the phishing attack is where a hacker will send a seemingly legitimate looking message to you, an email, let's say, asking you to perform certain actions, where the hacker would be impersonating another organization and you fall prey to that and end up giving your confidential information. A drive-by attack, cross-site scripting attacks, where web applications get compromised and scripts are embedded within those applications or within commands that are sent out by the users. Password attacks, where hackers try to compromise the passwords of users by cracking them based either on brute force, dictionary-based attacks, or password guessing. Eavesdropping attacks, this could be physical in nature, where somebody overhears what you're saying or tries to capture data packets that contain your VoIP transmissions, where let's say you're assuming you're making a Skype or a link-based call. SQL injection attacks, where again attackers will target your database, try to send in malicious queries which will compromise your database and the data within. Birthday attacks, it is based on cryptography, where you're looking at permutations and combinations of how algorithm functions, and then you're looking at the permutations on how many times the processing needs to be done for that algorithm to be reversed. So these are some of the most common attacks in cybersecurity. Now, these more than attacks would be threats that you're going to face. There would be various different methods that these attacks can be launched. And that's where the cybersecurity expert comes in with their knowledge of identifying what exactly is a threat to the organization and how they are going to prevent that from happening. But more on that a little bit later. Let's look at the history of cybercrime. So as you can see, this graph shows us how cybercrime has progressed over the years. In 1990s, MNC database, Pentagon and IBM were hacked. Again in 1990s, national crackdown on criminals, Microsoft NT operating system pierced. So this is where hacking started becoming more mainstream, right? Before this, hacking was very much limited to organizations who used computers, but in the late 80s, internet happened, and then we had e-commerce coming in, which basically led to our online retail stores, online banking, and online data stores as well, which then led to criminals hijacking this data or hijacking your money and trying to steal it on the internet itself. In 2001, cybercriminals launched attacks against eBay, Yahoo, CNN, Amazon, and other organizations. 2007, this was where one of the biggest bank hacks had happened. Swedish bank Nordea, they recorded at least $1 million being stolen in 3 months from 250 accounts. 2013, Adobe had 2.9 million accounts compromised and their usernames and passwords released on the open internet. In 2016, Kaspersky, one of the leading antivirus providers to the world, reported around 758 million malicious attacks that occurred, which they identified themselves. These are some of the most famous faces in cybersecurity or earlier cybercrime. In 1988, Robert Morris, he's an American computer scientist and entrepreneur. He's best known for creating what is called the Morris worm, and this was way back in 1988, and this is the first computer worm that has been identified on the internet. Kevin Lee Polson, in 1990, he was accused of hacking into a Los Angeles radio station called KIIS-FM, where there was a contest going on, and if you're a particular number of caller and give a correct answer, you're supposed to win a Porsche 944. And he hacked those telephone lines, ensuring that he became that particular person and answered the question correctly. It was later on revealed that this actually happened. He was jailed for it. Then comes David Smith. David Smith, he created the Melissa virus. Now, Melissa virus, one of the most dynamic viruses known, around March 1999. That's when this happened. This virus was released, and this was a macro-based virus which affected Microsoft Word and Outlook-based files. Adam Botbill, in 2004, he's also an American computer hacker from Michigan. He gained unauthorized access to Love's corporate computer network via an open, unsecured, wireless access points. Now, these access points back then were not that much secured. These people were able to identify it. What they tried to attempt by doing that was gain access to the company's network and install a software which would then help them capture credit card information of that organization. Right, and this was later on identified as well, and he was prosecuted for that crime and got jailed. Just a matter of trivia, Kevin Lee Polson, he was one of the first people found guilty and was banned from using computers and the internet for 3 years after his release. In today's world, we cannot even imagine living without the internet. This guy lived for 3 years without it. Now, let's see how cybersecurity works. It's all about securing a computer, and there are various methodologies, there are various factors that come in on how you're going to secure various aspects of the same computer. We start off by authentication mechanisms. What is authentication? Authentication is the part where you're going to identify a person, authorize that person for some access controls, and authenticate that person to ensure that the person is the same person who they claim to be. So here you start off with a username, and you associate a password with it. The username is used to identify the account that the person wishes to access. The password is the authentication mechanism to prove that the person is who they are. Now here, you may want to enhance the authentication mechanism by using a two-way authentication mechanism. For example, with banks, when you type in the username and password, they send an OTP or a one-time password, which is auto-generated by a server and sent to a registered device that the person owns. For example, a cell phone. So that's one added layer of security where you're not only relying on the password, which can be cracked, but you're relying on a third-party device as well, which the person needs to have physical access to, where they're going to receive the OTP and then they're going to input it. Every time they try to log in, a new OTP will be generated. Securing your passwords. Just having a password may not be sufficient. You have to ensure that the password meets some complexity standards to ensure that the security of those passwords or the complexity of that passwords is high enough where cracking programs will not be able to easily crack the password. regular updates. All the operating systems or the applications that you use will be receiving regular updates. Could be for functionality, but more for security. So as new vulnerabilities in applications or operating systems are found out, the software vendors or the developers of those softwares over a period of time start sending out these updates, also called patches, to the end users. It is very important for the end users to identify these security patches and install them on their devices as soon as possible. Else, they remain open for those vulnerabilities, and unpatched systems thus can easily be hacked. Usage of an antivirus. To protect yourself from viruses, worms, trojans, essentially malwares, there needs to be a software that's installed on your computer that is going to watch out for them. You cannot rely on the operating system itself to protect you, so there has to be an antivirus which will be scanning the connections that you are making, the websites that you will be visiting, the files that are getting executed in the background, and ensure that everything that is happening is legit. Installing a firewall on a system or a server. A firewall essentially is a software or a hardware that allows or disallows some functionality. For example, a port to be opened or closed, or a service to function on a computer or not function on a computer. Thus, what you're trying to do here by disabling unwanted services is you're limiting the threat landscape that you're creating for your computer. If a service doesn't exist on your computer, it cannot be hacked. So the essence here is first identify which ports you'll be using, which services you will be using, and then create a policy on the firewall to ensure that only required ports and services are running. No phishing. So phishing, as we said, could be a malicious website that is being hosted by a hacker. The hacker sending you a fake mail looking like a genuine email, asking you to connect to that particular server and fooling you into you giving that confidential information to the hacker. So you should either the antivirus or an addition to that would have an anti-phishing toolbar which would identify the websites that you're visiting and give you the risk rating of that website, giving you an idea whether this website was ever reported as a phishing website or not. Cryptography, encryption. The best way to keep everything secure is to encrypt it. However, what kind of encryptions are required, what should be encrypted, what should not be encrypted, how that encryption should function, and how this encryption enhances the business value is what we need to ascertain. So, the knowledge here that will be required is what protocols you want to encrypt. For that, you first need to identify which protocols you're going to consume, what data is going to be transmitted over that protocol, how valuable that data is to your organization, and then you're going to add encryption or cryptography on top of it to prevent any attacks from hackers. And then securing DNS servers. DNS is a domain name server, which is basically an index that maps your domain names to your IP addresses. So the domain name system is an index that maps your domain names to your IP addresses. Now on the internet, computers do not know domain names. They can only identify IP addresses and MAC addresses. So when we type in, let's say, google.com on our browser, the computer doesn't know what google.com is. What it does is it sends the packet to the DNS server, and in the DNS server it queries where google.com is located. It is given the corresponding IP address, because of which the packet then goes to the relevant server. There are attacks where a DNS can be compromised and the pointer pointing to your particular website can be changed to point to a malicious server that a hacker is hosting. So to prevent that from happening, you need to secure your DNS servers. So with these kind of attacks and the kind of defense mechanisms we have seen, let's see how do we become a cybersecurity expert. So essentially, who is a cybersecurity expert? A cybersecurity expert is an individual employed by an organization to protect their infrastructure, right? So this person is responsible to identify potential flaws, identify what threats the organization faces, and then streamline or create or design or architect methodology which is going to protect all the assets that the organization has. So this is going to happen through a variety of techniques such as finding weaknesses, so vulnerability management, where you run vulnerability scanners, identify potential flaws in the organization's infrastructure. Could be applications, could be servers, could be desktops, could be operating systems, could be anything, could be network-based flaws as well. And then you're going to monitor these systems. You're going to look at the data flow that is going to the internet, through the network, through the intranet rather, and then you're going to check if there is anything malicious going on in that network. So over these techniques, you're basically going to monitor it on a day-to-day basis, on a regular basis, and you're going to try to identify if anything out of the ordinary is happening, right? After you find the weakness, you're going to test those weaknesses to identify the complexity of those weaknesses, to validate those weaknesses actually exist, and then you're going to repair them, you're going to patch them, you're going to install updates, or you're going to you're going to install mechanisms like firewalls or antiviruses to mitigate those weaknesses, and you're going thus resulting in strengthening the areas where an attack may have occurred. Let's see the domains in cybersecurity. Now, when we say domains in cybersecurity, in the previous slide we were discussing where these attacks may happen, like applications, infrastructure, network. So let's see these domains in details. Asset security. Now, when we say assets could be applications, could be networking devices, could be computers, could be routers, could be wireless access points. And these all these devices have their own operating systems, they have their own functionality, and it is important that we look at the security of each and every asset that the organization owns. Security architecture and engineering. Now, not everyone can just walk in an organization and then say, let's start implementing security in a particular manner. We have to standardize the security in such a way where the security is constant for a long period of time and is consistent, right? So for that to happen, there is an architecture, an engineering phase where we are going to create a plan of how this security needs to be implemented. For example, if I determine to install a particular antivirus, I have to ensure that the same antivirus is installed on all the systems in the organization. I cannot have different kind of antiviruses installed that do not talk to each other or do not report properly to the proper owner. So we have to create policies, procedures, and we have to implement them in a standardized manner for our security to work properly. Communication and network security. Now, with cloud computing coming in and hybrid clouds happening, where you got a deployment of a physical infrastructure talking to something that is on the cloud, let's say AWS or Microsoft Azure, right? And data flows are happening globally these days. You have to be very careful how these data are going to be transmitted across the network. Thus, you have to create those paths and ensure that those paths are monitored properly, are regulated properly, and do not have any data leakages. Similarly, identity and access management. Who is accessing my data? Are they authorized to access my data? And if yes, how am I going to authenticate them? How am I going to track them? How am I going to hold them accountable for whatever they have done? Even if a person is authorized to do something, we have to hold him accountable for that activity so that if something happens later on, we can identify who made that change. So the identity and access management module will consist of us creating groups, policies, users, roles, and interlinking them with the assets to ensure that only authorized people are able to access those devices. Security operations. On a day-to-day basis, we need to monitor the security of the organization. For example, if today I start facing a denial of service attack, or somebody starts a password attack on my organization where they're trying to crack somebody's password, there should be some internal mechanisms that are in place which will try to identify these attacks, warn the appropriate administrator, and that administrator will walk in and try to investigate that attack. So day-to-day operations are a must. Security assessment and testing. Now that we all have these mechanisms in place, are they going to remain constant for the rest of our lives? No. IT is an ever-evolving scenario. So we need to assess and test our security controls on a regular basis to ensure that there are no gaps left. What I configure today may be irrelevant tomorrow. So I have to constantly keep on looking at the latest security trends, the latest vulnerabilities that are being identified, the patches that are being installed, and I have to compare my infrastructure to all of these to see that I am compliant with the latest security standards. Software development security. So if you're an organization who's developing software and who's going to sell that software to end users, security becomes a huge part, because the end user or the buyer, if it is an organization, is going to ask what kind of security testing was done in that application. So that brings us to a software development life cycle, which talks about how you're going to create that code, how you're going to test that code, ensure that the code is secure enough. So you need to follow secure coding practices, and you're going to test the software over and over again till you're satisfied with the outcome. And then security and risk management. Now, when we come to risks are basically events that may occur, compromising the security of an organization. So it is very important that we identify these risks, we map these risks, we verify how that risk is going to impact the business, and then try to figure out security controls to mitigate that risk or bring it down to manageable aspects. So that's a lot of talk, that's a lot of domains, that's a lot of attacks that we have discussed. Now let's see what kind of courses and certifications are available for us to enhance our careers and address all of these domains, all of these attacks. So starting off from a technical perspective, where we are going to look at ethical hacking or security, where we are going to assess and do a vulnerability assessment and penetration test. There are certifications from CompTIA like Security Plus, or from EC Council, which is the Certified Ethical Hacking Training, which basically allows us to become vulnerability assessment and penetration testing experts. So we'll be technically testing each and every device and trying to hack those devices to see if that vulnerability is real and what can be attained out of that vulnerability. CISSP is a very high level certification that normally is considered as a management level certification, right? So just to get certified yourself, you need at least 5 years of experience in the IT security field. This is where you get certified and you're basically a chief information security officer, where you're going to develop policies, procedures, and security control mechanisms, and you're going to standardize the security policy of the entire organization. Then you've got the CISA, or also known as the CISA, Certified Information Systems Auditor. It is from an organization called SACA. It's more on the system side, where you're going to audit systems and you're going to verify that they are adhering to the policies that you have implemented. The CISM or SISM is the Certified Information Security Manager. This is again a project-based oriented approach where you're going to manage the security of an organization, and you're going to look at all the daily operations of the security operations center, and you're going to maintain and manage all of those functions overall. When we talked about risk assessment and risk strategy, for that we've got the CRISC, which is a Certified in Risk and Information Systems Control. Now, for these certifications, this is more on the business side of everything, where you understand the business processes, you understand the business requirements, and based on those business requirements, you compare the technical implementations of computing powers that you have implemented, and then you're going to compare how those technical aspects can be converted into a risk. For example, a vulnerability assessment identifies a possible SQL injection attack. Now, technically it becomes a big risk. However, which system is being affected? If that system gets compromised, what kind of losses is the organization looking at? How much are they going to be? What kind of losses the organization is looking at? Are they looking at lawsuits from their customers? Are they looking at penalties from regulatory authorities? So that risk, that implied risk that if this vulnerability is hacked, that is the aspect that you want to look at when you're looking at risk information and controls. Similarly, you have CCSP. This is a Certified Cloud Security Professional certification. So this is especially for people who want to deal with the cloud. Let it be a public cloud, a private cloud, or a hybrid cloud. This certification gives you an architectural overview over different aspects of cloud and how you want to implement security in a cloud-based scenario. So Simplilearn offers all of these certifications with trainings from certified professionals. So there's a master's program from Simplilearn which talks about becoming a cybersecurity expert, which includes all of these trainings. Once you have these kind of trainings and you get those certifications on your profile, that's where you're basically a cybersecurity expert, and you'll be designing and developing security policies, structures, architectures for various organizations and helping them enhance the security of their infrastructure. So let's see what we have talked about during this entire video. First, what is cybersecurity and its advantages? We have talked about the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, and we have talked about the threats that pose for the CIA triad. Motives behind cybercrimes. We have seen what motivates people to attack other computer systems and steal data from it. We have talked about types of hackers and cybersecurity experts. So we have talked about white hat, black hat, and gray hat hackers. There are other types that we have talked about as well. We have looked at the domains that are available in cybersecurity and the courses and certifications that can be mapped with these domains. So this is what we have discussed within this session. If you have any further queries, please go ahead and post them in the comment section and we'll try to address them as soon as possible.
Let us talk about gadgets. Not the cute kind you buy to organize your desk, and not the kitchen appliances that promise to slice tomatoes perfectly. I mean the real gadgets, the kind that make cybersecurity experts sweat and make cybercriminals feel like they are staring in a spy movie. In today's video, we are counting down the 10 best and most dangerous hacking gadgets ever created. Tools so sneaky, so clever, and sometimes so scary that you will wonder how they even exist. And just before we dive in, here is the important part. Everything in this video is for education, awareness, and ethical cybersecurity only. If you choose to use any of these tools for illegal purpose, that is on you. And trust me, the consequences are far less fun than the gadgets. Let us begin the countdown with the simple but surprisingly terrifying tools. At number 10 is the keylogger USB stick. You plug it in and it records every keystroke typed on a machine. Passwords, messages, emails, everything. No flashing lights, no dramatic beeps, just silent retrieval from a device the size of a fingernail. Number 9 is the Wi-Fi Pineapple. This gadget can mimic trusted Wi-Fi networks so convincingly that your devices say, "Sure, connect me," without thinking twice. It is one of the most widely used tools in penetration testing because it shows just how easily wireless trust can be abused. At number 8, we have got the OMG cable. You would think it as a regular charging cable, but no. Inside it is a tiny payload injection system that can deliver malicious commands the moment you plug it in. Imagine a cable that charges your phone while ruining your entire day. Next up are the wireless infiltration tools. Now these are the gadgets that make security analysts lose sleep. Number 7 is the Flipper Zero. It is adorable, it has a cute dolphin animation, and yet it can clone RFID badges, spoof signals, capture infrared transmissions, and interact with access systems in ways that will make a security door cry. Number 6 is HackRF1, a software-defined radio that can capture, modify, and replay signals. Garage doors, pagers, car fobes, wireless sensors, HackRF1 can listen to them all like it is tuning into a darker version of FM radio. Number 5 is the LAN Turtle. It looks like an innocent USB to Ethernet adapter, but once connected, it becomes a covert command and control device. It can maintain persistence, exfiltrate data, and create backdoors, all while looking like office equipment purchased from a clearance bin. Time for the physical access exploitation chapter, the part where you hope nobody ever plugs anything into your computer again. Number 4 is the rubber ducky. This tool is legendary. It acts like a USB flash drive, but the moment you plug it in, it launches a rapid-fire keystroke injection attack. It types commands faster than a caffeinated programmer during a hackathon. Number 3 is Poison Tab. This little Raspberry Pi powered nightmare can bypass locked computers, hijack browsers, install persistent backdoors, and generally ruin your week. The scariest part is that it only needs an open USB port. If you thought locking your screen protected you, Poison Tab politely says no. Now let us crank the danger level to maximum with the high-tech spy gadgets used in real-world operations. Number 2 is the GSM Interceptor Box. These devices spoof mobile towers and trick phones into connecting. Once hooked, calls and texts can be intercepted, metadata can be logged, and entire conversations can be monitored. These devices are heavily restricted and often found only in government-level operations or in a very bad hands. And at number 1, the king of chaotic gadgets is the Signal Jammer. Illegal in many parts of the world, these devices shut down everything wireless in a given radius. May it be Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cellular networks, everything gone. No calls, no text, no GPS, just silence. It's like someone unplugged the invisible wires holding modern life together. So how dangerous are these gadgets really? Let's talk the real world impact. Keyloggers and malicious cables have been used in corporate espionage. Wi-Fi pineapples and flipper devices have exposed massive vulnerabilities in public networks. GCM interceptors have been central to surveillance operations around the world. Jammers have disrupted emergency communications more than once, which is exactly why they are so heavily restricted. But remember, these gadgets are not inherently evil. Ethical hackers use them to test systems, reveal weaknesses, and patch vulnerabilities before criminals find them. The same tool in the hands of a white hat protects people. In the hands of a black hat, it endangers them. The tool does not define the intent, the user does. As we close, here is what you should take away. Cybersecurity awareness is no longer optional. Lock your devices, use multi-factor authentication, avoid plugging in unknown USB devices, and most importantly, trust network. And remember, while these tools sound powerful, the majority of attacks still succeed because of simple human mistake. Companies today rely heavily on ethical hackers, penetration testers, bug bounty hunters, and security researchers to keep their network safe. That could be you if you choose to learn how to use these tools responsibly and legally.
Imagine waking up one morning to find your company's critical data locked away by ransomware, or your personal email account flooded with suspicious login attempt. It's a scenario no one wants, yet it's becoming all too common in today's interconnected world. Now picture yourself equipped with the right tools that allow you to detect vulnerabilities before attackers do, simulate phishing attempts to train your teams, or analyze networks for hidden threats. Sounds empowering, right? This is where the cybersecurity tools comes in. So guys, in today's video, we are going to step up into the top 10 free cybersecurity tools that you should know. So let us discuss our first tool. Our first tool is AirCrackNG. AirCrackNG is a comprehensive suite of tools for Wi-Fi security auditing and penetration testing. It enables ethical hackers and security professionals to monitor, test, and crack wireless networks to assess vulnerabilities in encryption protocols. Now, let us discuss some of its key features. So, you could see all over here that we are at the official website of AirCrackNG. So, you could see all over here, it focuses on key different areas of Wi-Fi security. The first one is packet capturing. It monitors and captures raw frames from Wi-Fi networks, which enables analysis of network traffic. It is also used as a decryption tool. It includes AirDecapNG, which actually decrypts WEP and WPA encrypted packet. Now, what is WEP and WPA? So, WEP stands for Wired Equivalent Privacy and WPA stands for Wi-Fi Protected Access. These are security protocols designed to protect wireless networks. They ensure data transmitted over Wi-Fi is encrypted and secure from unauthorized access. Next one, it helps in injection testing. It has this packet forge ng through which users can create custom packets to test a network's susceptibility to injection attacks. You could also do network scanning. It has aerodump ng, which identifies available networks, their encryption protocols, and connected devices. And finally, if you want to crack encryption keys, you can use this tool. It is going to recover weak WEP keys and also WPA pre-shared keys using advanced algorithm. Now, in what scenario you could use this? So suppose you are doing penetration testing to test the strength of enterprise or home Wi-Fi networks to identify vulnerabilities. So you could use this tool. Next one, if you are performing any educational demonstration, in that scenario you could also use it. And mostly, it is used in network security audits. It helps IT teams to ensure Wi-Fi networks are properly secured with modern encryption protocols. Now, let us discuss our next tool, which is Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is a popular tool for testing the security of web application. It allows users to intercept, analyze, and manipulate HTTP traffic to uncover vulnerabilities such as SQL injection and cross-site scripting. So guys, this is the official website of Burp Suite. Now, what are its key features? First of all, you could intercept proxy. So basically, with the help of Burp Suite, you could capture HTTPS traffic between browser and the server, which enables real-time inspection and modification. Second, you could do automated crawling. The spider feature maps out all the pages and structures of web app, aiding comprehensive testing. Third one, request repeater. This allows testers to resend and tweak HTTP requests to identify weaknesses in application logic. Fourth one, you have session token analysis. It evaluates the randomness and security of session tokens to prevent unauthorized access. So guys, this tool comes in free and paid versions. The community edition provides essential tools, while pro version adds automated scanning and advanced capabilities. Now, in what scenario you could use this tool? Suppose you are doing web application testing. So you could discover security weaknesses such as input validation flaws or session hijacking risk. Next, you could use it for compliance checks, which ensures apps meet security standards. Third one, you could use it for developer debugging. It helps refine web app authentication mechanism and improve session handling. Now, let us discuss about our third tool, which is Defendify. Defendify is an all-in-one cybersecurity platform designed for small and medium-sized businesses. It provides comprehensive tools for risk assessment, phishing simulations, and employee training, consolidating cybersecurity efforts in a single solution. So as you can see all over here, I have navigated to official website of Defendify. Now, there are certain key features of Defendify. First of all, risk assessments. It identifies vulnerabilities in all the networks, applications, and practices, providing actionable recommendations. Second, if you want to do phishing simulations, then you could use this tool. It is going to test employee susceptibility to phishing with realistic and customizable campaigns. Third one, you could use it for cybersecurity training. It offers engaging modules to educate employees on recognizing threats. Fourth one, it has incident response plan. It provides pre-designed action plans to handle breaches effectively. Fourth one, it has threat alerts. Finally, it is used for threat alerts. It monitors and notifies users of emerging cyber threats in real time. Now, in what scenario you could use this tool? So, you could use it for small businesses security, okay, and employee awareness training, and also if you want to streamline cybersecurity management. So, in these scenarios, you could use this tool. You could go on this tool. So, it says start the tool. Just click on it, and you can explore this tool all over here, what it includes. Now, let us move on to our fourth tool, which is GoPhish. GoPhish is an open source phishing simulation toolkit that allows organizations to assess employee awareness of phishing attacks. It enables users to create and track phishing campaigns in a controlled environment. So you could see all over here, I have navigated to the official website of GoPhish. Now, let us discuss about some of the key features of this tool. First of all, customizable campaigns. Users can design phishing emails using realistic templates tailored to their organization. Second, user response tracking. It can track metrics such as email opens, link clicks, and submitted credentials. Third of all, detailed reporting. It provides analytics on campaign outcomes, helping identify training needs. And it is also very easy to use. It offers an intuitive interface for creating and managing campaigns without needing advanced technical skills. And finally, it is open source, which is fully customizable and free to use for organizations of any size. Now, what scenario you could use this tool? So suppose you are going for employee security awareness. So in that scenario, you could use this tool. Or if you want to improve security culture, then you could use simulation results to reinforce best practices for email security. In that scenario, this tool works perfect. Now let us move ahead and discuss about our fifth tool. Our fifth tool is Have I Been Pwned? So it is basically a free web service that allows users to check if their email addresses, usernames, or passwords have been exposed in a known data breaches. It's a simple yet powerful tool for staying informed about compromised accounts. So guys, this is the official website of Have I Been Pwned? Now, let us discuss about some of the key features about this tool. First of all, for credential research. Users can input email addresses or usernames to see if they appear in public breach databases. Second of all, for real-time alerts. It offers subscription-based notifications for users to receive update about new breaches. Third, it is used for comprehensive database. It contains billions of leaked credentials from past data breaches. Fourth one, API integration. Organizations can integrate the service to their workflows for automated breach monitoring. Now, basically, you could use this tool for personal security, where individuals can monitor their account and take actions if credentials are compromised. Second one, for enterprise account management. IT teams can track employees' credentials to prevent unauthorized access. And third one, promoting password hygiene. It helps users adopt stronger password by highlighting the risk of credential use. So what do? Just type your email address and just check whether you have been pwned or not. It is a very amazing and free open source tool. Now, let us discuss about our next tool, which is Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a Debian-based Linux distribution designed specifically for security professionals. It provides an extensive collection of tools for penetration testing, digital forensics, and security auditing. Now, this is the official website of Kali Linux. You could download Kali Linux from all over here, and it has certain key features also. First of all, it has 600 plus pre-installed tools, which includes Nmap, Metasploit, Wireshark for tasks like network scanning, vulnerability exploitation, and packet analysis. Second of all, for customizable environment. It is fully configurable to meet specific penetration testing needs. Third of all, for live boot compatibility. It can run directly from a USB drive, leaving no trace for the host system. Fourth, it has extensive community support. It offers extensive documentation and resources for security professionals. Now, you could use this tool in certain scenarios. First of all, if you are trying to do penetration testing, you can simulate attacks on networks and systems to uncover vulnerabilities. If you're going to do digital forensics, then this tool works perfectly. You could investigate cyber incidents by analyzing system logs and data. And for education and training purposes, this tool can also be used. Now let us discuss about our next tool, which is Nmap. Nmap is a powerful open source tool used for network discovery and vulnerability scanning. It helps administrators identify devices, open ports, and running services on a network. So guys, this is the official website of Nmap. You could download Nmap from here. Now, the key features of this tool are as follows. First of all, it is used for device discovery. It can detect all devices connected to a network. Secondly, open port identification. It can identify open and vulnerable ports. Third one, if you're trying to do operating system fingerprinting, it can determine the operating system and software versions of the devices. Fourth, you could go for scriptable scans. It can automate scans using scripts for complex network environments. Now, you could use this tool in certain scenarios. First of all, for network inventory. You could map all devices and services in a network. If you're going for security audits, this tool can be amazing. It can identify and close open ports to minimize attack surfaces. Third, on compliance testing. It ensures network configurations adhere to security standards. Now, let us discuss about our next tool, which is Nikto. Nikto is an open source web server scanner, which can identify vulnerabilities, outdated software, and misconfigurations in web servers and applications. So guys, you could see all over here that this is the official website of Nikto. This tool could be used for vulnerability scanning, SSL proxy support, intrusion detection system, and also it has some customizable option. It allows users to tailor scans for specific server configuration. Suppose you want to do web server audits. So it could identify vulnerabilities in servers and applications. If you are doing legacy system assessments, then this tool can work amazing. It could test older systems for outdated software. And also, if you are doing pre-deployment testing, you could ensure servers are secure before going live. Then you could use this tool. Next tool we have is Metasploit. Metasploit is a pen testing framework that enables users to find, test, and exploit vulnerabilities in systems and networks. It's a versatile tool used by ethical hackers and security professionals. So guys, this is the official website of Metasploit. So guys, if you're looking to exploit database, then you could use this tool. It has over 1500 preloaded exploits for testing vulnerabilities. Second, if you are doing payload generation, it provides customizable payloads for post-exploitation activities. It could also be integrated with other tools. It works seamlessly with tools like Nmap for comprehensive testing. It has community and pro versions. The free framework edition is suitable for beginners, while Pro edition offers some advanced features. If we talk about use cases, then it could be used in vulnerability testing. If you are doing red team exercises, then this tool could be amazing. You could conduct simulated attacks to improve organizational defenses. Third of all, for security research, you could develop and test new exploits in a controlled environment. Now, our final tool is Open Vulnerability Assessment Scanner, or OpenVAS. OpenVAS is a vulnerability scanner that comprehensively tests networks, systems, and applications for security flaws. So guys, this is the official website of OpenVAS. The key features of these tools are as follows. If you are looking for daily update, then you could use this tool. You would receive updated vulnerability feeds for detecting new threats. If you're looking for customizable scans, then you could use this tool. You could configure scans to meet specific organizational needs. Third of all, for authenticated testing, you could scan systems with user credentials for deeper insights. Fourth, for detailed reporting. It could generate reports for compliance and mitigation planning. So guys, you could use this tool in certain scenarios like for enterprise security audits where you want to test scale networks for vulnerabilities. Second of all, for compliance testing, if you want to ensure that system meets regulatory standards. Third, if you're looking for continuous monitoring, you could automate periodic scans to maintain secure environments. So guys, this was the top 10 free cybersecurity tools that you should know. In this video, we are going to learn about the fundamental rules that allow devices to communicate seamlessly across a network. But instead of just listening to technical definition, we will also going to explain everything using a fun and relatable analogy. So guys, if you want to learn more about networking protocols, watch this video till the end. Now before we move on, just a quick info guys. Simplilearn has got Cybersecurity Experts Master Program. You can become Cybersecurity Expert with the Certified Ethical CompTIA Security Plus and CISSP exams. Here, in this course, you are going to be preparing for CEH, CompTIA and CISSP certifications with the latest curriculum. You are going to gain access to CEH V3 and integrated hands-on lab and certified ethical hacker exam vouchers. So guys, hurry up now and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. Imagine a city so technologically advanced where every building, vehicle, devices communicate seamlessly through a vast interconnected network. And the backbone of that city is the network protocols, which are a set of predefined rules ensuring that all the devices, regardless of their make or operating system, can exchange data smoothly and securely. In this tutorial, we will explore the world of networking protocol, categorize them based on their functionality, and also dive deep into how they operate within the OSI model. So moving ahead, first, let us understand what is actually a protocol. So guys, protocol is a set of rules and standards that define how data is transmitted and received between devices in a network. It acts as a common language that enables computers, servers, and other devices to communicate effectively regardless of their differences in hardware or software architecture. For example, let us say, imagine you are making a phone call, to a friend all over here, as you can see in this diagram. And you say hello to initiate the communication. Your friend responds by confirming that they can hear you. You speak in a language both of you can understand. You take turns in listening and speaking. When the conversation is over, you say goodbye and end the call. This is the structured way of communicating following a set of unwritten rules, a real-world example of a protocols. But if I talk about protocols in networking, they define how data is packaged, transmitted, received, and interpreted. They ensure that data is sent in a correct format, the receiving device understands and processes the data correctly, errors are detected and corrected if needed, security measures are in place to protect data from unauthorized access. Now, let us move ahead and understand about what are different types of networking protocols available. Now we are going to study about types of networking protocols. So network protocols can be broadly divided into three major categories. The first one is communication protocols. Here, these protocols ensure there is a seamless data exchange between devices. If I talk about security, then these protocols ensure that there is a secure communication against cyber threats. And finally, if I talk about management protocols, they monitor and optimize network performance. To understand these better, let us explore each one of them one by one. So if I talk about communication protocol, so this protocol governs data transmission and defines structure, format, and method for exchanging messages between devices. So we have this HTTP protocol or hypertext transfer protocol. So this is a backbone of the internet and it facilitates the web exchange between a server and a browser. So this is one kind of a protocol. Then you have a TCP protocol, which is a transmission control protocol. So it is a connection oriented protocol where protocol is ensured that the data packets are delivered accurately and they are in order. Then we have the Internet Protocol or IP protocol. These protocols addresses the system of internet, routes a packet across the given network. Then we have the UDP. So this is User Datagram Protocol. So it is a fast and connectionless protocol. And then you also have this File Transfer Protocol, which enables file sharing between servers using separate connections for controlling and data transfer. And finally, you could also see an ICMP, which is not mentioned in this diagram. So, which is basically Internet Control Message Protocol. This protocol acts as a diagnostic tool, helping detect network errors and connectivity issues. So let us take an example and try to understand the communication protocol. Now, imagine you are sending a parcel from one city to the another, or you can also consider sending from one country to the another. Now, let us understand how these protocols are going to work. So, if I talk about TCP/IP that we have discussed earlier, you can consider it as a courier service. You choose a reliable courier company that ensures your package is delivered intact and it is in order. So, the courier service which is reliable, that is TCP/IP protocol working all over here in this scenario. Now, if I talk about UDP or User Datagram Protocol, you can consider this as a public announcer. So instead of a courier, you broadcast a message over the city's public announcement system that everyone hears it, but there's no guarantee also that anyone will respond. Then you could understand FTP protocol as a parcel delivery system. So you use a secure delivery truck to send bulk packages from one place to the another. And if I talk about ICMP, so this is kind of a traffic reporter. This protocol is working like that. So this protocol service monitors traffic and alerts courier if certain routes are blocked. So in this way, these communication protocols are working. These communication protocols also ensure that fast, structured, and reliable delivery of data is happening in the digital network, just like cities' postal and transport system. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the security protocols. So if I talk about the network security protocols, so these security protocols protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, cyber attacks, and data breaches. Now, if I talk about SFTP, which is not mentioned here, so you can consider it as a secure version of FTP, so which basically ensures the secure file transfer. So here it encrypts a file transfer using the public key encryption for authentication. Then you have the HTTPS, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This is a secure version of HTTP which encrypts data between browsers and the servers. Then you have the SSL also, which is a secure socket layer, and it ensures that all the encrypted communication is happening over the internet, preventing any eavesdropping or any data theft. Now, as you can see also here we have the SMTP protocol, which is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. It's also a communication protocol. So it is ensuring that it sends email over the internet, and also it ensures that emails are properly formatted, routed, and delivered to the recipient's email server. This protocol works in very simple steps. Like first of all, when you send an email, SMTP performs these steps. First is compose the email. Okay, so you type an email in your email client like Gmail or Outlook. Then it connects to a SMTP server when you hit send. So your email client communicates with an SMTP server. Then the routing happens in the email where SMTP server checks the recipient's domain name and contacts their email server. And then the email is being delivered. So the recipient's email server receives a message and stores it for retrieval. So these were one of the scenario. And you could consider the same analogy for SMTP as a postal system also. Now, suppose you write a letter all over here and you put it up in envelope. Okay, you drop it up at the post office, which is basically the SMTP server, where it's checked and it is sorted, and the postal system finds the recipient's address, mail server, and also the recipient can pick up and read the letter. Okay, so there are protocols like IMAP which are used to retrieve the emails. So SMTP only sends emails, not retrieves them. Okay, retrieval is done by IMAP protocol. or POP3. So this was one of the example. Now let us discuss about SSH protocol. So SSH means it is a secure shell network protocol, which is basically used to securely access and control remote computers over an encrypted connection. It is widely used for securing remote logging and file transfers. Now, how does SSH works? So it initiates the connection. A user enters a command in the terminal, such as you can say SSH user remote server. Then the authentication happens where the user provides a password or uses an SSH key for authentication. Once it is authenticated, the user gains secure access to the remote server, and then the commands starts executing. The user can run commands, transfer files, or manage the system remotely. Imagine like a bank vault. Okay, so you can think SSH of a secure key card entry system for a high security vault. Okay, or in the banking, in a banks basically, where you will be needing credentials, password, or key card. Once inside, all the communications are private and encrypted. Okay, you can check records, retrieve documents, or make updates very much securely. And when done, you can log out and exit the vault safely. So you can think of SSH providing a secure way to access and manage remote computers, just like a bank vault system, which prevents the unauthorized entry. Now let us move ahead and discuss about our third and final protocol, which is basically the network management protocols. Network management refers to the process of monitoring, configuring, and maintaining the network devices to ensure a seamless communication is happening and preventing failures. It involves fault detection, performance optimization, and security enforcement. Now, the key network management protocols include like SNMP, which is Simple Network Management Protocol. So this protocol, as you can see all over here, this is basically used to monitor and manage network devices such as routers, switches, or servers. How this protocol works, guys? So, for example, devices have an SNMP agent that collects data, for example, the CPU usage or bandwidth. And the SNMP manager queries the agent to monitor network's health. If an issue occurs, then SNMP sends alerts called traps. So this is how it works. So for example, you can consider in a large office, SNMP alerts IT admins if a router is overloaded, something like this. Then we have the DHCP protocol, very famous protocol. So it stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It automatically assigns IP addresses to devices in a network. So suppose when a new device connects, so it requests an IP address from the DHCP server, and the DHCP server assigns the available IP, preventing conflicts. This could be example in a Wi-Fi enabled office. Okay, so employee don't need to manually configure IPs. Here DHCP assigns them dynamically. Then we have the ICMP protocol, which is Internet Control Message Protocol. This protocol is basically used for error reporting and network diagnostics. Here ICMP actually sends a control messages like ping requests to test the connectivity. So if a network path is down, then ICMP informs the sender. For example, if a website isn't loading, then a technician runs ping www.com or any given domain to check if the server is reachable or not. Then we have the border gateway protocol. So this is kind of a routing protocol which determines the best path for internet traffic. Internet routers use BGP to exchange routing information mostly, and it finds most efficient route to send the data packets. For example, like in a fiber optic cable under the ocean, if it fails, then BGP reroutes the traffic via another path. Okay, so you can consider this example as how it is being used. Now we'll have a look on POP3. So POP3 means Post Office Protocol version 3. Basically, this protocol is one of the protocol that we have discussed earlier, that it retrieves email from the remote server. So when the user opens their email clients, POP3 downloads the messages to their devices. Emails are deleted from the server after retrieval. So for example, you can consider using an Outlook to download emails from Gmail server. Okay, so there it is used. Now, these protocols are very much important because they ensure network reliability by identifying issues before they cause any failure, optimize the performance by managing the bandwidth and traffic, and automate an IP allocation, and also it ensures the security. So you could see this is as an example of network security protocol, how it's working. So suppose this is your office. Now the data packets are being sent. So here you have the IP header, then IP payload. So IPsec is a security protocol. So here the IPsec header is added and a secure payload is added. And the same is, data is being transferred. This packet is to the laptop and it is routed via router IPsec, okay, with IPsec protocol all over here to the branch office. So this is how, you can consider architecture where, the network security communication is happening. Now, this is an example of a network monitoring protocol where there are endpoints, okay, and these you could see you are sending the data about health and performance, and it aggregates data from multiple endpoints. The network monitoring tools are present, which converts raw data into usable metrics, and then the following data is given to the network administrators. Also, it generates alerts and reports. So this is how the network monitoring protocols are working in this alignment. So we've discussed about these protocols, and this was a certain diagrammatic explanation. So I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding these protocols. Okay. So now let us briefly understand the 7 layers of the OSI model. Okay. Now this is OSI stands for Open System Interconnection Model. So there are 7 layers in this model, okay, and along with there are protocols also mentioned and the components associated with each layer. So let us break down these layers. So first of all, we have the physical layer, okay. The purpose of this layer is to define the physical structure of the network, such as cables, switches, and wireless transmission. Here, the function is that of this layer is that it converts data into electrical signals like radio or optic signals for transformation. It also manages bit rate control and transmission media. Now, this is all about the physical layer. Then you have the data link layer, or you could say the error detection layer. This layer basically manages the direct node-to-node data transfer and error detection. The function of this layer is that it ensures that the data is correctly framed before transmission. It detects and corrects errors in transmission, and it basically uses MAC address for device identification. Examples of this layer could be considered as Ethernet or PPP, point-to-point protocol, switches, bridges. All these come into this layer. The third one, we have the network protocol or the routing layer. So this layer determines the best path for data to travel between different networks. It assigns logical IP addresses, routes data using protocols. It manages network congestion and fragmentation. The examples of this protocol could be IP protocol, ICMP, IPsec, IGMP, okay, Internet Group Management Protocols. Just like navigation systems, that determine the best route for vehicles to reach destination. Similarly, this layer is working like that. Then we have the transport layer, which basically is like a delivery layer. It ensures complete and reliable data transmission. This layer divides data into smaller segments and ensures proper reassembly. It provides error detection and correction. It uses TCP for reliable transmission and UDP for faster connectionless communications. Examples could be, the TCP protocol or UDP protocol. So you can consider it like a couriers, that ensure that packages are delivered safely and in the correct order. So after this, the data is moved to the session layer, which is like the connection layer. It establishes, maintains, and terminates the communication sessions. It helps in managing sessions between applications. It handles authentication and any reconnections if needed. So for example, we have the API sockets all over here in this layer. So just like customer service representatives who handle call and ensure smooth communication between businesses, this layer is working like that. Then we have the presentation layer, which ensures that data is formatted properly for the application layer. It translates data formats like converts images, compresses file, encrypts and decrypts data for security. Then we have example of presentation layer like SSL, Secure Socket Layer, SSH, IMAP protocol, FTP. So you can consider these as a language translators who convert a message into a format that the recipient can understand. And finally, we have the application layer, which has a purpose of providing network services directly to the users. It manages data exchange between applications and the network. It enables browsing, email, and file transfer. So example of this layer include HTTP protocol, FTP, IRC, SSH, DNS. Okay, so you can consider something like this as these are the customer-facing employee in a company who directly interact with the users.
Today, we are diving into a super important topic that affects everyone: phishing attacks. As cyber criminals get more sophisticated, it's important for us to stay one step ahead. So, in this video, I'll be walking you through what phishing is, how it works, some famous examples of phishing attacks, different types of phishing, how to protect yourself, and what to do if you ever fall victim. So, let's jump right in. What is phishing? To start, let's talk about what a phishing attack really is. In simple terms, phishing is a type of scam where hackers pretend to be legitimate people or companies to steal your personal information, whether it's your passwords, bank details, or even social security number. They typically do this through emails, text messages, or fake websites that seem genuine at first glance. But phishing attacks don't just rely on fake emails. They use a psychological trick known as social engineering. Now, social engineering is all about manipulating people into making poor decisions, like clicking on a malicious link or sharing personal information. Let's take an example. Imagine you work in a company and one day you get an urgent email from someone who looks like your boss. The email says, "I'm in a meeting right now, but I need you to send me the financial reports immediately. Click here to access a secure file." Because it's your boss and the message sounds urgent, you might not think twice and click the link. But that's where the trick is. The link wasn't real, and now the hacker has the access to the company's sensitive data. So social engineering works because it plays on human emotions like fear, urgency, trust, and leads you to make hasty decisions without double checking. So phishing attacks are serious business, and they have caused some of the most damaging data breaches in history. Let's take a look at some of the most famous examples. First, let's talk about the Sony Pictures hack in 2014. This is one of the most well-known phishing incidents. It all started when Sony employees received phishing emails that looked completely legitimate. Some employees clicked on the links in these emails, which gave hackers access to Sony's internal network. And the result? Over 100 terabytes of data were stolen, including unreleased movies, confidential employee information, and thousands of internal emails. The leaked data caused major damage to Sony's reputation and led to lawsuits. It was one of the most costly cyber attacks of its time. Another incredible phishing incident involved both Facebook and Google. Between 2013 and 2015, a single hacker managed to scam these tech giants out of over $100 million. How did he do it? The hacker, Evaldus, pretended to be a hardware supplier that both companies did business with. He sent phishing emails with fake invoices that looked exactly like the real thing. Because the emails were so convincing, the finance departments of the Facebook and Google didn't question them and wired the money directly to the attacker's account. So these famous examples show that phishing can affect anyone, from everyday people to major corporations. So let's talk about how they work step by step when hackers actually try to steal your information. But before that, if you're interested in becoming a cybersecurity expert, this is the course for you. Ranked 1 by Career Karma, our program prepares you for CEH, CompTIA, and CISSP certification. Learn from industry experts and get access to the official EC Council kit, including lab and exam vouchers. Master strategies to secure your infrastructure from cyber threats and architect cloud-based security. This 6-month online bootcamp offers hands-on learning with 8 times higher interaction, simulation tests, and real-world projects. Enroll now and secure your future in cybersecurity. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So, how does a phishing attack unfold? Let's break it into easy steps. Step 1. Phishing attacks typically start with a carefully crafted message, often in the form of an email or text. This message will look like it's from a legitimate company, like your bank, a popular service like PayPal, or even someone you personally know. Hackers usually use several techniques to make these emails look authentic. One common technique is domain spoofing. This is when hackers create a domain that looks almost identical to the legitimate website, but with subtle differences. For example, instead of paypal.com, they might use paypal1.com or pay-pal.com. Because most people glance at the sender's email address quickly, they don't notice the subtle change. The next step is to get the victim to visit a fake website. When you click on the link in the phishing email, you're often redirected to a website that looks exactly like the real thing. These fake websites are often designed to perfectly mimic the official login pages of services like your bank or email provider. To create these fake websites, hackers often use what's called a phishing kit. Now, phishing kits are pre-built tools that make it easy for attackers to clone real websites. The hacker then hosts the fake website on a malicious server or uses DNS spoofing, where they manipulate the DNS records to redirect users from the legitimate website to their fake version without the victim knowing. Now, once you land on the fake website, the next step is for the hacker to collect your information. So these fake pages are designed to look identical to the real ones. So when you enter your username and password, you think you're logging in securely. But hear what's happening in the background. Phishing sites use various methods to capture the information you type in. One common technique is form jacking, where the form on the website is modified to send the data directly to the attacker's server. Alternately, hackers can use key logging malware that records every keystroke you make, capturing usernames, passwords, and even credit card information as you type. So to make the fake site even more convincing, attackers often secure it with a real SSL certificate. Now, this means the website might show up as secure with a padlock symbol in your browser, making you believe it's legitimate. So this is why it's important to check more than just the HTTPS in the URL. Now, once the hacker has your data, they can use it in various ways. The most common method is using your stolen credentials to log into your accounts. This is known as credential stuffing. But they can also use your personal information for identity theft, or they might sell your data on the dark web. But phishing isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. Hackers use several different types of phishing attacks, and each one is designed for a specific target or method. So now let's talk about the different types of phishing attacks. First, we have general phishing, which is the most common and broad type. So in this type of attack, hackers send out thousands or even millions of phishing emails to random people, hoping that a small percentage will fall for the scam. For example, let's say you receive an email that looks like it's from a popular company like Netflix. The email says something like, your payment method has failed, click here to update your information. You click the link and it takes you to a fake Netflix login. When you enter your details, they are sent straight to the hacker. These attacks are sent out to as many people as possible. Whoever falls for it, falls for it. It's all about volume with general phishing. Next is spear phishing. So unlike general phishing, spear phishing is much more targeted. So the attacker picks a specific individual or company and tailors the attack to that person or group. So spear phishing requires some research and planning. So it's more sophisticated than general phishing. For example, imagine you work in the finance department of a company and you receive an email from someone pretending to be the CEO. The email says, he's unable to transfer the money to the partner company and asks you to transfer it. So since it appears to be from your boss and it sounds urgent, you might be tempted to complete the transfer without questioning it. That's the goal of spear phishing. Because the email is personalized and often uses real names or insider informations, it's much easier to fall for it. So this makes spear phishing especially dangerous for businesses. Now let's talk about whaling, which is similar to spear phishing but with a bigger target. So whaling specifically targets high-ranking individuals like CEOs, CFOs, or other executives. So these attacks are often highly sophisticated because the stakes are so high. Let's say a hacker sends an email to the CFO of a large corporation, pretending to be a lawyer representing the company. So the email contains a fake warrant, asking the CFO to click a link to download important legal documents. Because it's a legal matter and appears highly official, the CFO clicks the link, which leads to malware being installed on the company's network. So whaling attacks are dangerous because they often involve larger sums of money or more sensitive information. So when high-level executives fall for these scams, the consequences can be disastrous. Next comes SEO phishing. So SEO phishing takes a different approach. So instead of targeting individuals with emails or text messages, hackers create fake websites and manipulate search engines so that these sites show up at the top of search results. So people who are searching for services or products may unknowingly click on these malicious websites. For example, imagine you are trying to log into Bank of America and you search for Bank of America login. So a phishing site could show up at the top of the result, looking exactly like the original website. You fill out the form, entering your personal and payment information. But instead of going to the bank, all of that information goes straight to the hacker. So SEO phishing works because we trust search engines to lead us to legitimate sites. Hackers take advantage of that trust by manipulating search engine algorithms to display their malicious sites. And finally, there's smishing, which stands for SMS phishing. Smishing involves sending fraudulent messages through SMS or text. So these texts often appear to come from a trusted source, like your bank or a delivery service, and contain a link that leads to a phishing site. For example, let's say you get a text that looks like it's from a delivery company such as FedEx, telling you to set your delivery preferences. The message includes a link to do the same. When you click the link, it takes you to a fake FedEx site that asks for your name, address, and credit card information to cover delivery fees. So smishing is effective because people tend to trust text messages more than emails, especially when they're on the go and may not scrutinize the message as closely. Anyways, fortunately, there are several things you can do to protect yourself from phishing attacks. So first and foremost, always think before you click. If you get an email or text asking you to click a link, stop and think. Does this look suspicious? Hover over the link to see where it actually leads before you click. Next, don't upload personal information online. Be careful where you share your personal information online. Hackers often gather details from social media or public profiles to make their phishing attempts more convincing. So make sure to keep your software, operating system, and apps updated. Regular updates include security patches that protect against known vulnerabilities. Next is use antivirus and email security. Install a good antivirus program and use email services with phishing filters. These tools can block many phishing emails before they even reach your inbox. And lastly, use a secure DNS service. This can prevent you from even accessing malicious websites, adding an extra layer of protection. Now, even with these precautions, phishing attacks can sometimes be successful. So what happens if you're already fallen a victim? Let's talk about what to do after a phishing attack. So if you realize you have fallen for a phishing attack, don't panic. There are steps you can take to minimize the damage. First, report the attack to cybercrime authorities. In many countries, there are dedicated teams that handle online fraud, and the faster they are notified, the better. Next, change the passwords for any accounts that may have been compromised. Make sure each password is unique and avoid using the same password for multiple accounts. Next, enable multi-factor authentication on your accounts. MFA adds an extra step, like a code sent to your phone, which makes it harder for hackers to gain access. And lastly, run a full malware scan on your devices. If you clicked a link or downloaded something from the phishing attack, malware might have been installed. So it's important to remove it as quickly as possible. And there you have it. We have covered everything you need to know about phishing attacks, from how they work, the different types, to some real-life examples of phishing disasters, and most importantly, how you can protect yourself.
Do you know, friends, that Wireshark is a powerful network protocol analyzer that helps you capture and analyze network traffic in real time? It allows you to deep dive into data packets traveling through your network, giving you insights into network performance, security, and troubleshooting. In this tutorial, we'll guide you through the basics of using Wireshark, from setting up your capture environment to interpreting the data. By the end of this tutorial, you'll have a solid understanding of how to navigate Wireshark interface, set of filters, and analyze the network traffic for different use cases. So guys, let us start first by understanding what is Wireshark. So guys, Wireshark is a comprehensive open source network protocol analyzer that basically allows user to capture and analyze the data traveling over the network in real time. It is widely used by network administrators, security professionals, and also developers for various purposes. For example, guys, like network troubleshooting, where you have to identify and resolve network issues by examining the traffic patterns and diagnosing the connectivity problems. The next one is network analysis, which we'll also be doing in our hands-on, where you have to understand and optimize network performance by analyzing data flows and interaction between network systems. The third one is security auditing. You will also have to detect and investigate unusual or potentially malicious network activities such as unauthorized access or data breaches. And finally, you have a protocol development, where you can debug and develop network protocols by capturing and analyzing protocol messages and behaviors. The key features of Wireshark are: the first one is packet capture. Wireshark captures packets of data transmitted over the network. Each packet contains a wealth of information, including source and destination addresses. And also you get protocol, types, and payload data. So as you can see all over here, I've already downloaded Wireshark, and I'll guide you also how to download it. But as you can see, these are the lines that shows that the Wi-Fi packet, graph is showing that this is how the packets are transmitting. So this is basically the real-time analysis what you can get through in Wireshark. Next one is you get a detailed inspection. Guys, Wireshark also decodes and displays data at various protocol layers. Example, you can get Ethernet, IP, TCP, HTTP, which allows for detailed examinations of network communications. You can also perform filtering and searching. Then you'll also get a chance to do data visualization, which includes features for visualizing network traffics such as flow graphs, as you can see all over here, and also statistics, which can help in understanding network behavior and performance. Wireshark is available for multi-operating systems, like for Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and many more. Now, there are certain scenarios where network security engineers use it. Suppose for network performance monitoring, where you track and analyze the performance of network applications and services. You also get an incident response. You investigate and respond to network security incidents by analyzing captured traffic. And you also do the protocol analysis, where you examine and troubleshoot network protocols and ensure proper implementation. Now, let us start with the Wireshark. So first, let us download the Wireshark. And before we download it, I expect that you would have got some brief idea regarding what is Wireshark. Now, what you have to do, guys, you have to go at this link, wireshark.org.download.html. So since I'm using Windows, so I have clicked on Windows x64 installer. Just right click on this. So as you can see, it will start downloading. So guys, since I've already downloaded it, I may not have to do it again. And the steps are very simple. Just you have to click yes, and it's going to download all the required dependencies and your installer will be ready. And after clicking all the OKs, you are going to get something like this. So this is your entry of the Wireshark network analyzer. Now, so as you can see all over here, you can capture the network packets from these interfaces. So you can see local area connection 10, adapter lookup, traffic capture, Bluetooth is there, then you have the Ethernets, okay? So let us choose the Wi-Fi as a network interface, okay? And just click on this. So as you can see all over here, so many of the packets have started running up, okay? And this is a shark icon. So basically, it is doing the real-time packet capturing where you have all these things. So now, let us try to understand what is there in Wireshark. So you can see you have file. Basically, for managing files, you have open, save, export. Okay, so these kind of options are there. You can also export the TLS session keys. Okay, you can export the objects and you can do print, quit. Then here in the edit, so edit, you can modify the preferences, settings, and profiles. If you talk about view, you can adjust the layout all over here of Wireshark. If you talk about go, you can navigate through the packets all over here. Then here is a capture. You can start or stop all over here. You can restart it. Then next is analyze. So as you can see all over here, you have display filters, display filter macros, display filter expressions, and many more. Okay. Similarly, you have statistics, okay, which helps in viewing network statistics and data summaries. Here you have telephony for using these kind of protocols, okay. Then you have wireless, okay. Then you have tools all over here, firewall, ACL rules, MAC address, okay. And there you have the help icon. So this is a very basic overview of this application. Now, let us do some basic exercises first. So let us try to capture a traffic first, okay. So since I've already selected our network interface as Wi-Fi, and let us restart it. So you can just go on capture and just start the restart. Okay. So this has started. Now go to your browser and just type, say, HTTP, okay, and say bin.org is the file. So guys, this is a basic website that we have requested on our browser, and let us go to our Wireshark and stop this for a moment. So as you can see all over here, this icon shows applying a display filter. Now go all over here and type the filter, say HTTP, okay, and you can say our filtering would be done. So as you can see, here you have the source, you have the destination, here you have the time, here you have the number, here you have the length of the packets, okay, and this is the info, okay. So now let us do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. So as you can see all over here, the first one is HTTP request and responses. So as you can see, this is our source, okay. We are sending a request to the destination address with 44.219.81.240. The protocol is HTTP and the length of the packet is 480. And it is basically a GET request, okay. So get HTTP/1.1. Now there is a reply from this destination all over here and to the destination at our source. The protocol is still HTTP. Now the length of the packet is increased, is 887. And what we are getting, guys, all over here, that the status is 200 and it says okay. Now, as you can see, what we are getting basically an HTML file all over here. Okay. Now, similarly, we are again requesting and we are getting a JSON file all over here. Now, getting a specific JSON HTTP 1.1 and similarly reply is coming. So as you can see, it's a to and fro motion where we are requesting to a destination, which is the browser with the protocol HTTP, and similarly, we are getting a reply from our destination. So guys, this is our device and this is the given resource we are trying to access on our browser. So basically, now we can see these are the content types, which is text HTML for the HTML structure. Okay, and also you can see all over here, this is a JSON type. Okay, and these are the type of the content we are trying to access it. Okay, and this is the request what we have done to our destination, which is the browser. Okay, with the bin org, and it is returning a text.html file. I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea like how you can do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. Now let us try to do one more example, which will make our concepts more clear. Now, guys, I will show you one more use case of this, that you can diagnose the network issues with ping and trace command. Okay, so with the help of Wireshark, this can also be done, guys. So what you need next is you can open a terminal. Okay, and just right click all over here, and now in this, what we are going to do, guys, we are going to generate an ICMP traffic. So with the help of ping command. Okay, so now what we do, we type ping, say google.com, and you can see all over here the request and reply have started. And now what we will do, guys, we will use the tracer command for tracing our packet flow. So you can see something we have got all over here. We will discuss about this bit later. Now let us open our Wireshark. Okay, and what we'll do, guys, we will type ICMP. Okay, and just click all over here. Okay, so guys, go to the filter and type ICMP. Okay, and just click all over here. And but before that, you have to stop this. And now let us try. So you can see all over here that here the destination is showing unreachable, but here we are getting the reply. Okay, now let us try to examine this protocol. Okay, so what all over here, let us try to understand first what we did in the terminal. Okay, so guys, when we are typing the command ping google.com, this command is basically testing the reachability of google.com by sending the Internet Control Message Protocol or ICMP echo request packets and waiting for the replies, which is echo response. Now guys, let us break down the ping results. So first 3 replies, we are going to see that each reply shows the IP address of 142.250.193.110, which is one of the Google servers. And you can see the round trip time latency for the packets. For the first time, it is showing around 76 milliseconds. For second round trip time, it is showing around 88. Then third is 99, and fourth one is 30 milliseconds. Now you can see there is something called time to live also, and in this case the time to live for each packet is around 55 milliseconds. Okay, so basically this field indicates how many hops or routers the packet can pass through before being discarded. Okay, now you can also see the request timeout. So the fourth packet is a request timeout, meaning no reply was received within this set time. And you can also see the ping statistics. So you can say here sent 4 packets, received 4 packets, and there is no loss. Okay, so this is one thing. And also approximate round trip in milliseconds, you can see minimum is 30 milliseconds and maximum is 99 milliseconds. Average is calculated 73 milliseconds. So this is statistics what we got. Now you can see all over here we have the tracer command. Okay, so here no arguments are provided first. So let us try to understand. The D means do not resolve IP address to host names. Okay, where H means maximum number of hops of routers to search, and W means timeout in milliseconds for each reply. So suppose if I see tracer google.com, so guys, this will show all the hops that the packet has to travel through reach the Google server, which will help to diagnose where the delays or issues might occur on the path. Now, you can see all over here, there are a lot of options are given. So similarly, you can read this. Now let us try to do the Wireshark analysis. So you can see all over here with our source 10.101.5.118, and we are sending the request to the Google server. And this is Internet Control Message Protocol. So you can see all over here, this is echo. This is a ping request with ID 0x001. And we can see the sequence is also given, the time to live, and we are replying in 7641 milliseconds. So this packet is basically what we are doing, guys. We are 7630 is our packet number, and this is what we are sending as a request. Then 7641 is a reply from the Google server with the given ID, okay, the sequence number of this and the time to live, and it is also giving the request one. Now what you can do, guys, you can also apply one filter all over here. We can, okay, now with the help of this, you can just see there are a lot of options as a filtering, okay. So you can read the documentation for this, and whenever it is turning red, guys, it is showing something as error, okay. And now let us do this, and let us type our IP address, say 101, okay, 1.5.118. Okay, so this is also one of the way you can apply the filter. Okay, so it's going to filter out the IP address. Okay, say let's do this. So it is going to filter out our IP address, which is basically the same which is sending, because we have not given any other ping request. So guys, here what we can see, so this is kind of the analysis what we are doing basically. Okay, so guys, this was a Wireshark analysis for diagnosing the network issues with the help of ping and trace commands. And you can do a lot more other things with the help of Wireshark. Basically, these tools are used by network administrators, hackers, and also network engineers to understand the network performance, diagnose the network issues. Okay, so this was a short exercise which I have shown you about the basics of Wireshark. I hope so you would have enjoyed our today's video.
Next on our docket is a live demonstration where we solve a set of cross-site scripting problems starting from the basic level to the topmost level 6. We're going to start at level 1. In this web application, it demonstrates the common cause of cross-site scripting where user input is directly included in the page without proper escaping. If we interact with a vulnerable application window here and find a way to make it execute JavaScript of our choosing, we can take actions inside the vulnerable window or directly edit its URL bar. This task needs only basic knowledge. Let's see why the most primitive injections work here right away. Let's do a simple query and inspect the resulting HTML page. I'm going to use this phrase with a single quote as a special character. We can now inspect the HTML page. We can see here in this line, the special character single quote appears in the result over here. The provided query text is placed directly in a B tag, as in a body element. We need to perform a reflected XSS into the web application because they are non-persistent XSS attacks, and the payload should be included in the URL to perform successful exploitation. We can use any payload, but we're going to use the simple one to perform an alert in this web application. It's simple and can be shown easily. We're just going to write the script over here. And we're going to press search. As you can see, we have successfully launched our first cross-site scripting attack. We can see an alert box pop up with the necessary message, and a similar process can be used to steal browser cookies and passwords, albeit with different commands. Now we have the option to move to level 2. In this web application, it shows that how easily XSS bugs can be introduced in complex chat applications. Chat app conversations are stored in a database and retrieved when a user wants to see the conversation. Therefore, if a malicious user injects some JavaScript code, all visitors will be infected. This kind of cross-site scripting attack is more powerful and it is more riskier than reflected cross-site scripting attacks, and that's why it is known as stored XSS. I posted my query with a special character of a single quote, and this is what I get. Whatever I typed in simply appeared on the page right after I click on Share Status. Let's see the source. You can see here, the text I posted seems directly put inside a block quote tag. So even a simple script tag we used in level 1 should work here, but it will not. Let us examine the code to understand why. We're going to toggle the code over here and check the index.html file. Important part is line 32. The generated HTML fragment, which is the HTML variable in the code, is added to the mail HTML using the inner HTML method. So when the browser parsing this HTML fragment, it will not execute any script tag defined within that HTML fragment. HTML parser will not execute a script tag when it parses HTMLs via this method. This is why the script tag like we used in level 1 is not going to work here. Our solution is to use events. Events will execute the defined JavaScripts. We're going to use an image over here. And when we press on Share Status, in the above injection, we are loading an image that doesn't exist, which causes to trigger an onError event. In onError event, it will execute our alert method. With that, we are able to beat level 2, and we can now move up to the next level in our challenge. As you can see, clicking on any tab causes the tab number to be displayed in the URL fragment. This hints that the value after the hashtag controls the behavior of the page. That is, it is an input variable. To confirm, let's analyze the code. As you can see in line 43, inside the event handling, the value provided after the hash in the URL is directly passed onto the choTab method. No input validation is being performed. The value passed to the choseTab method is directly injected into the img tag in line 17. This is an unsafe assignment and it is the vulnerable part of the code. Now all we have to do now is to craft a payload that would adjust the img tag to execute our JavaScript. Remember, the script tag from level 1 would not work here since the variable HTML is used to add the DOM dynamically. Hence the events are aces here once again. I will choose to use the existing img tag and change the source to something that doesn't exist, hence forcing it to fall in to execute an onError, even which I will pass the URL. Once we visit that URL, we can see that our Java pop-up has opened up here with the same message of XSS level 3 has been completed. With this, we can now move on to level 4, which is going to present a different kind of attack. In this web application, there is a timer on the page. That means whatever numbers we put in the box, a countdown starts. And then when it finishes, the application alerts that the countdown is finished. And we can see the time is up pop-up appearing over here, and this resets the timer again. Now it is obvious that the value entered in the text box is transferred to the server over the timer parameter in the URL. Let us examine the code to see how the timer parameter is being handled. We're going to visit timer.html over here. And we're going to check over here. In line 21, the start timer method is being called in the onload event. However, the timer parameter is being directly passed to the start timer method. We need to perform a pop-up alert in the web application which escapes the content of the function start timer without breaking the JavaScript code. The parameter value is directly added to the start timer method without any filtering. What we can try to do here is to inject an alert function to be executed inside the onload event along with the start timer method. We're going to remove this argument and put our script over here. Now when we press on create timer, and we have a pop-up with the XSS level 4 completed. We can now move on to level 5. In this web application, this application XSS is different because this challenge description says cross-site scripting isn't just about correctly escaping data. Sometimes attackers can do bad things even without injecting new elements into the DOM. It's kind of open redirect because the attack payload is executed as a result of modifying the DOM environment in the victim's browser. This environment is used by the original client-side script so that the client-side code runs in an unexpected manner. The vulnerability can be easily detected if the next link in the sign-up page is inspected. The href attribute value of next link is confirm, which is exactly the value of the next URL query parameter. As you can see over here. This means using the next query parameter can be used to inject a JavaScript code to the href attribute of the next link. The following is the best way to do it. As soon as the user clicks on the link, the script will be triggered. We're going to press anything random. And now that we click next, we can see the XSS level 5 that we had provided in the URL as a parameter to the next variable. Since the value of next provided appears on a pop-up, we can consider the attack a success and move on to the final level 6. In this web application, it shows some of the external JavaScript is retrieved. If you analyze the URL, you can see that the script is loaded already. The vulnerability lies within how the code handles the value after the hashtag. If you check on line 45, the value right after the hashtag is taken as the gadget name. And then in line 48, the value is directly passed on to the include gadget method. And in the include gadget method that we can see over here, you can see in line 18, a script tag is created and the URL gadget name parameter value is directly used as the source attribute of the script tag in line 28. This means we can completely control the source attribute of the script tag that is being created. That is, with this vulnerability, we can inject our own JavaScript file into the code. We can inject a URL of our own hosted JavaScript into the web application's URL after the hashtag, and the URL should not be using HTTPS but anything like that to bypass the regular expression for security checking. We're going to remove the pre-stored URL and we're going to load our own JavaScript file. Finally, we have reached the end of our challenge. We completed 6 different varieties of cross-scripting attacks and used different solutions for all of the 6 questions. With work from home being the norm in today's era, people spend considerable amount of time on the internet, often without specific measures to ensure a secure session. Apart from individuals, organizations worldwide that host data and conduct business over the internet are always at the risk of a DDoS attack. These DDoS attacks are getting more extreme, with hackers getting easy access to the graph. 3 of the 6 strongest DDoS attacks were launched in 2021, with the most extreme attack occurring just last year in 2020. Lately, cybercriminals have been actively seeking out new services and protocols for amplifying these DDoS attacks. Active involvement with hacked machines and botnets allow further penetration into the consumer space, allowing much more elaborate attack campaigns. Apart from general users, multinational corporations have also had their fair share of problems. GitHub, a platform for software developers, was the target of a DDoS attack in 2018. Widely suspected to be conducted by Chinese authorities, this attack went on for about 20 minutes, after which the systems were brought into a stable condition. It was the strongest DDoS attack to date at the time and made a lot of companies reconsider the security practices to combat such attacks. Even after years of experimentation, DDoS attacks are still at large and can affect anyone in the consumer and corporate space. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on what is a DDoS attack. Let's learn more about what is a DDoS attack. A distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, is when an attacker or attackers attempt to make it impossible for a service to be delivered. This can be achieved by thwarting access to virtually anything: servers, devices, services, networks, applications, and even specific transactions within applications. In a DOS attack, it's one system that is sending the malicious data or requests. A DDoS attack comes from multiple systems. Generally, these attacks work by drowning a system with requests for data. This could be sending a web server so many requests to serve a page that it crashes under the demand, or it could be a database being hit with a high volume of queries. The result is available internet bandwidth, CPU, and RAM capacity become overwhelmed. The impact could range from a minor annoyance from disrupted services to experiencing entire websites, applications, or even entire businesses taking offline. More often than not, these attacks are launched using machines in a botnet. A botnet is a network of devices that can be triggered to send requests from a remote source, often known as the command and control center. The bots in the network attack a particular target, thereby hiding the original perpetrator of the DDoS campaign. But how do these devices come under a botnet? And what are the requests being made to the web servers? Let's learn more about these and how DDoS attacks work. A DDoS attack is a two-phase process. In the first phase, a hacker creates a botnet of devices. Simply put, a vast network of computers are hacked via malware, ransomware, or just simple social engineering. These devices become a part of the botnet, which can be triggered anytime to start bombarding a system or a server on the instruction of the hacker that created the botnet. The devices in these networks are called bots or zombies. In the second phase, a particular target is selected for the attack. When the hacker finds the right time to attack, all the zombies in the botnet network send these requests to the target, thereby taking up all the server's available bandwidth. These can be simple ping requests or complex attacks like SYN flooding and UDP flooding. The aim is to overwhelm them with more traffic than the server or the network can accommodate. The goal is to render the website or service inoperable. There is a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the type of DDoS attack a hacker can go with. Depending on the target's vulnerability, we can choose one of the three broad categories of DDoS attacks. Volume-based attacks use massive amounts of bogus traffic to overwhelm a resource. It can be a website or a server. They include ICMP, UDP, and spoofed packet flood attacks. The size of volume-based attack is measured in bits per second. These attacks focus on clogging all the available bandwidth for the server, thereby cutting the supply short. Several requests are sent to the server, all of which warrant a reply, thereby not allowing the target to cater to the general legitimate users. Next, we have the protocol level attacks. These attacks are meant to consume essential resources of the target server. They exhaust the load balancers and firewalls, which are meant to protect the system against the DDoS attacks. These protocol attacks include SYN floods and Smurf DDoS, among others, and the size is measured in packets per second. For example, in an SSL handshake, server replies to the hello message sent by the hacker, which will be the client in this case, but since the IP is spoofed and leads nowhere, the server gets stuck in an endless loop of sending the acknowledgement without any end in sight. Finally, we have the application level attacks. Application layer attacks are conducted by flooding applications with maliciously crafted requests. The size of application layer attacks is measured in requests per second. These are relatively sophisticated attacks that target the application and operating system level vulnerabilities. They prevent the specific applications from delivering necessary information to users and hog the network bandwidth up to the point of a system crash. Examples of such an attack are HTTP flooding and BGP hijacking. A single device can request data from a server using HTTP POST or GET without any issues. However, when the requisite botnet is instructed to bombard the server with thousands of requests, the database bandwidth gets jammed and it eventually becomes unresponsive and unusable. But what about the reasons for such an attack? There are multiple lines of thought as to why a hacker decides to launch a DDoS attack on unsuspecting targets. Let's take a look at a few of them. The first option is to gain a competitive advantage. Many DDoS attacks are conducted by hacking communities against rival groups. Some organizations hire such communities to stagger their rivals' resources at a network level to gain an advantage in the playing field. Since being a victim of a DDoS attack indicates a lack of security, the reputation of such a company takes a significant hit, allowing the rivals to cover up some ground. Secondly, some hackers launch these DDoS attacks to hold multinational corporations at ransom. The resources are jammed, and the only way to clear the way is if the target company agrees to pay a designated amount of money to the hackers. Even a few minutes of inactivity is detrimental to a company's reputation in the global market, and it can cause a spiral effect, both in terms of market value and product security index. Most of the time, a compromise is reached and the resources are freed after a while. DDoS attacks have also found use in the political segment. Certain activists tend to use DDoS attacks to voice their opinion. Spreading the word online is much faster than any local rally or forum. Primarily political, these attacks also focus on online communities, ethical dilemmas, or even protests against corporations. Let's take a look at a few ways that companies and individuals can protect themselves against DDoS attacks. The company can employ load balancers and firewalls to help protect the data from such attacks. Load balancers reroute the traffic from one server to another in a DDoS attack. This reduces the single point of failure and adds resiliency to the server data. A firewall blocks unwanted traffic into a system and manages the number of requests made at a definite rate. It checks for multiple attacks from a single IP and occasional slowdowns to detect a DDoS attack in action. Early detection of a DDoS attack goes a long way in recovering the data lost in such an event. Once you've detected the attack, you will have to find a way to respond. For example, you will have to work on dropping the malicious DDoS traffic before it reaches your server so that it doesn't throttle and exhaust your bandwidth. Here's where you will filter the traffic so that only legitimate traffic reaches the server. By intelligent routing, you can break the remaining traffic into manageable chunks that can be handled by your cluster resources. The most important stage in DDoS mitigation is where you will look for patterns of DDoS attacks and use those to analyze and strengthen your mitigation techniques. For example, blocking an IP that's repeatedly found to be offending is a first step. Cloud providers like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure, who offer high levels of cybersecurity, including firewalls and threat monitoring software, can help protect your assets and network from DDoS criminals. The cloud also has greater bandwidth than most private networks, so it is likely to fail if under the pressure of increased DDoS attacks. Additionally, reputable cloud providers offer network redundancy, duplicating copies of your data, systems, and equipment, so that if your service becomes corrupted or unavailable due to a DDoS attack, you can switch to a secure access on backed up versions without missing a beat. One can also increase the amount of bandwidth available to a host server being targeted. Since DDoS attacks fundamentally operate on the principle of overwhelming systems with heavy traffic, simply provisioning extra bandwidth to handle unexpected traffic spikes can provide a measure of protection. This solution can prove expensive, as a lot of that bandwidth is going to go unused most of the time. A content delivery network, or a CDN, distributes your content and boosts performance by minimizing the distance between your resources and end users. It stores the cached version of your content in multiple locations, and this eventually mitigates DDoS attacks by avoiding a single point of failure when the attacker is trying to focus on a single target. Popular CDNs include Akamai CDN, Cloudflare, AWS CloudFront, etc. Let's start with our demo regarding the effects of DDoS attacks on a system. For our demo, we have a single device that will attack a target, making it a DOS attack of sorts. Once a botnet is ready, multiple devices can do the same and eventually emulate a DDoS attack. To do so, we will use the virtualization software called VMware with an instance of Cybersecurity operating system running. For a target machine, we will be running another VMware instance of a standard Linux distribution known as Linux Lite. In a target device, we can use Wireshark to determine when the attack begins and see the effects of the attack accordingly. This is Linux Lite, which is our target machine, and this is Cybersecurity, which is used by the hacker when trying to launch a DDoS attack. This is just one of the distros that can be used. To launch the attack, we must first find the IP address of our target. So to find the IP address, we open the terminal. We use the command ifconfig. And here we can find the IP address. Now remember, we're launching this attack in VMware. Now both the instances of Cybersecurity and Linux Lite are being run on my local network. So the address that you can see here is 192.168.72.129, which is a private address. This IP cannot be accessed from outside the network, basically anyone who is not connected to my Wi-Fi. When launching attacks with public servers or public addresses, it will have a public IP address that does not belong to the 192.168 subnet. Once we have the IP address, we can use a tool called hping3. hping3 is an open source packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol. To check what are the effects of an attack, we will be using Wireshark. Wireshark is a network traffic analyzer. We can see whatever traffic that is passing through the Linux Lite distro is being displayed over here with the IP address, the source IP, and the destination IP as to where the request is being transferred to. Once we have the DOS attack launched, you can see the results coming over here from the source IP, which will be Cybersecurity. Now, to launch the hping3 command, we need to give sudo access to the console, which is the root access. Now, we have the root access for the console. The hping3 command will have a few arguments to go with it, which are, as you can see on the screen. -s and a flood, a -v, -p80, and the IP address of the target, which is 192.168.72.129. In this command, we have a few arguments such as the -s, which specifies SYN packets. Like in an SSL handshake, we have the SYN request that the client sends to the server to initiate a connection. The -flood aims to ignore the replies that the server will send back to the client in response to the SYN packets. Here the parent security OS is the client and Linux Lite being the server. -v stands for verbosity, as in where we will see some output when the requests are being sent. The -p80 stands for port 80, which we can replace the port number if we want to attack a different port. And finally, we have the IP address of our target. As of right now, if we check Wireshark, it is relatively clear and there is no indication of a DDoS attack incoming. Now once we launch the attack over here, we can see the requests coming in from this IP, which is 192.168.72.128. Till now, even the network is responsive, and so is Linux Lite. The requests keep on coming, and we can see the HTTP flooding has started in flood mode. After a few seconds of this attack continuing, the server will start shutting down. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro that can focus on that serves as a backend. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro, and such Linux distros are served as backend to many servers across the world. For example, a few seconds have passed from the attack. Now the system has become completely irresponsive. This has happened due to the huge number of requests that came from parent security. You can see whatever I press, nothing is responded. Even the Wireshark has stopped capturing new requests because the CPU usage right now is completely 100%, and at this point of time, anyone who is trying to request some information from this Linux distro, or where this Linux distro is being used as a backend for a server or a database, cannot access anything else. The system has completely stopped responding, and any request, any legitimate request from legitimate users will be dropped. Once we stop the attack over here, it takes a bit of time to settle down. Now remember, it's still out of control, but eventually the traffic dies down and the system regains its strength. It is relatively easy to gauge right now the effect of a DOS attack. Now remember, this Linux Lite is just a VM instance. Actual website servers and web databases, they have much more bandwidth and are very secure, and it is tough to break into. That is why we cannot use a single machine to break into them. That is where a DDoS attack comes into play. What we did right now is a DOS attack, as in a single system is being used to penetrate a target server using a single request. Now, when a DDoS attack, multiple systems such as multiple parent security instances or multiple zombies or bots in a botnet network can attack a target server to completely shut down the machine and drop any legitimate request, thereby rendering the service and the target completely unusable and inoperable. As a final note, we would like to remind that this is for educational purposes only, and we do not endorse any attacks on any domains. Only test this on servers and networks that you have permission to test on. Cybersecurity has become one of the most rigid industries in the last decade, while simultaneously being the most challenged. With every aspect of corporate culture going online and embracing cloud computing, there is a plethora of critical data circulating through the internet, all worth billions of dollars to the right person. Increasing benefits require more complex attacks, and one of these attacks is a brute force attack. A brute force, or known as brute force cracking, is the cyber attack equivalent of trying every key on your keyring and eventually finding the right one. Brute force attacks are simple and reliable. There is no prior knowledge needed about the victim to start an attack. Most of the systems falling prey to brute force attacks are actually well secured. Attackers let a computer do the work. that is trying different combinations of usernames and passwords until they find one that works. Due to this repeated trial and error format, the strength of password matters a great deal. Although with enough time and resources, brute force will break a system since they run multiple combinations until they find the right passcode. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on what is a brute force attack. Let's begin with learning about brute force attacks in detail. A brute force attack, also known as an exhaustive search, is a cryptographic hack that relies on guessing possible combinations of targeted password until the current password is discovered. It can be used to break into online accounts, encrypted documents, or even network peripheral devices. The longer the password, the more combinations that will need to be tested. A brute force attack can be time-consuming and difficult to perform if methods such as data obfuscation are used, and at times downright impossible. However, if the password is weak, it could merely take seconds with hardly any effort. Dictionary attacks are an alternative to brute force attacks, where the attacker already has a list of usernames and passwords that need to be tested against the target. It doesn't need to create any other combinations on its own. Dictionary attacks are much more reliable than brute force in a real-world context, but the usefulness depends entirely on the strength of passwords being used by the general population. There is a three-step process when it comes to brute forcing a system. Let's learn about each of them in detail. In step 1, we have to settle on a tool that we are going to use for brute forcing. There are some popular names on the market like Hashcat, Hydra, and John the Ripper. While each of them has its own strengths and weaknesses, each of them perform well with the right configuration. All of these tools come pre-installed with certain Linux distributions that cater to penetration testers and cybersecurity analysts like Kali Linux and Parrot Security. After deciding what tool to use, we can start generating combinations of alphanumeric variables whose only limitation is the number of characters. For example, while using Hydra, a single 6-digit password will create 900,000 passwords with only digits involved. Add alphabets and symbols to that sample space and that number grows exponentially. The popular tools allow customizing this process. Let's say the hacker is aware of the password being a specific 8-digit word containing only letters and symbols. This will substantially increase the chances of being able to guess the right password since we remove the time taken to generate the longer ones. We omit the need for including digits in such combinations. These small tweaks go a long way in organizing an efficient brute force attack since running all the combinations with no filters will dramatically reduce the odds of finding the right credentials in time. In the final step, we run these combinations against the file or service that is being broken. We can try and break into a specific encrypted document, a social media account, or even devices at home that connect to the internet. Let's say there is a Wi-Fi router. The generated passwords are then fed into the connection one after the other. It is a long and arduous process, but the work is left to the computer rather than someone manually clicking and checking each of these passcodes. Any password that doesn't unlock the router is discarded and the brute force tool simply moves on to the next one. This keeps going on until we find the right combination which unlocks the router. Sometimes reaching the success stage takes days and weeks, which makes it cumbersome for people with low computing power at their disposal. However, the ability to crack any system in the world purely due to bad password habits is very appealing, and the general public tends to stick with simple and easy to use passwords. Now that we have a fair idea about how brute force works, let's see if we can answer this question. We learned about how complex passwords are tougher to crack by brute force. Among the ones listed on the screens, which one do you believe will take the longest to be broken when using brute force tools? Leave your answers in the comment section and we will get back to you with the correct option next week. Let's move on to the harmful effects of getting a system compromised due to brute force attacks. A hacked laptop or mobile can have social media accounts logged in, giving the hackers free access to the victim's connections. It has been reported on multiple occasions where compromised Facebook accounts are sending malicious links and attachments to people on their friends list. One of the significant reasons for hacking Malware infusion is best done when spread from multiple devices, similar to distributing spam. This reduces the chance of circling back the source to a single device which belongs to the hacker. Once brute forced, a system can spread malware via email attachments, sharing links, file upload via FTP, etc. Personal information such as credit card data, usage habits, private images and videos are all stored in our systems, be it in plain format or root folders. A compromised laptop means easy access to these information that can be further used to impersonate the victim regarding bank verification, among other things. Once a system is hacked, it can also be used as a mail server that distributes spam across lists of victims. Since the hacked machines all have different IP addresses and MAC addresses, it becomes challenging to trace the spam back to the original hacker. With so many harmful implications arising from a brute force attack, it's imperative that the general public must be protected against such. Let's learn about some of the ways we can prevent ourselves from becoming a victim of brute force attacks. Using passwords consisting of alphabets, letters, and numbers have a much higher chance of withstanding brute force attacks thanks to the sheer number of combinations they can produce. The longer the password, the less likely it is that a hacker will devote the time and resources to brute force them. Having alphanumeric passwords also allows the user to keep different passwords for different websites. This is to ensure that if a single account or a password is compromised due to a breach or a hack, the rest of the accounts are isolated from the incident. Two-factor authentication involves receiving a one-time password on a trusted device before a new login is allowed. This OTP can be obtained either via email, SMS, or specific 2FA applications like Authy and Aegis. Email and SMS-based OTPs are considered relatively less secure nowadays due to the ease with which SIM cards can be duplicated and mailboxes can be hacked. Applications that are specifically made for 2FA cores are much more reliable and secure. CAPTCHAs are used to stop bots from running through web pages precisely to prevent brute forcing through their website. Since brute force tools are automated, forcing the hacker to solve CAPTCHA for every iteration of a password manually is very challenging. The CAPTCHA system can filter out these automated bots that keep refreshing the page with different credentials, thereby reducing the chances of brute force considerably. A definite rule that locks the account being hacked for 30 minutes after a specific number of attempts is a good way to prevent brute force attempts. Many websites lock account for 30 minutes after 3 failed password attempts to secure the account against any such attack. On an additional note, some websites also send an email instructing the user that there have been 3 insecure attempts to log into the website. Let's look at a demonstration of how brute force attacks work in a real-world situation. The world has gone wireless. With Wi-Fi taking the reins in every household, it's natural that their security will always be up for debate. To further test the security index and understand brute force attacks, we will attempt to break into the password of a Wi-Fi router. For that to happen, we first need to capture a handshake file, which is a connection file from the Wi-Fi router to a connecting device like a mobile or a laptop. The operating system used for this process is Parrot Security, a Linux distribution that is catered to penetration testers. All the tools being used in this demo can easily be found pre-installed in this operating system.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
To start our demo, we're going to use a tool called Airgeddon, which is made to hack into wireless networks specifically. At this point, it's going to check for all the necessary scripts that are installed in the system. To crack into a Wi-Fi and to capture the handshake file, we're going to need an external network card. The significance of the external network card is a managed mode and a monitor mode. For now, the WLX1 named card is my external network adapter, which I'm going to select. To be able to capture data over the air, we're going to need to put it in monitor mode. As you can see above, it's written it is in managed mode right now. So we're going to select option 2, which is to put the interface in monitor mode. And its name is now WLAN 0 monitor. The monitor mode is necessary to capture data over the air. That is the necessary reason why we need an external card, since a lot of inbuilt cards that come with the laptops and the systems, they cannot have a monitor mode installed. Once we select the mode, we can go into the fifth, which is the handshake tools menu. In the first step, we have to explore for targets, and it is written that monitor mode is necessary to select a target. So let's explore for targets and press enter. We have to let this run for about 60 seconds to get a fair idea about the networks that are currently working in this locality. For example, this ESS ID is supposed to be the Wi-Fi name that we see when connecting to a network. Geo24, Recover Me, these are all the names that we see on our mobile when trying to search for the Wi-Fis. This BSS ID is supposed to be an identifier, somewhat like a MAC address that identifies this network from other devices. The channels features on one or two, there are many channels that the networks can focus on. This here is supposed to be a client that is connected to one such network. For example, the station that you can see 5626, this is supposed to be the MAC address of the device that is connected to a router. This BSS ID is supposed to be which Wi-Fi it is connected to. For example, 5895D8 is this one, which is the Geo24 router. So we already know which router has a device connected to it, and we can use our attack to capture this handshake. Now that it has already run for 1 minute, now that we press Ctrl C, we will be asked to select a target. See, it has already selected the number 5, which is the Geo24 router, as the one with clients. So it is easy to run an attack on, and it is easy to capture a handshake for. We select network 5 and we run a capture handshake. It says we have a valid WPA2 network target selected and that the script can continue. Now, to capture the handshake, we have a couple of attacks, a deauth or a deauth air replay attack. What this attack does is kick the clients out of the network. In return, when they try to reconnect to the Wi-Fi, as they are configured that way, that when a client is disconnected, it tries to reconnect it immediately, it tries to capture a handshake file, which in turn contains the security key, which is necessary to initiate the handshake. For our demo, let's go with the second option, that is the deauth air replay attack. Select a timeout value, let's say we give it 60 seconds, and we start the script. We can see it capturing data from the Geo24 network, and here we go. We have the WPA handshake file. Once the handshake file is captured, you can actually close this, and here we go, congratulations. In order to capturing a handshake, it has verified that a PMK ID from the target network has successfully been captured. This is the file that is already stored. It's a .cap file. For the path, let's say we can keep it in a desktop. Okay, we give the path and the handshake file is generated. We can already see a target over here, same Geo24 router with the BSS ID. Now if we return to its main menu, we already have the handshake file captured with us. Now our job is to brute force into that handshake capture file. The capture file is often encrypted with the security key of the Wi-Fi network. If we know how to decrypt it, we will automatically get the security key. So let's go to the offline WPA2 decrypt menu. Since we'll be cracking personal networks, we can go with option 1. Now to run the brute force tool, we have two options. Either we can go with the aircrack or we can go with the hashcat. Let's go with aircrack plus crunch, which is a brute force attack against a handshake file. We can go with option 2. It can already detect the capture file that we have generated, so we select yes. The BSS ID is the one which denotes the Geo24 router, so we're going to select yes as well. The minimum length of the key, for example, it has already checked that the minimum length of a Wi-Fi security key, which is a WPA to PSK key, will always be more than 8 digits, and below 64 digits. So we have to select something in between this range. So if we already know, let's say that the password is at least 10 digits, we can go with the minimum length as 10. And as a rough guess, let's say we put the maximum length as 20. The character set that we're going to use for checking the password will affect the time taken to brute force. For example, if we already know that, or we have seen a user use the password while connecting to the router as something that has only numbers and symbols, then we can choose accordingly. Let's say if we go with only uppercase characters and numeric characters, go with option 7, and it's going to start decrypting. So how aircrack is working right here, you can see this passphrase over here. The first 5 or 6 digits are A. It starts working its way from the end, from the last character. It keeps trying every single combination. You can see the fourth character from the right side, the D. It will eventually turn to E because it keeps checking up every single character from the end. This will keep going on until all the single characters are tested and every single combination is tried out. Since the handshake file is encrypted using the security key, that is the WPA2 key of the router, whichever passphrase is able to decrypt the handshake key completely will be the key of the Wi-Fi router. This is the way we can brute force into Wi-Fi routers anywhere in the world.
Cyber attacks are frequently making headlines in today's digital environment. At any time, everyone who uses a computer could become a victim of a cyber attack. There are various sorts of cyber attacks ranging from phishing to password attacks. In this video, we'll look into one such attack that is known as botnet. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon never to miss an update. To begin with, let's take a look at some of the famous botnet attacks. The first one is Mirai botnet, which is a malicious program designed to attack vulnerable IoT devices and infect them to form a network of bots that on command perform basic and medium level denial of service attacks. Then we have the Zeus bot, specifically designed for attacking the system for bank related information and data. Now let's see what exactly a botnet is. Botnet refers to a network of hijacked interconnected devices that are installed with malicious codes known as malware. Each of these infected devices are known as bots, and a hijacked criminal known as bot herder remotely controls them. The bots are used to automate large-scale attacks, including data theft, server failure, malware propagation, and denial of service attacks. Now that we know what exactly a botnet is, let's dive deeper into learning how a botnet works. During the preparation of a botnet network, the first step involves preparing the botnet army. After that, the connection between the botnet army and the control server is established. And the end, the launching of the attack is done by the bot herder. Let's understand through an illustration. Firstly, we have a bot herder that initiates the attack. According to the control server commands, the devices that are infected with the malware programs and begins to attack the infected system. Let's see some details regarding the preparation of the botnet army. The first step is known as the prepping the botnet army. The first step is creating a botnet is to infect as many as connected devices as possible. This ensures that there are enough bots to carry out the attack. This way, it creates bots either by exploiting the security gaps in the software or websites or using phishing attacks. They are often deployed through Trojan horses. For the next step we have establishing the connection. Once it hacks the device, as per previous step, it infects it with the specific malware that connects the device back to the control bot server. A bot herder uses command programming to drive the bot's actions. And the last step is known as launching the attack. Once infected, a bot allows access to admin level operation like gathering and stealing of data, reading and rewriting the system data, monitoring user activities, performing denial of service attacks, including other cybercrimes. Now let's take a look at the botnet architecture. The first type is known as client-server model. The client-server model is a traditional model that operates with the help of a command and control center server and communication protocols like IRC. When the bot header issues a command to the server, it is then relayed to the client to perform malicious actions. Then we have peer-to-peer model. Here controlling the infected bots involves a peer-to-peer network that relies on a decentralized approach. That is, the bots are topological interconnected and acts as both C and C servers, that is, the server and the client. Today hackers adopt this approach to avoid detection and single point failure. In the end, we will see some points on some countermeasure against botnet attacks. The first step is to have updated drivers and system updates. After that, we should avoid clicking random pop-ups or links that we often see on the internet. And lastly, having certified antivirus, anti-spyware softwares, and firewall installed into a system will protect against malware attack. The internet is an endless source of information and data. Still, in some cases, we come across some occurrences like cyber attacks, hacking, forced entry, which may affect our time on the web. Hi everyone and welcome to the Simplilearn channel. Today we will discuss a topic that secretly records our input data, that is known as keyloggers. But before we begin, if you like watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. To understand the keylogging problem better, let's take a look at an example. This is June. She works in a business firm where she manages the company's data regularly. This is Jacob from the information department who is here to inform her about some of the security protocols. During the briefing, she informed him about some of the problems her system was facing with, which included slow reaction speed and unusual internet activity. As Jacob heard about the problems with the system, he thinks of the possibility what could be the reason behind these problems her system was facing with. The conclusion that he came across was the keylogging issue. Unknown to the problem her system was facing with, she asked him about some of the details regarding it. For today's topic, we learn what exactly keyloggers are and how they affect our system, what are the harmful effects that keylogging can bring into the system. To begin with, we learn what exactly the keylogging program is. As the name suggests, keylogger is a malicious program or a tool that is designed to record keystrokes that are typed during data input and record them into a log file. Then the same program secretly sends these log files to its origin, where they can be used for malicious acts by the hacker. Now that we know what the keylogging program is, let's take a look how they enter into the system. Searching for a suitable driver for a system can often lead to the installation of the keylogging program into the system if we often visit suspicious sites and uncertified software are installed into a system. Then, if we use unknown links or visiting unknown websites which come through unknown addresses can also be a reason behind the keylogging issue entering into the system. And lastly, there are often cases where different pop-ups that we often see on social sites or different media sites can lead to the installation of keylogging program into a system. Now that we know how the problem gets into the system, let's take a look how to identify whether the system is infected by the keylogging issue. The keylogging issue can be identified if there are often cases when a keyboard lags behind the system. The data that we enter sometimes is stuck in between when we type through the input. Then, there are cases when the system freeze occurs unknowingly to what exactly could be the reason behind them. And also there are delayed reaction time for different applications that run on the system. And lastly, there are different cases when we often see suspicious internet activity on the system that we don't know about. This could lead to the identification of a problem into the system. Now, we'll take a look at different types of keyloggers that are present on the net which can harm our system differently. The first problem that keyloggers arouse is API based. The most common keylogging case, which uses APIs to keep a log of the type data and share it to its origin for malicious purposes. Each time we press a key, the keylogger intercepts the signal and logs it. Then we have form grabbing based keyloggers. As the name suggests, they are based keyloggers that store the form data. That is, if we often use web forms or different kinds of forms to enter different data, they can be recorded into the system by the program and sent it to its origin. Then we have kernel-based keyloggers. These keyloggers are installed deeply into the operating system, where they can hide from different antivirus if not checked properly, and they record the data that we type on the keyboard and send it to its origin. And lastly, we have hardware keyloggers. These keyloggers are present directly into the hardware, that is, they are embedded into system where they record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now let's take a look how hackers differentiate different type of recorded data and exploit them. When hackers receive information about the target, they might use it to blackmail the target, which may affect the personal life of the target and also blackmail them for different money related issues. Then, in case of company data that is recorded by the keylogging program can also affect the economic value of the company in the market, which may lead to the downfall of the company. Also, in some cases, the keylogging program can also log data about military secrets, which may include nuclear codes or security protocols which are necessary to maintain the security of a country. Now, let's take a look whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging issue or not. In the case of hand devices, infection of keyloggers are low in comparison to the computer systems, as they use on-screen keyboard or virtual keyboard. But in some cases, we often see different kinds of malicious programs getting installed into the hand device if we often visit different uncertified websites or illegal websites or torrent sites. And also, the device that is infected with the keylogging issue or different kind of malicious program can often lead to the exploitation of data that includes photos, emails, or important files by the hacker or the cyber criminal that installed the particular malicious program into the system. Now, to prevent a system from getting infected by the keylogging program, let's take a look at different points. The first point includes using of different antivirus softwares or tools which can prevent the entering of malicious program into the system. Then, keeping system security protocols regularly updated is also a good habit. And lastly, using virtual keyboard to input our sensitive data, which may include bank details, login details, or different passwords related to different websites. Now that we have some understanding about the topic of keyloggers, let's take a look at the demo to further increase the knowledge about the topic. For the first step, we have to download some of the important libraries that are required into the system, which is this library. Now we'll run it. The system says the library is already installed into the system. Now let's take a look what exactly modules are required from the particular library. From this library, we'll import the keyboard module, which will help us to record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now, from the same, we'll also import key module and the listener module, and also the logging module, which will help us to record the data into a log file. For the next part, we'll write a piece of code that will allow us to save the data that is recorded by the program into a text file that will be named as key_log text file along with the date and time stamp. Let's take a look. Now, we'll provide it with a file name that will be given as keylog.txt file, and also show the part where the format of the data is recorded. Put the brackets over here to contain the file name. Now we'll write the format in which the data will be recorded into the log file, which will be given as the format would be the message and the timestamp, which would be given as along with the timestamp given as percentage and ending it with the bracket. Now, for the next step, we'll design two of the functions that will be used into the program that will be termed as while press function and while release function. Let's take a look. While press function would be a function that will come into play when the keyboard key has been pressed is pressed. And this would go for the format that we designed in the above line, and logging the pressed key info, a string file to be recorded into the log file. Now we'll design a function that is while release. That will come into play when the escape key has been pressed. That is, the program will terminate itself and the program will stop from running. And in the end, we require for the functioning of the program to loop these functions, that is while press and while release, to continue its cycle. That will be going for while press and on release will contain while release function as listener. And now this part would join the different threads and store them into the log file. Now that we have completed the code for the program, let's run it. We have to wait for a moment so the program runs it. Now, to verify the program, let's open Notepad. And on the Notepad, we'll write hello world, which will be the basic whether the program is working or not. Let's take a look. And we'll go for the main page on Jupyter Notebook and refresh the page. Go to the bottom. Over here, we see the keylog text. That is a text file that we created. Let's open it. And over here, we have the data that is created. As we started with note, then this is the hello world part that we created just now, which shows that the program we created is working properly. Now that we have reached the end of the module, let's take a look at the summary. Firstly, we learned what exactly keyloggers are. Then we understood what different modes are present, how the system get infected with the keylogging problem. Then we learned how to detect the problem into our system. Then we learned what different types of keyloggers are present on the net. We also understood how hackers use the recorded data from the program. And we also learned whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging problem or not. And lastly, we understood what different points can be taken to prevent the entering of the keylogging problem into the system.
Imagine you're a detective, but instead of combining through physical evidence, you're diving deep into the world of publicly available data, social media profiles, news stories, public records, and even company websites. This is the power of open source intelligence, which is OSINT. Just like how a detective pieces together the clues to solve a case, OSINT allows you to gather valuable insights from an open web and make informed decisions. But not all the information is created equal. Some pieces of data are easy to find and harmless, while others carry much more weight and risk. This is where the OSINT utility and risk pyramid comes into play. Think of it as a map for navigating the vast ocean of open source data. As you move up the pyramid, the information becomes more specific, sensitive, and potentially more dangerous if misused. In this session, we'll walk you through the layers of OSINT pyramid and helping you understand how each level of data can reveal more than just one surface and how to handle that intelligence responsibly. By the end, you'll also see how OSINT is not just about collecting data, but understanding its potential impact, whether it's harmless or high risk. We will start by understanding what OSINT is and why it's such a critical tool in today's information-driven world, touching on its use and everything from security to business intelligence. From there, we'll dive into the OSINT utility and risk pyramid, a framework that breaks down the evolution of intelligence from basic, accessible data to high-risk, sensitive information. Each level of pyramid uncovers a different layers of intelligence, revealing insights that become more impactful as you move higher. We'll then look at how data changes from a low risk to high risk at each stage using real world examples and illustrate the shift. And finally, we'll discuss how to access and manage the risk associated with each layer, ensuring that you handle OSINT responsibly and ethically. This session will wrap up with actionable key takeaways to apply in your own OSINT work. As we dive into this topic, let's start by exploring what open source intelligence or OSINT actually means. Open source intelligence is a process of collection and analyzing publicly available information to produce actionable intelligence. Think of it as gathering valuable insights from publicly accessible data, sources like news outlets, social media, or even public records, all to help inform decision. Now that you have an understanding of what OSINT, let's look at some key characteristics. The first characteristics of OSINT is that it is only publicly available. This means that the intelligence you gather must come from open source, nothing hidden or private. It could be any kind of websites, social media posts, forums, public databases, or anything that is accessible to the public. Next is that OSINT follows structured process. While the sources may be varied, there is a clear methodology to how information is gathered, analyzed, and used. This ensures that the intelligence produced is relevant and reliable. And finally, OSINT leads to actionable output. The whole purpose of gathering this intelligence is to create insights that can inform decisions, strategies, or operation. It's not just about collecting data, it's about using the data effectively to take actions. Now let's address a common issue, which is OSINT is not hacking. Some people may confuse OSINT with illegal activities, but it's important to draw a clear line between OSINT and hacking. OSINT follows legal and ethical guidelines and it strictly involves the use of publicly available data. Let's break down the difference between OSINT and hacking. Here's a simple comparison. It uses publicly available data gathering through transparent and lawful means. It's about finding insights from accessible sources like website, public records, or even social media platforms. Whereas hacking, on the other hand, involves breaching private systems without permission. It's a violation of privacy and often illegal with unethical practices at its core. So to clarify, OSINT is not about breaking the law. It's about ethically gathering intelligence from open source to inform decisions. Now let's walk through open source intelligence process. This process involves gathering information from a variety of open sources and will go step by step through the key categories of data collection. The first step is the process of media. This includes television, radio, newspapers, and magazines. These traditional media sources are still very relevant when it comes to gathering publicly available intelligence. Next, we move on to the internet. The internet is a goldmine for OSINT, with search engines like Google, Bing, and Yahoo offering vast amount of data. It also includes user-generated content from blogs, forums, social media, and more. Geographic data is also a crucial part of the process. This could involve maps, environmental data, or even maritime data that helps in understanding specific regions or locations in details. It's vital for intelligence in geographical context. Next, we have observation. This steps involves using various tools like cameras, videos, or even reports. It can be about observing physical environments or analyzing footage that have been recorded, especially useful in surveillance or fieldwork scenarios. And finally, we have academia. Academia refers to the wealth of research, conferences, and expert insights that can be accessed for intelligence purpose. This includes journals, research papers, and academic discussions that offer in-depth knowledge on specific topics. So as you can see, the OSINT process involves multiple diverse sources, each contributing valuable insights. These steps help create a comprehensive view of the information, allowing for accurate analysis and actionable intelligence. As we all know by now, the open source intelligence cycle is a structured process that helps organizations effectively gather, analyze, and use publicly available information. Let's walk through each phase of this cycle. The first phase is direction and planning. This is where you define your objectives and scope of your intelligence gathering. You plan out what type of information you need and the sources that will best provide the data. It's about setting clear goals of the intelligence process. Next, we move on to collection. This phase involves gathering the information from identified sources. It's about collecting data from publicly available sources such as websites, news articles, social media, and academic publications. After collection comes the processing and exploitation. In this phase, the collected data is organized and formatted so that it can be analyzed effectively. It involves cleaning and refining the data to extract meaningful insights, making it ready for further analysis. Next, we have analysis and integration. The processed data is analyzed and insights are integrated to create actionable intelligence. This phase is all about interpreting the data, identifying patterns, and combining it with existing knowledge to form a comprehensive understanding. Finally, in the production and dissemination phase, the intelligence produced is shared with stakeholders. This involves presenting the findings in a way that is easily understandable and actionable, whether through reports, presentation, or dashboards. The goal is to ensure that the intelligence is communicated effectively to the right audience. This cycle is iterative, meaning after dissemination, feedback may be further need collection of data and analysis, creating a continuous loop of intelligence gathering and refinement. In the direction and the planning phase, we establish the foundation of the entire OSINT process. And here's a breakdown of the key steps involved. The first one is objectives and requirements. This is where you outline what you want to achieve with OSINT. It involves identifying the specific goals of intelligence process, such as understanding a particular threat, gathering market insights, or tracking political movements. You must be clear on what data is needed to meet those objectives. Next, you must identify the target.
Here you specify what or who you are collecting intelligence on. This could be a person, organization, event, or even a geographical area. Understanding your target helps you focus on collection process and make sure you gather most of the relevant information. It's also essential to establish legal and ethical boundaries. OSINT must be conducted with legal and ethical frameworks. This step ensures that you are only collecting data from publicly accessible sources and that respect privacy laws, intellectual property rights, and even boundaries set by the target. It's about adhering to regulations and ethical standards while collecting data. Afterwards, we move on to resource allocation. Here you determine what resources such as tools, technology, or even personnel which are necessary to carry out OSINT process effectively. This could include setting up data collection platforms, choosing softwares, and even assigning roles to team members. And finally, we have operational security setup, which is crucial. This step involves ensuring that your OSINT activities remain secure and that the operations are not compromised. It includes setting up secure communication channels, protecting the identities of your team, and ensuring your methods cannot be tracked back to your own organization. This phase lays the groundwork for successful and ethical OSINT operation, ensuring that all the steps are aligned with your objectives while maintaining security and compliance. In this phase, we use several tools and techniques to ensure that our OSINT process is efficient and follows ethical guidelines. Below are the tools and technology commonly used in direction and planning stage. For the documentation, a text editor, which is like Wiki, is typically used. For example, you can use Notion, Obsidian, or even MS Word. This helps in maintaining records of the objectives, requirements, and plans for OSINT. Proper documentation ensures that the process is well organized and you have a written reference for each step of the process. When preparing for the ethical or legal aspects, a privacy-focused browser or a VPN service is crucial. Using a privacy-focused browser or VPN ensures that all your online activities are secure and anonymous and helps protect the integrity of OSINT process by maintaining privacy and preventing tracking. For the tool index, we commonly use the OSINT framework, which is found at osintframeworks.com. This framework is a comprehensive resource for identifying and accessing various open source intelligence tools. It categorizes tools based on the type of intelligence they help gather, making it easier to find the right tool for the job. So we'll discuss about this tool later in detail. Lastly, for account creation, which is sock puppet, accounts may be used. These are fake or anonymous accounts created to protect the identity of a person performing the OSINT. Sock puppets are useful for researching and gathering information within revealing your true identity or affiliations. These tools and techniques are essential to ensure that OSINT process is efficient, secure, and ethically sound. The collection phase is critical to gather all the data needed for further analysis. In this stage, we focus on identifying, gathering data, filtering out irrelevant information, and documenting everything. Here's a breakdown of each step. The first step is source identification. This involves identifying the various sources from which you can collect relevant data. These could be websites, social media platforms, forms, public records, or any publicly accessible information that could provide valuable intelligence. Next, we move on to data gathering. Data can be collected from different parts of the web, and one of them, surface web. This includes all the publicly accessible websites, which are the easiest and most common source of OSINT. Next, if you talk about deep web, data found in the deep web like academic papers or datasets which aren't indexed by standard search engines. And then we have social media. Social media intelligence focuses on gathering intelligence from social platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and others. Social media can be a rich source of real-time information and sentiment. Once data is gathered, the next step is initial filtering. This phase involves sifting through the collected data to remove irrelevant or low-quality information. It's about narrowing down the vast amount of data to only what is meaningful and relevant to the intelligence objectives. All collected data needs to be documented systematically. This includes noting down the source of information, time of collection, and any other relevant details to ensure transparency and traceability. In the collection phase, it's essential to focus on identifying the right sources, gathering meaningful data, filtering out noise, and keep track of everything collected for further analysis. In the collection phase, various tools and techniques are used to gather data effectively from different sources. For general search, we have Google Docking, which is advanced operators, is a powerful technique. This involves using advanced search operators in Google to find specific information that's not readily accessible through basic search queries. It can help locate hidden or specific data across the web, such as documents, login portals, or even any other indexed pages. When gathering data related to infrastructure, tools like Whois Lookup, example domain tools, Whois.com, DNS Dumpster, and security trails are invaluable. These tools allow you to gather details about domain names, IP addresses, and other network-related data, which are essential for mapping out the structure of an organization's online presence. Tools like Shodan and Census are also used to scan and find devices connected to the internet. Additionally, we have Recon and the Harvest are widely used for gathering the information related to email address and others online details. For people or ID collection, social media sites such as LinkedIn, formerly Twitter, and other platforms are commonly used. These platforms help identify personal information and professional connection. Additionally, tools can be used to extract valuable data from public profiles. In the archives category, Wayback Machines such as archive.org is a vital tool. It allows you to explore historical snapshots of websites, which is useful for seeing how a website or a web page looked at its previous point in time. This is important for tracking changes, uncovering past versions of websites, or retrieving deleted content. These tools and techniques are crucial for effectively gathering open source intelligence across various domains, from general web search to more specific infrastructure and people-based data collection. The next phase, which is the processing and exploitation phase, is where collected data is refined, verified, and organized to prepare it for analysis. So let's break down those steps. The first step is filtering and cleaning. Once data is collected, it's essential to filter out irrelevant, incomplete, or low-quality information. This step involves cleaning the data to ensure it's accurate, relevant, and ready for analysis. For example, if you're removing duplicates, correcting errors, and eliminating unnecessary data points. Next, we move on to verification. In this step, the data is cross-checked to ensure its authenticity and reliability. Verification helps identify any false or misleading information, ensuring that only trustworthy sources and data are used for further analysis. After verification, we focused on data structuring. Data structuring involves organizing the data in a way that makes it easier to analyze. This could mean converting raw data into formats like spreadsheets, databases, or structured text that can be easily interpreted and processed by analysts. Metadata extraction is another critical step. Metadata refers to the underlying details of the collected data, such as time it is collected, the source, and other contextual information. Extracting this metadata adds an additional layer of insights, helping analysts better understand the context and relevance of the data. In cases where data is collected in multiple languages, language translation becomes essential. This step involves translating non-native language content into common language for analysis. It ensures that the intelligence gathered from different sources is accessible and can be evaluated in the same context. And finally, we have file analysis. This step involves analyzing specific files such as documents, images, videos, or others formats to extract actionable insights. It includes techniques like examining file properties, extracting text from documents, or performing image analysis to find hidden information. This phase refines the raw data into structured, verified, and usable intelligence, preparing it for deeper analysis and decision making. In the processing and exploitation phase, a variety of tools are used to refine and analyze the collected data. Below are the key tools used for each step. For metadata extractions, tools like EXIF tool or FOCA, which is fingerprint organization with collected archives, are used. These tools allow you to extract metadata from files and documents. EXIF tool is commonly used for image and video metadata, while FOCA is used to gather metadata from collected documents and files, providing insights into a file sources and history. For a file forensics, spreadsheets such as Excel or Google Sheets are commonly used. These tools help in analyzing and organizing data into structured formats, making it easier to search, filter, and manipulate data for further insights. They are essential for checking file integrity and investigating the context systematically. When it comes to data cleaning, tools like OpenRefine, Tableau Prep, and Trifecta are highly effective. OpenRefine is used to clean messy data, transform it into structured formats, and explore relationships within the data. Whereas Tableau Prep and even Trifecta are also used for preparing and cleaning large datasets, making them ready for further analysis and visualizations. For timeline creation software is used. These tools help to create visual timelines that represents the sequence of events. They're essential for understanding the context of data, especially in scenarios where time plays a critical role in analysis. These tools are key to turning collected data into structured, verified, and meaningful intelligence, enabling accurate analysis in the next phases of the OSINT process. Next, we have the analysis and integration phase, where collected and processed data is analyzed. Patterns are identified and insights are integrated to form actionable intelligence. Here's a breakdown of the steps. The first step is pattern recognition. In this phase, the goal is to identify recurring patterns, trends, or anomalies in the data. These patterns could be related to specific behaviors, events, or connection, and spotting them is crucial for making sense of large datasets. This step helps reveal meaningful information that may not be immediately obvious. Next, we perform link analysis. This involves examining the relationships and connections between different pieces of the data. For example, in OSINT, this could mean linking social media profiles, IP address, or even geographical location to uncover networks, relationships, or influence patterns. Link analysis is essential for connecting the dots in complex intelligence gathering. Next, we focus on contextualization. The data means understanding the circumstances surrounding the data and placing it in the broader context. This helps determine its significance, relevance, and how it fits into a bigger picture. Without contextualization, data might be misunderstood or misinterpreted. Once this step is done, we move on to hypothesis generation. This step involves developing possible explanations or theories based on a platform and relationships identified. A hypothesis provides a framework for testing and further analysis, helping direct an investigation into areas that require more focus or verification. In bias mitigation, the goal is to reduce influence of personal or systemic biases that could destroy the analysis. This ensures that the conclusions drawn are based on objective analysis, not skewed by preconceived notions or biases. Bias mitigation is crucial for maintaining the integrity of intelligence process. And finally, we perform the risk assessment. Risk assessment involves evaluating the potential risk or implications of intelligence gathered. This could include assessing the accuracy of the information, its potential impact, or likelihood of being used maliciously. It's about understanding the potential consequences of intelligence before taking action. This phase is essential for transforming raw data into reliable and actionable intelligence that can guide decisions and actions. In analysis and integration phase, specific tools are used to analyze, map, and query data effectively. Here's a breakdown of the tools commonly used in this phase. For link analysis, tools like Multigo or I2 Analyst Notebook, which is IBM, are widely used. Multigo allows users to visualize relationships and connections in large data sets, making it ideal for uncovering networks and understanding complex relationships. Whereas Analyst Notebook is an IBM tool that also focuses on visualizing and analyzing data relationships, especially in investigate scenarios. For automation, Spiderfoot is a powerful tool. Spider automates the process of gathering intelligence from different open sources, including IP address, domain names, and social media. It's particularly useful for automating the collection of vast amount of data, saving time in analysis process. In the mapping category, tools like Google Earth Pro and QGIS are commonly used. Google Earth Pro allows for visualizing of geographical data, including mapping physical locations and analyzing the geographical context of collected intelligence. Whereas QGIS, which is Quantum GIS, is an open source mapping tool that provides more advanced features for the geospatial data analysis, helping with the creation of custom maps and spatial analysis. For data query, custom scripts using languages like Python or SQL are essential. Python scripts are often used for automating data queries, analyzing data structures, and extracting insights. We can use SQL, which is structured query language, is critical for querying databases and extracting specific information stored in relational database system. These tools and techniques enable a thought and efficient analysis and integration of open source intelligence, allowing for deeper insights and actionable intelligence. The production and dissemination phase is where the intelligence that has been analyzed and integrated is formally compiled and communicated. This step ensures that the findings are organized, documented, and shared with appropriate stakeholders. Here are the breakdown of the steps. The first step is to report generation. In this phase, all the findings and the insights gathered from the OSINT process are compiled into comprehensive report. The report should include key findings, methods used, data sources, and conclusions drawn from the intelligence gathered. This ensures transparency and clarity in how the intelligence was derived. Next, we move on to evidence compilation. This step involves gathering all the evidence and support documents related to the findings. This could include the screenshots, URLs, datasets, or any other forms of evidence that supports the conclusions made in the report. Compiling the evidence ensures that the intelligence is grounded in verifiable facts. Once the report and the evidence are in place, in this phase, data is presented in visual formats like graphs, charts, maps, and timelines. This helps make the intelligence more accessible and easier to understand, especially when presenting complex relationships or patterns. After visualizing the data, recommendations are made. Based on the intelligence collected, processed, or analyzed actionable recommendations, these recommendations help decision makers understand what step should be taken next or how to respond to the intelligence. And finally, we move on to the dissemination phase. This step involves sharing the report, evidence, visualization, and recommendations with the intent audience. Dissemination could be done through presentation, email, secure portals, or any other appropriate channel to ensure that the relevant stakeholders receive the intelligence and can act on accordingly. This phase ensures the intelligence gathered is effectively communicated to those who can use it, help drive informed decision and actions. And in this phase, we use tools such as word processor, which is MS Word, Google Docs for report generation, whereas for visualization, again we use Multigo, i2 exports, or even Tableau, and for storage we use secure data repository. The OSINT utility and risk pyramid visual represents the different levels of information that the open source intelligence, which is the OSINT, can reveal, ranging from low risk information to more sensitive, high risk intelligence. Each level of pyramid corresponds to how OSINT reveals specific details, from the most general to the most sensitive. Let's break down each layer of the pyramid. The base layer. OSINT gives adversarial forces a starting point and additional resources necessary to leverage further attacks or exploitation. At the base of the pyramid, we have foundation of OSINT. This layer includes publicly accessible information that's generally available to anyone, information that can serve as a starting point for further intelligence gathering. For example, information for public websites, social media posts, and news outlets. While this is the least sensitive data, it can still be crucial as it provides a foundation for understanding a subject or entity that can lead to further exploitation or exploration. OSINT is at the level of generally low risk, but it can be valuable for adversely looking to build a broader profile. In the second layer, we can see generally only selected information meets the criteria for classification with unclassified sources of information filling in the gaps. The next level is where the selected information meets the criteria for classification. This includes pieces of information that are sensitive but still publicly available. The information could be from a variety of unclassified sources like government reports, academic papers, or even leaks that provide more in-depth context or details about the subject. This type of OSINT helps researchers or intelligence offers piece together details about subject, but it's often fragmented. Unclassified information helps fill in the gaps to give more complete picture. Then we move on to the third layer. OSINT reveals current status, capabilities, and other contemporary information. At this level, it reveals the current status, capabilities, and contemporary information. This level is more specific, revealing the current state of a target, including their operational capabilities, goals, and resources. For example, information might include details about organization assets, workforce, technology capabilities, or even operational focus. This layer is more sensitive and typical involves tracking activity statements or public profiles. That gives a real-time snapshot of the subject. While still publicly accessible, is kind of OSINT can provide valuable intelligence that currently and actionable. Next, we have the top layer. OSINT, the most sensitive form of OSINT, involves revealing the intent of friendly or adversarial forces. This level provides insights into the intention and strategic goals of an individual organization or government. Information from this layer might could form an intelligence about groups' political or military objectives, their future plans, or even their strategies for giving the objective. It's the most sensitive and high-risk information as understanding a target's intent can lead to predicting actions or formulating the countermeasures. This layer of OSINT is highly valuable but carries a higher level of risk as it can be used for malicious purposes if it falls into the wrong hands. The OSINT and risk pyramid provides a structured view of how open source intelligence can reveal different levels of information from general knowledge to sensitive intelligence. It shows how information evolves in importance and sensitivity, with each layer providing increasingly detailed insight. As OSINT moves up the pyramid, the value of the intelligence increases, but so does the risk involved in exploiting it. Now let's look into tools that actually help in performing OSINT. So in the first phase, we have direction and planning. The first step is documentation. For documentation, either you can use any text editor like Notion, Obsidian, or MS Word. So let's go one by one. So firstly, we have Notion. Now, Notion is a flexible all-in-one workspace that uses customizable pages and databases to centralize the diverse OSINT findings, logs, and process into a structured collaborative knowledge base. So to open Notion, you just need to type Notion in Google. The first thing that appears, which is Notion, the AI workspace, just open it. And there's a free version of it and you can request a demo of it and just click on the free Notion. You'll automatically logged in by your Google. So here you can see you can search few things if you want to search for your previous things, home, meetings. There's also a new feature of Notion AI where you can ask anything and it will make sure to autocorrect it or research regarding research papers, etc. And you have a to-do list where you can just add your to-do list, etc. And also the mailing is also done. Now how to start with here? is you can just click on the new page and start documenting your observations or what procedure happens when your maybe your people's name, their identity, their services ka information, everything you can just jot it down. So this is the Notion part. Coming to Obsidian, it's a local first knowledge graph that uses plain markdown files and bidirectional linking to create a highly interconnected, private, and customizable network for complex OSINT case notes and data relationship. So for Obsidian, you just need to install this particular software. So here, get Obsidian for Windows. You can just click on it, it will get downloaded and you can install. After installing, you will be able to see Obsidian here. And if you open it, here this is the interface. Now what's the specialty about Obsidian is you can interconnect each document, whatever you have created, and these are the data points. So every document will be linked to this data point. So you can start with one data point and you can write entire their identity, and then next you can write their IP address, what are the systems they work on, and then they can go on to the next dot which is connected, which might be personal details. It's easy for us to just take a look and know which information is there in which folder. So this is about Obsidian, and you have multiple other options like graphing and other documents. Insert templates, calendar is also given in this. Apart from this, you can use MS Word. This is a very standard processor. So it's inbuilt in every system. Again, it's a standard word processor primarily used for producing formal, static, and final OSINT reports, and even eventually documents lacking built-in tools for live data linking or complex relational analysis. So here, again, it's a very basic app that saves all your documents, you can link it, etc. Now coming to the second step, which is a legal prep or even ethical prep. You need to be careful about two things. One is the VPN services that you're using. Make sure you have a VPN service so you cannot be tracked back, and also any kind of browser that cannot be tracked back. So here my suggestion will be use any kind of VPN service, but make sure the paid ones have more features to hide your details, whereas the free version are very limited access. So I have a extension here. So here one of the VPN that I've added it as a extension. So it connects India, Pune. There are multiple free versions. You can see which one works for you. But if you want to get no trackbacks for yourself, do have a good VPN so that you won't be able to track back yourself. And coming to browsers, I highly recommend Brave browser. So you just need to type in Brave and you'll get the website. You need to download it. So here are the features. It's a private search, built-in assistant. It has a powerful VPN also inbuilt. So here you can get Brave, download and install it. And after installing, you will get something like this window where it's similar to Google, has the features of Google browser, but it's a private browsing tool. So any kind of Google search you do regarding informations that you want or any kind of profiles that you want to create, you can use this browser to create all kind of stuff so that you cannot be tracked back, since this has a inbuilt and it's a free version also. Now coming to the tool index, we have OSINT framework, which is there in osintframework.com. Now this is the biggest cheat code, I would say, for the entire tools which is present. As you can see, it is showing this sign can't be reached. It might be. So we'll go to our Brave browser and type in osintframework.com. So as you can see, this website comes up. So here the OSINT framework is present, and all kind of data that you might want is being present here, including from usernames, email address, domain, IP address, even MAC IP address, images, videos, documents, social networking, instant messaging, what kind of message, telephone numbers, dating history, location tools, search engines, and so much more, including metadata is also provided. Now, how do you get the tool names from here? Just click, if you want any person's username, just click on username and you will have user search engines or specific sites. So if you go on user search engines, you will have multiple websites that can give you information of username search engines. Now let's say what's in my name. If you click on it, it will directly take you to the particular page. Here are some of the cookies. This is one of the tools that was mentioned in the OSINT framework. We can try it out. So here we can search for a particular person's name. Let's say John Williams. So let's say it's John Williams and search and confirm if you're not a human. Here you can see the processor processing the data, and it will give us the data. This name, wherever it is linked to an authentic category, it will be displayed here. So here you can see found one, which is username is John Williams, categories archived, account found. And here you can see where. So actually in dosecrets.com, John Williams' account is there. The second one also you can see. In social media also we have found one. Now, after searching every site possible, we found 7 accounts which is related to this name. So here you can see all the site names, the usernames which we have given, and which category have they signed up on. So archived means which is created and deleted. So you can go out, it's given in the link also, you just can click on it and view his or her profile. So if you want to know something about a person, this is pretty much very useful tool that you can go and see what kind of accounts he is having, etc. So let's go back to the OSINT framework, and again these are similar kind of tools which gives you information based on the information that you are having. So let's say email address, breach data, we can breach data, and have I be prompt is also another website that has been used. So you can just enter your email ID and just check it. It'll give us like 2 data breaches are there, notify me and all those things. So you will know if this particular email address is breached or not. Now coming back here, we can see other things such as email verification, common email formats, email search, what is the email history of that person, etc. There are multiple tools for each category. Do try it, whichever works the best, you can stick with that. And then we have domain name also here, who is records. We'll come to who is, it's explained in the next steps. Before that, we have other tools, URL expanders, blacklist and all. So here you can see another thing is geolocation tools. So you can actually see the location of a person with these tools. And there are tools for metadata exploitation as well. So as you can see here, we have EXIF tool, MetaGoif and FOCA, and also Code to Outlook Expert. So if you open this OSINT framework website, you will have everything under one roof. You can try different tools for different purposes based on whatever information that you're having, whether it's your email, information that you're having, a phone number also. You can just enter the phone number and get the details within few seconds. Some of the website might not open on normal Google browser, so make sure to try them out in Brave so that it will accept all kinds of breaching properties, etc. Coming on to the next step is account creation. as sock puppet accounts. So here's the thing. If you want to recruit a person for a secret agency report and you need to do a backstory analysis of that person, account creation in fake profiles, creations like creating an entirely new person's account just for knowing the information of other people, these fake accounts which is created but looks to be a normal person's accounts are called sock puppet accounts. Now here's the thing about sock puppet accounts. You need a fake name, you need a fake photo which look realistic, and to create a LinkedIn profile or suppose some any other social media accounts, you need few information that you can fake it but make it look real. So that there are rules and regulations. Suppose in LinkedIn, if they identify this account as fake, they're going to remove the account. So keep in mind the pictures, the data that you're providing should look real. The next step is for collection of the data. Now here for general search, we can use Google Docking. Now what is Google Docking? Google Docking is a process of using advanced search operators in your Google query to drastically narrow results and uncover specific, often hidden or sensitively publicly indexed information that a normal search wouldn't reveal. The format involves combining your search keywords with these special operators. Suppose if you want to know about a site, you just type in site and give the site name. And next one is to write the file type to search for a specific file extension. If you want an Excel file or a Word file or any kind of document, you can mention it here. So next go with file type. Let's say I need an Excel file. And then finally you have in URL. This is to find the keywords in the URLs. So whatever keyword that you want to find in that site, you can mention it here. So you can type in URL and give the name. Suppose I need a document which says index of. So any document which has this keyword will be shortlisted and shown here. So in this format, you can search for documents which are hidden. Also, often these results won't be showing much, so try it with different types of file types, different URLs, different kind of keywords. Experiment with your Google Docking. Now next for infrastructure, we have Whois lookup. Whois is a query and a response protocol used to retrieve the publicly registration and contract details. Suppose like owner name, address, email, registration, date, etc. for a specific domain name or even any kind of IP address from its corresponding registry databases. So let's first open this. So again, I'm opening it in Brave since it's a safer version. So this is the interface of Whois. So you can see, you can enter an IP address and you can check. So let's do an example. Let's find a great domain name and let's look out for the IP address. So I need the information of Amazon, let's say. So let's click on amazon.com. That's the IP address that I'm going to give him. So here you can see entire domain information is there, which includes the domain is Amazon, registered on so and so on date, expires on so and so on date, updated, status is client, delete, prohibited. Then we have registrar information, under whose name is it registered, email address of that particular person. Phone number is also provided, registrant contact is also provided, and technical contact. This usually discovers and visualizes maps and entire public-facing infrastructure of a target domain, including subdomain, host records, and associated IP address. So let's just check in that. So here, let's check for Microsoft. And you can start the test. So here you can see the location is updated. So as you can see, the location mostly is in United States and we have all the working capitals The host name is provided with open services, ASN name, and IP address also is provided, is being tracked. There's also service and banners, hosting networks, hosting from USA, Canada, as well as some other countries, such as Netherlands. Next, for people's ID, we have obviously social media sites such as LinkedIn, X, Twitter, etc. And we have GHunt also. So here we can search for the name, check with their background, check if they match your requirement status. If there is anything fishy, you can just document it back. Next, we have archives, which is basically the Internet Archive, which is a massive digital library that takes historical snapshots of websites over time. It is an indispensable OSINT tool for recovering deleted content, tracking changes in website structure like old employees list, hidden subdomains, or even forgotten files. Are generally viewing a website past version to find information no longer present on the current live page. Now again, open archives.org in the Brave browser.org. Now, this is a misleading website. So here you can see best cell phone deals, latest Samsung phone, but you have open archives. So you can just randomly click on some option and it will take you to the actual website. Now here, whatever you search in, all the old information is going to appear. Now, suppose I search for the same person here. If he has any profile that was created and deleted, and it will still appear here. Next, moving on to the next step, which is processing and collection. The first tool for metadata extraction is EXIF tool, or even you can consider fingerprinting organization. So for the next step, which is processing and collection, the first step is to extract the metadata, which can be done by EXIF tools or FOCA. So let's see about EXIF tool. Both EXIF tool and FOCA are essential OSINT tools specializing in metadata extraction, which is data embedded within files that can reveal hidden clues. EXIF tool is a powerful cross-platform command line utility that supports nearly 180 file formats, especially images and videos, to write, read, and edit metadata, often revealing GPS coordinates, camera models, or even timestamps. You can just type in EXIF tool. It's by Phil Harvey. Again, it's a software, so you need to download it and run it in your system. It will ask you a few security questions, do fulfill it, and then you can breach your entire metadata. Similarly, we have FOCA, which is fingerprinting organization with collected archive, which is a primarily Windows-based GUI tool that automates the OSINT process by using search engines to find public documents, like whether it's PDF, docs, Excel, on a targeted domain, downloading them and extracting, collecting metadata such as username, internal network paths, and a software version. Now for file forensics, which is Excel or spreadsheet, which includes Excel, your normal Microsoft Excel, and even you can use Google Sheets. Again, same purpose is storing information, storing the metabase that we have collected from the previous step. You can use it for data cleaning as well. As you know, Excel is a great tool for data cleaning. And then timeline creation software. There are multiple softwares which is paid, which will give you the exact timeline creation. So you don't need to worry about all the timeline analysis which can be done. Let me know what are the tools that you found regarding the timeline in the comment section below. The fourth step is analysis and integration, and in that the first thing that you have to do is link analysis. You can use Multigo or I2 Analyst Notebook by IBM. Again, these are the softwares that you need to install. So you can just open Multigo. And there is a free demo, so let's just sign in. I'll explain the interface. So again, enter your email address and password. Now after logging in, there are few information that you need to provide. So suppose your company name, etc. So you can just give a fake name and you can proceed with it. So here's the interface after login with the details. And for a free version, you cannot do much, but for a paid version, you can actually create the graph. Here there are multiple options of your admin, evidences, etc. So it's a nice place to organize it and keep for link analysis. Also similarly is Analyst Notebook. It's by IBM. Also it has a paid version, so do check it out. Also for automating these tasks, we can use Spiderfoot, which you don't need to every day keep analyzing, keep receiving metadata, etc. For that, you can use Spiderfoot. And for mapping, which is the locations and all, Google Earth Pro is an excellent website that you can go and check it out. Also, QGIS is also a great tool that you can use for location purpose. And for the last step, which is production and dissimulation, again for report generation, we can use word processor, which we already have gone through it, which is MS Word or Google Docs. Any presentation software would work great. Again, for visualization, you can use Multigo and Tableau. Again, Tableau is also good. If you're a student, it's a free version. You can download it up to a certain point system. For a working professional, you can buy it. It's a great tool to do all the analysis part, visualization part as well. And storage also, there are multiple storage options you can choose from, whichever is comfortable for you to use, but make sure it is a secure data repository. So these are the tools that are generally used for OSINT. All the tools that you need are present in the frameworks.com, which is osintframeworks.com. Do go and check out each one of them so that you'll have an idea what each website can do, how to get information, how to track your metadata, how to track geolocation, phone numbers, email address, etc., which might help you in your research work.
Whether you are a beginner or just looking to refresh your knowledge, this tutorial is designed to introduce you to the powerful world of bash scripting. Bash is the default shell on many Linux and Mac operating systems, and it plays a vital role in automating tasks, managing systems, and saving time. By the end of this video, you will have the foundational skills to write your own bash script and use them effectively to automate repetitive tasks. Now, before we move on, here is a quick agenda. We are going to start with an introduction to bash scripting. Then we are going to understand why bash scripting is important. Then we will deep dive into variables and data type. Then we are going to understand the control flow. Finally, we are going to work with files and directories. Now, before we move ahead, here is a short quiz to test your knowledge. Which of the following is used to repeat a task multiple times in bash? Your options are if, loop, while, or repeat. Mention your answers in the comment section below. Now, before we move ahead, I request you guys do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon so that you don't miss out any update from our end. Let's get started. So guys, for this tutorial, I'll be using Libx for the demonstration of Linux. Now, first thing first, what is bash? So bash stands for Born Again Shell. It's like both command inline shell and a scripting language. Now, as a shell, it lets you type commands like mkdir, pwd, ls. I think so most of you have heard. If you have not, then we are going to explore all these things in this tutorial. So Linux as a language lets you automate tasks into the scripts. Think of bash as both a translator interpreting your command to the operating system, just like a secretary, like following a script of instructions you gave. Now you'd be wondering, why use bash? Basically, we want to use bash to automate repetitive tasks. Imagine you are a system administrator and every day you need to back up your project files into a folder with today's date. Doing this manually, like typing commands again and again, is very hectic. Now with Bash, these things can be done very smoothly. The second reason is managing servers without manual clicks. You have 10 servers, imagine, and you want to check if they are running or not. So you can type the command on the terminal and it does the task very easily. Finally, it controls Linux systems directly. If you need to clean temporary files every week to free up the disk, so you can just type this simple command rf tmp. So doing this manually is very risky, but with Linux, you can easily automate these things. So these are some of the reasons that we discussed why Linux is so important and why we are using Bash. Now, let's say if you are using Mac operating system or Linux, then Bash comes pre-installed. You just open the terminal and start scripting. For this tutorial, as I've already told you that I'm using an online terminal platform, so you can also use that. It's a very amazing tool, and you can see it has a time limit also. So mostly you're going to get 1 hour of free hosting done on this terminal, and you can practice most of the commands, do the simulation if you are learning Linux. Now, if you are wondering if you have Windows operating system, then you can also install Windows subsystem for Linux. That also does the job well. You can just open your PowerShell as administrator, and then you are in the given terminal as Linux. But for that, you need WSL. So even if you don't have WSL, if you're just a beginner who's trying to learn the command, you can use this online hosted tool called Libx, and it works perfectly very well. So let's say if you are on Windows, what you need to do, just go to the terminal, okay, open PowerShell as an administrator, okay, and just click on this, and here, after that, what you need to do is type WSL install. So that is going to install the Windows subsystem for Linux. Now for this tutorial, I'll be using Libx, which is an amazing tool, okay, and it's free also, and you get 60 minutes of free hosting time. So let me close this. Okay. Now let us discuss a bit about Bash script. So a Bash script is like a text file with Bash commands executed line by line. Think it like writing a recipe. Instead of cooking each step manually, you write it down so that anyone can follow it. Similarly is the Bash script. Let's say, for example, we want to print hello world. That's the first most basic thing if you have learned any other programming language. So for printing, so type echo, and you can just put hello world. Okay, so this is a command for printing the hello world. So you can see here I've got the output as hello world. Now let's say you want to do the same process and save the given file. So first create your given file. So you can use this command. You can type touch file.txt. Okay. So with the help of touch command, we have created an empty file. Let's say you want to do the same process. Let's say hello world, and you can give a name file.txt all over here. Let's give a different name. Let's say file1. Okay. So this is going to create your given file. Now let's see, you want to show date and the given user. So for example, you can type echo. Let's say today date. So guys, this is a given command if you are trying to know the date. So just click enter, and you can see it has given us the given time. Let's say you want to know the user. So you can also type echo logged in as user, and you can type the same thing as $user. Okay, you can see the user it says is Libx. Let's say you want to ping google.com. So what you can do all over here, type ping /c, then you can type to google.com. Okay, so this is going to ping google.com. You can see it has started pinging google.com. So basically, if you want to know that your internet is working or not, it's very great for that. Okay, so you can see it says 2 packets transmitted, 0 received, 100% packet loss, time 102 millisecond. Now let us delve into a bit of basics and try to understand variables and data types. So what are variables, guys? You can imagine variables as the container for values, and Bash has variables for strings, numbers, and array. You can think of them like a sticky note where you can jot down name, number, or list. For example, let's say you want to create a string and store a value, say a name. So for that purpose, you can just say a name, and all over here you can type the given name with the double quotation. Let's say, so that's how you do it. Let's say you want to print the given name. So what you can do all over here, type echo and then type hello, and after that you can access the variable with $name. So that's how you access a given variable. Just click enter and you can see it says hello Neil. Now let's say you want to work with numbers. So what you can do, guys, you can just declare the variable something like this. Let's say x equals to 10, and you can also give another variable named y. Let's say y equals to 20, and let's say you want to do the sum of both of them. So what you can do, guys, you can just type echo and then you can type something like sum, and here what you can do all over here, you can give a $name for accessing the given variable. So let's say we are accessing this time x and y, so type x plus y. Very simple command, guys, and finally click enter. So you can see it has given the sum as 30. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the control flow. So control flow are very much important. Let's say you want to control the entire flow of your code. So in the decision making process, it's very much important. First, let us try with the if else command. Let's say we type something like echo, enter a number. Then after this, you can say read a number. So we can declare something like a variable num. Okay. After that, we could type something like if $num, okay, is greater than 10, then after this you can type something like this, 10. Then you just print out, let's say the number is greater than 10. So after this, what you can do, you can see echo. So this is how you basically control the flow of the given program. So this is how you write a command in the if statement. So what things you can do is, you can use if as a conditional statement to check whether given the file exists or not. You can also use it for checking like if the disk usage is greater than 80% or not. So for these commands, you can easily do it. Let me tell you one case study also. Let's say echo enter a given day. Then after this, let's say the day is Wednesday. Next, what you need to type is read day. And then from here, you can create a case. For example, case, let's say $given day. And after that, what we can do is we can type day in. And from here, we could type something like if it is mon, start of the week. Okay, you can type something like this. Echo. Similarly, you can create another case. For example, let's say Friday. Okay, so you can type Friday echo the weekend is near. So you can create cases like these. Okay, so this is how one thing that you can do is. So guys, you can create case something like this, like case day in, let's say the day is Monday. You can say start of the week, or you can type Friday. Okay, echo the weekend is near. Make sure you are using the delimiters properly, and also when you are adding a case, so you can see a double quotation plus a half parenthesis. So if you have done programming, let's say in Python or Java, then doing programming in Linux is kind of pretty different, but the logic is all the same. I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea how to use conditionals in Linux. Now let us move ahead with some for loops. Let's say you declare the same array, let's say fruits, okay? And after that, let's say you want to loop it. So if you want to print individual elements like apple, bananas, and mango, then for loop is very much important. You can consider for loop as something used for iteration, where you declare a variable and this pointer goes iterating from one element to the next element and finally till there is no element left. So guys, you can type something like this for fruits in. Then you want to access this given variable, so you create double commas. plus there is a dollar sign fruits at the rate all. So at the rate means it is going to print all these given elements. So guys, let's say you want to declare this given array. So we have started with fruits and we can see we have apple, banana, cherry and date. Now we can use a for loop to iterate over each of the element in this given array. So we can use for fruit in, then we can use dollar. We want to print all the elements, so I have added dollar. So you can see fruit is a given variable which will be used as an iterator. And finally we are printing this given element. So you can see all over here we are getting apple, banana, cherry and date. So this is how the for loop works. Let me also show you an example of while loop. So guys, you can see all over here. First, we have initialized a variable called count, and let's say we have done it equals to 1. Then we are using a while loop. So while loop is always used with condition, just like your if statement. So you can say while count is less than 5. So we are accessing this given variable. And finally, what we are doing is we are printing echo count is count. So this is the given variable which we are trying to print. And finally, we are incrementing this count operator. So you can see it starts with 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So till it's less than 5, we can keep incrementing the count and adding 1. So on the first iteration, you could see the value is 1. Second iteration, you could see the value is 2. On the third iteration, you could see the value is 3. And final iteration, you could see the value is 5. So this is how our loops work all over here. Now let us also explore some of the commands which are very useful when you're working with files and directories. So finally, let us try to understand how to use commands while working with file and directories. Let's say you want to create any directory. So you type a command mkdir my folder. Let's say you want to go to that folder or navigate to that given directory. Let's say the name you have given my folder. So in order to navigate that, we type cd my folder. Let's say you want to create some empty files. Let's say the file name is, let's say file1.txt, file2.txt. So we use the touch command. Let's say you want to write a content to a file, then basically we type echo hello world file1.txt. Next operation is, let's say you want to copy anything. So for that copying, you type cp file1.txt, file2.txt. So we are copying file1 to file2. If you want to see the list of given files, so you type lsl. Let's say you want to delete any files. Let's say you want to delete file1 and file2. So you type rm, which stands for remove, file2.txt. Let's say you want to go back to a previous folder, so you type cd. And finally, you want to remove the given folder, so you type rmr my folder. So guys, these are some of the basic commands while you are working with files and directories.
Why do we use IPsec in a network? IPsec is used to secure sensitive data and information, such as company data, clinical data, bank data, and various sensitive information regarding an institution, which are used during data transmission over a network channel. The use of VPNs, that are virtual private networks, and apply IPsec protocols to encrypt the data for end-to-end transmission. Let's continue with why do we use IPsec services. IPsec is also used to encrypt data for application layer in the OSI model and provide security for sharing data over network routers and data authentication. Let's take a look at the working of IPsec services. To begin with, we have two different systems, System 1 and System 2, which will establish a network channel, and then the encryption of data will take place when one host will share the data to the second host. During this, IPsec services will secure the data that is to be transferred over the network channel by applying router encryption and authentication. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is components of IPsec. The IPsec services comprises of multiple protocols that ensure the data transmission over the network channel. The first one is Encapsulating Security Payload Protocol, in short ESP. This protocol of IP security provides data encryption and authentication services, and it also authenticates and encrypts the data packet in the transmission channel. Moving on, we have Authentication Header, in short AH. Similar to ESP, the authentication header also provides all the security services, but it does not encrypt the data. It also protects the IP packet and adds additional headers to the packet header. The modified IP datagram looks this way, where the IP components are included at the second position, the seventh position, and the sixth position, along with the authentication of data services over the network channel. Moving on, we have Internet Key Exchange, IKE. This protocol provides protection for content data and also changes the attribute of the original data to be shared by implementing SHA and MD5 algorithms. They also check the message for authentication and then only is forwarded to the receiver side. For example, this is the original data packet we are used to with IP header path, TCP UDP and data. Whereas this is the modified IPsec data packet where a TSP header is added between IP header and the TCP protocol. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is modes of IPsec. There are basically two types of IPsec modes available for data transmission over the network channel, where the first one is tunnel mode. This mode of transmission is used to secure gateway to gateway data. It is applied when the final destination of the data is to be connected to a sender side through a connection gateway over the internet. For example, we have two hosts, host A and host B. Through the host A, we are sending a message to host B, which will pass through a gateway at host A point, and it passes through a gateway to host B then. This is a basic format for gateway to gateway data transmission. And the given IP datagram format is used for tunnel mode. Now let's move on to the second mode of IPsec, that is transport mode. This mode of IPsec is used to protect protocols like TCP or UDP and is used to ensure end-to-end communication unlike tunnel mode. The transport mode data add authentication header and encapsulating security payload for security purpose in the IP header. This is the modified IP datagram for transport mode. The point to be noted is the IPsec header is always added between IP header and TCP header. Now let's move on to the last heading for this session on IPsec, that is the working steps involved in IP security. In general, there are 5 steps involved in the working of IPsec to ensure data transmission over a network channel. The first step is host recognition. In the first step, the host system will check if the packet is to be transmitted or not by automatically triggering the security policy for the data, which is implemented by the sender side for proper encryption. Then the second step is known as IKE phase 1. In this step, the two host devices, the sender and the receiver side, will authenticate each other to establish a secure network channel. It is comprised of two modes. The main mode. This provides much better security with a proper time limit. And the second mode, known as aggressive mode. As the name suggests, it establishes the IPsec protocol much faster in comparison to main mode. Let's move on to the third step, which is IKE phase 2. After the second step, the hosts decide the type of cryptography algorithm to apply over the session in the network channel and the secret key for the algorithm to be used to encrypt the data for transmission. Then we have IPsec transmission. This step involves the actual transfer of data over the network channel using the various protocols used in IPsec security, which are implemented under the tunnel condition. And the last step is IPsec termination. After the completion of data exchange or session timeout, the IPsec tunnel is terminated and the security key established is discarded by both the host system.
Network security is a set of technologies that protects the usability and integrity of a company's infrastructure by preventing the entry or proliferation within a network. Its architecture comprises of tools that protect the network itself and the applications that run over it. Effective network security strategies employ multiple lines of defense that are scalable and automated. Each defensive layer here enforces a set of security policies which are determined by the administrator beforehand. This aims at securing the confidentiality and accessibility of the data and the network. Every company or organization that handles a large amount of data has a degree of solutions against many cyber threats. The most basic example of network security is password protection. It has the network the user chooses. So recently, network security has become the central topic of cybersecurity, with many organizations involving applications from people with skills in this area. It is crucial for both personal and professional networks. Most houses with high-speed internet have one or more wireless routers, which can be vulnerable to attacks if they are not adequately secured. Data loss, theft, and sabotage risk may be decreased with the usage of a strong network security system. Your workstations are protected from hazardous spyware thanks to network security. Additionally, it guarantees the security of the data which is being shared over a network. By dividing information into various sections, encrypting these portions, and transferring them over separate pathways, network security infrastructure offers multiple levels of protection to thwart man-in-the-middle attacks, preventing situations like eavesdropping, among other harmful attacks. It is becoming increasingly difficult in today's hyper-connected environment as more corporate applications migrate to both public and private clouds. Additionally, modern applications are also frequently virtualized and dispersed across several locations, some outside the physical control of the IT team. Network traffic and infrastructure must be protected in these cases since assaults on businesses are increasing every single day. We now understood the basics of network security, but we need to understand how network security works in the next section in slightly more detail. Network security revolves around two processes: authentication and authorization. The first process, which is authentication, is similar to access cards, which ensure that only those who have the right to enter a building. In other words, authentication checks and verifies that it is indeed the user belonging to the network who is trying to access or enter it, thereby preventing unauthorized intrusions. Next comes authorization. This process decides the level of access provided to the recently authenticated user. For example, network admin needs access to the entire network, whereas those working within it probably need access to only certain areas within the network. Based on the network user's role, the process of determining the level of access or permission level is known as authorization. Today's network architecture is complex and faces a threat environment that is always changing and attackers that are always trying to find and exploit vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities can exist in many areas, including devices, data, applications, users, and locations. For this reason, many network security management tools and applications are in use today that address individual threats. When just a few minutes of downtime can cause widespread disruption and massive damage to an organization's bottom line and reputation, it is essential that these protection measures are in place beforehand. Now that we know a little about network security and its working, let's cover the different types of network security. The fundamental tenet of network security is the layering of protection for massive networks and stored data that ensure the acceptance of rules and regulations. As a whole, there are three types. The first of which is physical security, the next being technical, and the third being administrative. Let's look into physical security first. This is the most basic level that includes protecting data and network to unauthorized personnel from acquiring control over the confidentiality of the network. These include external peripherals and routers that might be used for cable connections. The same can be achieved by using devices like biometric systems. Physical security is critical, especially for small businesses that do not have many resources to devote to security personnel and the tools as opposed to large firms. When it comes to technical network security, it focuses mostly on safeguarding data either kept in the network or engaged in network transitions. This kind fulfills two functions. One is defense against unauthorized users, the other is a defense against malevolent actions. The last category is administrative. This level of network security protects user behavior, like how the permission has been granted and how the authorization process takes place. This also ensures the level of sophistication the network might need to protect it through all the attacks. This level also suggests necessary amendments that have to be done to the infrastructure. I think that's all the basics that we need to cover on network security. in which our next topic we're going to go through two mediums of network security, which are the transport layer and the application layer. The transport layer is a way to secure information as it is carried over the internet, with users browsing websites, emails, instant messaging, etc. TLS aims to provide a private and secure connection between a web browser and a website server. It does this with a cryptographic handshake between two systems using public key cryptography. The two parties to the connection exchange a secret token, and once each machine validates this token, it is used for all communications. The connection employs lighter symmetric cryptography to save bandwidth and processing power. Since the application layer is the closest layer to the end user, it provides hackers with the largest threat surface. Poor app layer security can lead to performance and stability issues, data theft, and in some cases, the network being taken down. Examples of application layer attacks include distributed denial of service attacks or DDoS attacks, HTTP floods, SQL injections, cross-site scripting, etc. Most organizations have an arsenal of application layer security protections to combat these and more, such as web application firewalls, secure web gateway services, etc. Now that we have the theory behind network security has been covered in detail, let us go through some of the tools that can be used to enforce these network security policies. The first tool to be covered in this section is a firewall. A firewall is a type of network security device that keeps track of incoming and outgoing network traffic, and it decides which traffic to allow or deny in accordance to a set of security rules. For more than 25 years, firewalls have served as network security's first line of defense. They provide a barrier between trustworthy internal protected and regulated networks from shady external networks like the internet at some points. The next tool which can be used to bolster network security is a virtual private network, or VPN for short. It's an encrypted connection between a device and a network via the internet. The encrypted connection aids the secure transmission of sensitive data. It makes it impossible for unauthorized parties to eavesdrop on the traffic and enables remote work for the user. The usage of VPN technology is common in both corporate and personal networks. Next, we cover the importance of intrusion prevention systems in network security, or IPS frameworks. An intrusion prevention system is a network security tool that continually scans the network for harmful activity and responds to it when it does occur by reporting, blocking, or discarding it. It can be either hardware or software. It's more sophisticated than an intrusion detection system or an IDS framework, which can just warn an administrator and merely identify harmful activities, while in the case of an IPS, it actually takes against that activity. The next tool in this section and the final one are going to be behavioral analytics. Behavioral analytics focus more on the statistics that are being carried over and stored through months and years of usage. Once some kind of similar pattern is noted, where the IT administrator can detect some kind of attack, the similar attacks can be stopped and the security can be further enhanced. Now that we have covered all that we need to know about network security, the necessary tools, its different types, etc., let's go to the benefits of network security as a whole. The first, which is protection against external threats. The objective for cyber assaults can be as varied as the offenders themselves. Although they're typically initiated for financial gain, whether they are industrial spies, hacktivists, or cyber criminals, these bad actors all have one thing in common, which is how quick, clever, and covert the attacks are getting. A strong cybersecurity posture that considers routine software updates may assist firms in identifying and responding to the abuse techniques, tools, and the common entry points. The next benefit is protection against internal threats. The human aspect continues to be the cybersecurity system's weakest link. Insider risk can originate from current or former workers, third-party vendors, or even trusted partners, and they can be unintentional, careless, or downright evil. Aside from that, the rapid expansion of remote work and the personal devices used for business purposes, while even IoT devices in remote locations, can make it easier for these kind of threats to go undetected until it's too late. However, by proactively monitoring networks and managing access, these dangers may be identified and dealt with before they become expensive disasters. The third benefit is increased productivity. It is nearly impossible for employees to function when networks and personal devices are slowed to a crawl by viruses and other cyber attacks during the operation of website and for the company to run. You may significantly minimize violations and the amount of downtime required to fix the breach by implementing various cybersecurity measures, such as enhanced firewalls, virus scanning, and automatic backups. Employee identification of possible email phishing schemes, suspicious links, and other malicious criminal activities can also be aided by education and training. Another benefit is brand trust and reputation. Customer retention is one of the most crucial elements in business development. Customers today place a premium on maintaining brand loyalty through a strong cybersecurity stance, since this is the fastest way to get other businesses back, get referrals, and sell more tickets overall. Additionally, it helps manufacturers get on the vendor list with bigger companies as a part of the supply chain, which is only as strong as its weakest link. This opens possibilities for potential future endeavors and development. With the rise in censorship and general fear over privacy laws, consumer security is at an all-time high risk. Technology has made our lives so much easier while putting up a decent target on our personal information. It is necessary to understand how to simultaneously safeguard our data and be up to date with the latest technological developments. Maintaining this balance has become easier with cryptography taking its place in today's digital world. So hey everyone, this is Bevab from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on cryptography. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So here's a story to help you understand cryptography. Meet Anne. Anne wanted to look for a decent discount on the latest iPhone. She started searching on the internet and found a rather shady website that offered a 50% discount on the first purchase. Once Anne submitted her payment details, a huge chunk of money was withdrawn from her bank account just moments after. Devastated, Anne quickly realized she had failed to notice that the website was a HTTP web page instead of an HTTPS one. The payment information submitted was not encrypted and it was visible to anyone keeping an eye, including the website owner and hackers. Had she used a reputed website which has encrypted transactions and employs cryptography, our iPhone enthusiast could have avoided this particular incident. This is why it's never recommended to visit unknown websites or share any personal information on them. Now that we understand why cryptography is so important, let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We take a look into what cryptography is and how it works. We learn where cryptography is being used in our daily lives and how we are benefiting from it. Then we will understand the different types of cryptography and their respective uses. Moving on, we will look at the usage of cryptography in ancient history and a live demonstration of cryptography and encryption in action. Let's now understand what cryptography is. Cryptography is the science of encrypting or decrypting information to prevent unauthorized access. We transform our data and personal information so that only the correct recipient can understand the message. As an essential aspect of modern data security, using cryptography allows the secure storage and transmission of data between willing parties. Encryption is the primary route for employing cryptography by adding certain algorithms to jumble up the data. Decryption is the process of reversing the work done by encrypting information so that the data becomes readable again. Both of these methods form the basis of cryptography. For example, when Simplilearn is jumbled up or changed in any format, not many people can guess the original word by looking at the encrypted text. The only ones who can are the people who know how to decrypt the coded word, thereby reversing the process of encryption. Any data pre-encryption is called plain text or clear text. To encrypt the message, we use certain algorithms that serve a single purpose of scrambling the data to make them unreadable without the necessary tools. These algorithms are called ciphers. They are a set of detailed steps to be carried out one after the other to make sure the data becomes as unreadable as possible until it reaches the receiver. We take the plain text, pass it to the cipher algorithm, and get the encrypted data. This encrypted text is called the ciphertext, and this is the message that is transferred between the two parties. The key that is being used to scramble the data is known as the encryption key. These steps, that is the cipher and the encryption key, are made known to the receiver, who can then reverse the encryption on receiving the message. unless any third party manages to find out both the algorithm and the secret key that is being used, they cannot decrypt the messages since both of them are necessary to unlock the hidden content. Wonder what else we would lose if not for cryptography? Any website where you have an account can read your passwords. Important emails can be intercepted and their contents can be read without encryption during their transit. More than 65 billion messages are sent on WhatsApp every day, all of which are secured thanks to end-to-end encryption. There is a huge market opening up for cryptocurrency, which is possible due to blockchain technology that uses encryption algorithms and hashing functions to ensure that the data is secure. If this is of particular interest to you, you can watch our video on blockchain, the link of which will be in the description. Of course, there is no single solution to a problem as diverse as explained. There are three variants of how cryptography works and is in practice. They are symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, and hashing. Let's find out how much we have understood until now. Do you remember the difference between a cipher and ciphertext? Leave your answers in the comments, and before we proceed, if you find this video interesting, make sure to give it a thumbs up before moving ahead. Let's look at symmetric encryption first. Symmetric encryption uses a single key for both the encryption and decryption of data. It is comparatively less secure than asymmetric encryption, but much faster. It is a compromise that has to be embraced in order to deliver data as fast as possible without leaving information completely vulnerable. This type of encryption is used when data rests on servers and identifies personnel for payment applications and services. The potential drawback with symmetric encryption is that both the sender and receiver need to have the same secret key, and it should be kept hidden at all times. Caesar cipher and Enigma machine are both symmetric encryption examples that we will look into further. For example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, she can apply a substitution cipher or a shift cipher to encrypt the message. But Bob must be aware of the same key itself, so he can decrypt it when he finds it necessary to read the entire message. Symmetric encryption uses one of the two types of ciphers, stream ciphers and block ciphers. Block ciphers break the plain text into blocks of fixed size and use the key to convert it into ciphertext. Stream ciphers convert the plain text into ciphertext one bit at a time instead of resorting to breaking them up into bigger chunks. In today's world, the most widely used symmetric encryption algorithm is AES 256, that stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, which has a key size of 256-bit with 128-bit and 196-bit key sizes also being available. Other primitive algorithms like the Data Encryption Standard, that is the DES, the Triple Data Encryption Standard 3DES, and Blowfish have all fallen out of favor due to the rise of AES. AES chops up the data into blocks and performs 10 plus rounds of obscuring and substituting the message to make it unreadable. Asymmetric encryption, on the other hand, has a double whammy at its disposal. There are two different keys at play here, a public key and a private key. The public key is used to encrypt information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the information post-transit. If Alice wants to communicate with Bob using asymmetric encryption, she encrypts the message using Bob's public key. After receiving the message, Bob uses his own private key to decrypt the data. This way, nobody can intercept the message in between transmissions, and there is no need for any secure key exchange for this to work, since the encryption is done with the public key and the decryption is done with the private key that no one except Bob has access to. Both the keys are necessary to read the full message. There is also a reverse scenario where we can use the private key for encryption and the public key for decryption. A server can sign non-confidential information using its private key, and anyone who has its public key can decrypt the message. This mechanism also proves that the sender is authenticated and there is no problem with the origin of the information. RSA encryption is the most widely used asymmetric encryption standard. It is named after its founders Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, and it uses block ciphers that separate the data into blocks and obscure the information. Widely considered the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than AES, It is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and chat applications. With so much hanging on the key's secrecy, there must be a way to transmit the keys without others reading our private data. Many systems use a combination of symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption to bolster security and match speed at the same time. Since asymmetric encryption takes longer to decrypt large amounts of data, the full information is encrypted using a single key, that is, symmetric encryption. That single key is then transmitted to the receiver using asymmetric encryption, so you don't have to compromise either way. Another route is using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, which relies on a one-way function and is much tougher to break into. The third variant of cryptography is termed as hashing. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of data beyond recognition. It gives an output of fixed size, which is known as the hash value of the original data, or just hash in general. The calculations that do the job of messing up the data collection form the hash function. They are generally not reversible without resilient brute force mechanisms and are very helpful when storing data on website servers that need not be stored in plain text. For example, many websites store your account passwords in a hashed format so that not even the administrator can read your credentials. When a user tries to log in, they can compare the entered password's hash value with the hash value that is already stored on the servers for authentication, since the function will always return the same value for the same input. Cryptography has been in practice for centuries. Julius Caesar used a substitution shift to move alphabets a certain number of spaces beyond their place in the alphabet table. A spy can't decipher the original message at first glance. For example, if he wanted to pass confidential information to his armies and decides to use the substitution shift of +2, A becomes C, B becomes D, and so on. The word attack, when passed through a substitution shift of +3, becomes DWWDEFN. This cipher has been appropriately named the Caesar cipher, which is one of the most widely used algorithms. The Enigma is probably the most famous cryptographic cipher device used in ancient history. It was used by the Nazi German armies in the World Wars. They were used to protect confidential political, military, and administrative information, and it consisted of 3 or more rotors that scrambled the original message depending on the machine's state at that time. The decryption is similar, but it needs both machines to stay in the same state before passing the ciphertext so that we receive the same plain text message. Let's take a look at how our data is protected while we browse the internet thanks to cryptography. Here we have a web-based tool that will help us understand the process of RSA encryption. We see the entire workflow from selecting the key size to be used until the decryption of the ciphertext in order to get the plain text back. As we already know, RSA encryption algorithm falls under the umbrella of asymmetric key cryptography. That basically implies that we have two keys at play here, a public key and a private key. Typically, the public key is used by the sender to encrypt the message, and the private key is used by the receiver to decrypt the message. There are some occasions when this allocation is reversed, and we will have a look at them as well. In RSA, we have the choice of key size. We can select any key from a 512-bit to 1024-bit, all the way up to a 4096-bit key. The longer the key length, the more complex the encryption process becomes, and thereby strengthening the ciphertext. Although with added security, more complex functions take longer to perform the same operations on similar size of data. We have to keep a balance between both speed and strength, because the strongest encryption algorithms are of no use if they cannot be practically deployed on systems around the world. Let's take a 1024-bit key over here. Now we need to generate the keys. This generation is done by functions that operate on passphrases. The tool we are using right now generates these pseudo-random keys to be used in this explanation. Once we generate the keys, you can see the public key is rather smaller than the private key, which is almost always the case. These two keys are mathematically linked with each other. They cannot be substituted with any other key, and in order to encrypt the original message or decrypt the ciphertext, this pair must be kept together. The public key is then sent to the sender, and the receiver keeps the private key with himself. In this scenario, let's try and encrypt the word Simplilearn. we have to select if the key being used for encryption is either private or public, since that affects the process of scrambling the information. Since we are using the public key over here, let's select the same and copy it and paste over here. The cipher we are using right now is plain RSA. There are some modified ciphers with their own pros and cons that can also be used, provided we use it on a regular basis and depending on the use case as well. Once we click on encrypt, we can see the ciphertext being generated over here. The pseudorandom generating functions are created in such a way that a single character change in the plaintext will trigger a completely different ciphertext. This is a security feature to strengthen the process from brute force methods. Now that we are done with the encryption process, let's take a look at the decryption part. The receiver gets this ciphertext from the sender with no other key or supplement. He or she must already possess the private key generated from the same pair. No other private key can be used to decrypt the message since they are mathematically linked. We paste the private key here and select the same. The cipher must also be the same used during the encryption process. Once we click decrypt, you can see the original plaintext we had decided to encrypt. This sums up the entire process of RSA encryption and decryption. Now some people use it the other way around. We also have the option of using the private key to encrypt information and the public key to decrypt it. This is done mostly to validate the origin of the message. Since the keys only work in pairs, if a different private key is used to encrypt the message, the public key cannot decrypt it. Conversely, if the public key is able to decrypt the message, it must have been encrypted with the right private key and hence the rightful owner. Here we just have to take the private key and use that to encrypt the plaintext and select the same in this checkbox as well. You can see we have generated a completely new ciphertext. This ciphertext will be sent to the receiver, and this time we will use the public key for decryption. Let's select the correct checkbox and decrypt, and we still get the same output. Now let's take a look at practical example of encryption in the real world. We all use the internet on a daily basis, and many are aware of the implications of using unsafe websites. Let's take a look at Wikipedia here. Pretty standard HTTPS website where the H stands for secured. Let's take a look at how it secures the data. Wireshark is the world's foremost and most widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level, and we are going to use this software to see the traffic that is leaving our machine and to understand how vulnerable it is. Since there are many applications running in this machine, let's apply a filter that will only show us the results related to Wikipedia. Let's search for something that we can navigate the website with. Okay, once we get into it a little, you can see some of the requests being populated over here. Let's take a look at the specific request. These are the data packets that basically transport the data from our machine to the internet and vice versa. As you can see, there's a bunch of gibberish data here that doesn't really reveal anything that we searched or watched. Similarly, other secured websites function the same way, and it is very difficult, if at all possible, to snoop on user data this way. To put this in perspective, let's take a look at another website, which is a HTTP web page. This has no encryption enabled from the server end, which makes it vulnerable to attacks. There is a login form here, which needs legitimate user credentials in order to grant access. Let's enter a random pair of credentials. These obviously won't work, but we can see the manner of data transfer. Unsurprisingly, we weren't able to get into the platform. Instead, we can see the data packets. Let's apply a similar filter that will help us understand what request this website is sending. These are the requests being sent by the HTTP login form to the internet. If we check here, see, whatever username and password that we are entering, we can easily see it with the Wireshark. Now, we used a dummy pair of credentials. If we select the right data packet, we can find our correct credentials. If any website had asked for our payment information or our legitimate credentials, it would have been really easy to get a hold of these. To reiterate what we have already learned, we must always avoid HTTP websites and just unknown or not trustworthy websites in general, because the problem we saw here is just the tip of the iceberg. Even though cryptography has managed to lessen the risk of cyber attacks, it is still prevalent and we should always be alert to keep ourselves safe online. There are two types of encryption in cryptography: symmetric key cryptography and asymmetric key cryptography. Both of these categories have their pros and cons and differ only by their implementation. Today we are going to focus exclusively on symmetric key cryptography. Let us have a look at its applications in order to understand its importance better. This variant of cryptography is primarily used in banking applications where personally identifiable information needs to be encrypted. With so many aspects of banking moving on to the internet, having a reliable safety net is crucial. Symmetric cryptography helps in detecting bank fraud and boosts the security index of these payment gateways in general. They are also helpful in protecting data that is not in transit and rests on servers and data centers. These centers house a massive amount of data that needs to be encrypted with a fast and efficient algorithm, so that when the data needs to be recalled by the respective service, there is the assurance of minor to no delay. While browsing the internet, we need symmetric encryption to browse secure HTTPS websites so that we get an all-around protection. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security. This helps us in preventing the rather insecure HTTP website format. So let us understand how symmetric key cryptography works first before moving on to the specific algorithms. Symmetric key cryptography relies on a single key for the encryption and decryption of information. Both the sender and receiver of the message need to have a pre-shared secret key that they will use to convert the plain text into ciphertext and vice versa. As you can see in the image, the key used for encryption is the same key needed for decrypting the message at the other end. The secret key shouldn't be sent along with the ciphertext to the receiver, because that would defeat the entire purpose of using cryptography. Key exchange can be done beforehand using other algorithms like the Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, for example. For example, if Paul wants to send a simple message to Jane, they need to have a single encryption key that both of them must keep secret to prevent snooping on by malicious actors. It can be generated by either one of them, but must belong to both of them before the messages start flowing. Suppose the message "I am ready" is converted into ciphertext using a specific substitution cipher by Paul. In that case, Jane must also be aware of the substitution shift to decrypt the ciphertext once it reaches her. Irrespective of the scenario where someone manages to grab the ciphertext mid-transit to try and read the message, not having the secret key renders everyone helpless looking to snoop in. The symmetric key algorithms like the data encryption standard have been in use since the 1970s, while the popular ones like the AES have become the industry standard today. With the entire architecture of symmetric cryptography depending on the single key being used, you can understand why it's of paramount importance to keep it secret on all occasions. The side effect of having a single key for the encryption and decryption is it becomes a single point of failure. Anyone who gets their hand on it can read all the encrypted messages and do so mainly without the knowledge of the sender and the receiver. So it is the priority to keep the encryption and decryption key private at all times. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the third party can send messages to either the sender or the receiver using the same key to encrypt the message. Upon receiving the message and decrypting it with the key, it is impossible to guess its origin. If the sender somehow transmits the secret key along with the ciphertext, anyone can intercept the package and access the information. Consequently, this encryption category is termed private key cryptography, since a big part of the data's integrity is riding on the promise that the users can keep the keys secret. This terminology contrasts with asymmetric key cryptography, which is called public key cryptography, because it has two different keys at play, one of which is public. Provided we manage to keep the keys secret, we still have to choose what kind of ciphers we want to use to encrypt this information. In symmetric key cryptography, there are broadly two categories of ciphers that we can employ. Let us have a look. Stream ciphers are the algorithms that encrypt basic information one bit at a time. It can change depending on the algorithm being used, but usually it relies on a single bit or byte to do the encryption. This is the relatively quicker alternative, considering the algorithm doesn't have to deal with blocks of data at a single time. Every piece of data that goes into the encryption can and needs to be converted into binary format. In stream ciphers, each binary digit is encrypted one after the other. The most popular ones are the RC4, Salsa, and Panama. The binary data is passed through an encryption key, which is a randomly generated bit stream. Upon passing it through, we receive the ciphertext that can be transferred to the receiver without fear of man-in-the-middle attacks. The binary data can be passed through an algorithmic function. It can have either XOR operations, as it is most of the time, or any other mathematical calculations that have the singular purpose of scrambling the data. The encryption key is generated using the random bitstream generator, and it acts as a supplement in the algorithmic function. The output is in binary form, which is then converted into the decimal or hexadecimal format to give our final ciphertext. On the other hand, block ciphers dissect the raw information into chunks of data of fixed size. The size of these blocks depend on the exact cipher being used. A 128-bit block cipher will break the plaintext into blocks of 128-bit each and encrypt those blocks instead of a single digit. Once these blocks are encrypted individually, they are chained together to form a final ciphertext. Block ciphers are much slower, but they are more tamper-proof and are used in some of the most widely used algorithms employed today. Just like stream ciphers, the original ciphertext is converted into binary format before beginning the process. Once the conversion is complete, the blocks are passed through the encryption algorithm along with the encryption key. This would provide us with the encrypted blocks of binary data. Once these blocks are combined, we get a final binary string. This string is then converted into hexadecimal format to get our ciphertext. Today, the most popular symmetric key algorithms like AES, DES, and 3DES are all block cipher methodology subsets. With so many factors coming into play, there are quite a few things symmetric key cryptography excels at while falling short in some other. Symmetric key cryptography is much faster variant when compared to asymmetric key cryptography. There is only one key in play, unlike asymmetric encryption, and this drastically improves calculation speed in the encryption and decryption. Similarly, the performance of symmetric encryption is much more efficient under similar computational limitations. Fewer calculations help in better memory management for the host system. Bulk amounts of data that need to be encrypted are very well suited for symmetric algorithms. Since they are much quicker, handling large amounts of data is simple and easy to use in servers and data farms. This helps in better latency during data recall and fewer mixed packets. Thanks to its simple single key structure, symmetric key cryptography algorithms are much easier to set up a communication channel with and offer a much more straightforward maintenance duties. Once the secret key is transmitted to both the sender and receiver without any prior mishandling, the rest of the system aligns easily and everyday communications becomes easy and secure. If the algorithm is applied as per the documentation, symmetric algorithms are very robust and can encrypt vast amounts of data with very less overhead.
DES algorithm stands for Data Encryption Standard. It is a symmetric key cipher that is used to encrypt and decrypt information in a block-by-block manner. Each block is encrypted individually and they are later chained together to form our final ciphertext, which is then sent to a receiver. DES takes the original unaltered piece of data called the plain text in a 64-bit block, and it is converted into an encrypted text that is called the ciphertext. It uses 48-bit keys during the encryption process and follows a specific structure called the Fistel cipher structure during the entire process. It is a symmetric key algorithm, which means DES can reuse the keys used in the encryption format to decrypt the ciphertext back to the original plain text. Once the 64-bit blocks are encrypted, they can be combined together before being transmitted. Let's take a look at the origin and the reason DES was founded. DES is based on a Fistel block cipher called Lucifer, developed in 1971 by IBM cryptography researcher Horst Fistel. DES uses 16 rounds of this Fistel structure, using a different key for each round. It also utilizes a random function with 2 inputs and provides a single output variable. DES became the organization's approved encryption standard in November 1976 and was later reaffirmed as a standard in 1983, 1988, and finally in 1999. But eventually DES was cracked and it was no longer considered a secure solution for all official routes of communication. Consequently, Triple DES was developed. Triple DES is a symmetric key block cipher that uses a double DES cipher. Encrypt with the first key, delete encryption with the second key, and encrypt again with the third key. There is also a variation of the two keys where the first and second key are duplicate of each other. But Triple DES was ultimately deemed too slow for the growing need for fast communication channels, and people eventually fell back to using DES for encrypting messages. In order to search for a better alternative, a public-wide competition was organized and helped cryptographers develop their own algorithm as a proposal for the next global standard. This is where the Ringdial algorithm came into play and was later credited to be the next advanced encryption standard. For a long time, DES was the standard for data encryption for data security. Its rule ended in 2002 when finally the advanced encryption standard replaced DES as an acceptable standard following a public competition for a place. To understand the structure of a Fistel cipher, we can use the following image as a reference. The block being encrypted is divided into two parts, one of which is being passed on to the function, while the other part is XORed with the function's output. The function also uses the encryption key that differs for each individual round. This keeps going on until the last step, until where the right-hand side and the left-hand side are being swapped. Here we receive our final ciphertext. For the decryption process, the entire procedure is reversed, starting from the order of the keys to the block sorting. If the entire process is repeated in a reverse order, we will eventually get back our plain text, and this simplicity helps the speed. Overall, this was later detrimental to the efficiency of the algorithm, hence the security was compromised. A Fistel block cipher is a structure used to derive many symmetric block ciphers such as DES, which as we have discussed in our previous comment. Fistel cipher proposed a structure that implements substitution and permutation alternately so that we can obtain ciphertext from the plain text and vice versa. This helps in reducing the redundancy of the program and increases the complexity to combat brute force attacks. The Fistel cipher is actually based on the Shannon structure that was proposed in 1945. The Fistel cipher is the structure suggested by Horst Fistel, which was considered to be a backbone while developing many symmetric block ciphers. The Shannon structure highlights the implementation of alternate confusion and diffusion. And like we already discussed, the Fistel cipher structure can be completely reversed depending on the data. However, we must consider the fact that to decrypt the information by reversing the Fistel structure, we will need the exact polynomial functions and the key orders. To understand how the blocks are being calculated, we take a plain text which is of 64-bit and that is later divided into two equal halves of 32-bit each. In this, the right half is immediately transferred to the next round to become the new left half of the second round. The right hand is again passed off to a function which uses an encryption key that is unique to each round in the Fistel cipher. Whatever the function gives off as an output, it is passed on as an XOR input with the left half of the initial plain text. The next output will become the right half of the second round for the plain text. This entire process constitutes of a single round in the Fistel cipher. Taking into account what happens in the polynomial function, we take one half of the block and pass it through an expansion box. The work of the expansion box is to increase the size of the half from 32-bit to 48-bit text. This is done to make the text compatible to a 48-bit keys we have generated beforehand. Once we pass it through the XOR function, we get a 48-bit text as an output. Now remember, a half should be of 32-bit. So this 48-bit output is then later passed on to a substitution box. This substitution box reduces its size from 48-bit to 32-bit output, which is then later XORed with the first half of the plain text. A block cipher is considered the safest if the size of the block is large, but large block sizes can also slow down encryption speed and the decryption speed. Generally, the size is 64-bit. Sometimes modern block ciphers like AES have a 128-bit block size as well. The security of the block cipher increases with increasing key size, but larger key sizes may also reduce the speeds of the process. Earlier, 64-bit keys were considered sufficient. Modern ciphers need to use 128-bit keys due to the increasing complexity of today's computational standards. The increasing number of rounds also increase the security of the block cipher. Similarly, they are inversely proportional to the speed of encryption. A highly complex round function enhances the security of the block cipher, albeit we must maintain a balance between the speed and security. The symmetric block cipher is implemented in a software application to achieve better execution speed. There is no use of an algorithm if it cannot be implemented in a real-life framework that can help organizations to encrypt or decrypt the data in a timely manner. Now that we understand the basics of Fistel ciphers, we can take a look at how DES manages to run through 16 rounds of the structure and provide the ciphertext at the end. Now that we understand the basics of Fistel ciphers, we can take a look at how DES manages to run through 16 rounds of this structure and provide a ciphertext. In simple terms, DES takes the 64-bit plaintext and converts it into a 64-bit ciphertext. And since we are talking about asymmetric algorithms, the same key is being used when it is decrypting the data as well. We first take a 64-bit key plaintext and we pass it through an initial permutation function. The initial permutation function has the job of dividing the block into two different parts so that we can perform Fistel cipher structures on it. There are multiple rounds being procured in the DES algorithm, namely 16 rounds of Fistel cipher structure. Each of these rounds will need keys. Initially, we take a 56-bit cipher key, but it is a single key. We pass it on to a round key generators, which generates 16 different keys for each single round that the Fistel cipher is being run. These keys are passed on to the rounds as 48 bits. The size of these 48-bit keys is the reason we use the substitution and permutation bonds in the polynomial functions of the Fistel ciphers. When passing through all these rounds, we reach round 16, where the final key is passed on from the round key generator, and we get a final permutation. In the final permutation, the rounds are swapped, and we get a final ciphertext. This is the entire process of DES with 16 rounds of Fistel ciphers encompassed in it. To decrypt our ciphertext back to the plaintext, we just have to reverse the process we did in the DES algorithm and reverse the key order along with the functions. This kind of simplicity is what gave DES the bonus when it comes to speed, but eventually it was detrimental to the overall efficiency of the program when it comes to security factors. DES have 5 different modes of operation to choose from. One of those is electronic codebook. Each 64-bit block is encrypted and decrypted independently in the electronic codebook format. We also have cipher block chaining, or the CBC method. Here, each 64-bit block depends on the previous one, and all of them use an initialization vector. We have a cipher feedback block mechanism, where the preceding ciphertext becomes the input for the encryption algorithm. It produces a pseudo-random output, which in turn is XORed with the plaintext. There is an output feedback method as well, which is the same as cipher feedback, except that the encryption algorithm input is the output from the preceding DES. A counter method has a different way of approach, where each plaintext block is XORed with an encrypted counter. The counter is then incremented for each subsequent block. There are a few other alternatives to these modes of operation. but the 5 mentioned above are the most widely used in the industry and recommended by cryptographers worldwide. Let's take a look at the future of DES. The dominance of DES ended in 2002 when the Advanced Encryption Standard replaced the DES encryption algorithm as the accepted standard. It was done following a public competition to find a replacement. NIST officially withdrew the global acceptance standard in May 2005, although triple DES is approved for some sensitive government information through 2030. NIST also had to change the DES algorithm because its key length was too short, given the increased processing power of the new computers. Encryption power is related to the size of the key, and DES found itself a victim of ongoing technological advances in computing. We have received a point where 56-bit was no longer a challenge to the computers of cracking. Note that because DES is no longer the NIST federal standard, it does not mean that it is no longer in use. Triple DES is still used today and is still considered a legacy encryption algorithm. To get a better understanding of how these keys and ciphertext look like, we can use an online tool for our benefit. As we already know, to encrypt any kind of data, a key is mandatory. This key can be generated using mathematical functions or computerized key generation program, such as this website offers. It can be based on any piece of text. Let's say the word is Simplilearn in our example. Once the key is settled, we provide the plain text or the clear text that needs to be encrypted using the aforementioned key. Suppose our sentence for this example is "This is my first message." We have satisfied two prerequisites, the message and the key. Another variable that goes into play is the mode of operation. We have already learned about 5 different modes of operation, while we can see some other options here as well. Let us go with the CBC variant, which basically means the cipher block chaining method. One of CBC's key characteristics is that it uses a chaining process. It causes the decryption of a block of ciphertext to depend all on the preceding ciphertext blocks. As a result, the entire validity of all the blocks is contained in the previous adjacent blocks as well. A single bit error in a ciphertext block affects the decryption of all the subsequent blocks. Rearrangement of the order of these, for example, can cause the decryption process to get corrupted. Regarding the manner of displaying binary information, we have 2 options here. We can either go with base 64 or the hexadecimal format. Let's go with the base 64 right now. As you can see, the ciphertext is readily available. Base 64 is a little more efficient than hex, so we will be getting a smaller ciphertext when it comes to base 64. Albeit the size of both the formats will be the same. The hex has a longer ciphertext since base 64 takes 4 characters for every 3 bytes, while hex will take 2 characters for each byte. Hence, base 64 turns out to be more efficient. Now to decrypt the ciphertext, we go by the same format. We choose base 64. We copy the ciphertext onto a decryption tool, and we have to make sure that the key we are using is exactly the same. We choose similar mode of operation, and we choose the correct encoding format as well, which is base 64 in this case. As you can see, the decryption is complete and we get a plain text back. Even if you keep everything the same, but we just change the encoding format, it will not be able to decrypt anything. Unfortunately, DES has become rather easy to crack even without the help of a key. The advanced encryption standard is still on top when it comes to symmetric encryption security and will likely stay there for a while.
Eventually, with so much computing power growth, the need for a stronger algorithm was necessary to safeguard our personal data. As solid as DES was, the computers of today could easily break the encryption with repeated attempts, thereby rendering the data security helpless. To counter this dilemma, a new standard was introduced which was termed as the Advanced Encryption Standard or the AES algorithm. Let's learn what is Advanced Encryption Standard. The AES algorithm, also known as the Rijndael algorithm, is a symmetric block cipher with a block size of 128 bits. It is converted into ciphertext using keys of 128, 192, or 256 bits. It is implemented in software and hardware throughout the world to encrypt sensitive data. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as NIST, started development on AES in 1997 when it was announced the need for an alternative to the data encryption standard. The new internet needed a replacement for DES because of its small key size. With increasing computing power, it was considered unsafe against entire key search attacks. The triple DES was designed to overcome this problem. However, it was deemed to be too slow to be deployed in machines worldwide. Strong cases were present by the Mars, RC6, Serpent, and the two-fish algorithms, but it was the Ringdial encryption algorithm, also known as AES, which was eventually chosen as the standard symmetric key encryption algorithm to be used. Its selection was formalized with the release of Federal Information Processing Standards Publication 197 in the November of 2001. It was approved by the US Secretary of Commerce. Now that we understand the origin of AES, let us have a look at the features that make AES encryption algorithm unique. The AES algorithm uses a substitution permutation or SP network. It consists of multiple rounds to produce a ciphertext. It has a series of linked operations, including replacing inputs with specific outputs, that is substitutions, and others that involve bit shuffling, which is permutations. At the beginning of the encryption process, we only start out with a single key, which can be either a 128-bit key, a 192-bit key, or a 256-bit key. Eventually, this one key is expanded to be used in multiple rounds throughout the encryption and the decryption cycle. Interestingly, AES performs all its calculations on byte data instead of bit data, as seen in the case of the DES algorithm. Therefore, AES treats 128 bits of a clear text block as 16 bytes. The number of rounds during the encryption process depends on the key size that is being used. The 128-bit key size fixes 10 rounds, the 192-bit key size fixes 12 rounds, and the 256-bit key holds 14 rounds. A round key is required for each of these rounds, but since only one key is input into the algorithm, the single key needs to be expanded to get the key for each round, including the round 0. With so many mathematical calculations going on in the background, there are bound to be a lot of steps throughout the procedure. Let's have a look at the steps followed in AES. Before we move ahead, we need to understand how data is being stored during the process of AES encryption. Everything in the process is stored in a 4x4 matrix format. This matrix is also known as a state array, and we'll be using these state arrays to transmit data from one step to another and from one round to the next round. Each round takes state array as input and gives a state array as output to be transferred into the next round. It is a 16-byte matrix with each cell representing 1 byte, with each 4 bytes representing a word. So every state array will have a total of 4 words representing it. As we previously discussed, we take a single key and expand it to the number of rounds that we need the key to be used in. Let's say the number of rounds are n, then the key has to be expanded to be used with n plus 1 rounds, because the first round is the key 0 round. Let's say n is the number of rounds. The key is expanded to n plus 1 rounds. It is also a state array having 4 words in its vicinity. Every key is used for a single round, and the first key is used as a round key before any round begins. In the very beginning, the plaintext is captured and passed through an XOR function with the round key as a supplement. This key can be considered the first key from the n plus 1 expanded set. Moving on, the state array resulting from the above step is passed on to a byte substitution process. Beyond that, there is a provision to shift rows in the state arrays. Later on, the state array is mixed with a constant matrix to shuffle its column in the mixed column segment, after which we add the round key for that particular round. The last 4 steps mentioned are part of every single round that the encryption algorithm goes through. The state arrays are then passed from one round to the next as an input. In the last round, however, we skip the mixed columns portion, with the rest of the process remaining unchanged. But what are these byte substitution and row shifting processes? Let's find out regarding each step in more detail. In the first step, the plaintext is stored in a state array and it is XORed with the K0, which is the first key in the expanded key set. This step is performed only once on a block while being repeated at the end of each round as per iteration demands. The state array is XORed with the key to get a new state array, which is then passed off as input to the sub-bytes process. In the second stage, we have byte substitution. We leverage an X box called as a substitution box to randomly switch data among each element. Every single byte is converted into a hexadecimal value having two parts. The first part denotes the row value and the second part denotes the column value. The entire state array is passed through the S box to create a brand new state array, which is then passed off as an input to the row shifting process. The 16 input bytes are replaced by looking at a fixed table given in the design. We finally get a matrix with 4 rows and 4 columns. When it comes to row shifting, each bit in the 4 rows of the matrix is shifted to the left. An entry that is a fall off is reinserted to the right of the line. The change is done as follows. The first line is not moved in any way. The second line is shifted to a single position to the left. The third line is shifted 2 positions to the left, and the fourth line is shifted 3 positions to the left. The result is a new matrix that contains the same 16 bytes but has been moved in relation to each other to boost the complexity of the program. In mixed columns, each column of 4 bytes is now replaced using a special mathematical function. The function takes 4 bytes of a column as input and outputs 4 completely new bytes. We will get a new matrix with the same size of 16 bytes, and it should be noted that this phase has not been done in the last round of the iteration. When it comes to adding a round key, the 16 bytes of the matrix are treated as 128 bits and the 128 bits of the round key are XORed. If it is the last round, the output is the ciphertext. If we still have a few rounds remaining, the resulting 128 bits are interpreted as 16 bytes and we start another similar round. Let's take an example to understand how all these processes work. If our plaintext is the string 2192, we first convert it into a hexadecimal format as follows. We use an encryption key which is "that's my kung fu" and it is converted into a hexadecimal format as well. As per the guidelines, we use a single key which is then later expanded into n+1 number of keys, in which case it's supposed to be 11 keys for 10 different rounds. In round 0, we add the round key. The plaintext is XORed with the K0 and we get a state array that is passed off as an input to the substitution bytes process. When it comes to the substitution bytes process, we leverage an S box to substitute the elements of each byte with a completely new byte. This way the state array that we receive is passed off as an input to the row shifting process on the next step. When it comes to row shifting, each element is shifted a few places to the left, with the first row being shifted by 0 places, second row by 1 place, third row by 2 places, and the last by 3. The state array that we received from the row shifting is passed off as an input to mixed columns. In mixed columns, we multiply the state array with a constant matrix, after which I receive a new state array to be passed on to the next step. We add the new state array as an XOR with the round key of the particular iteration. Whatever state array we receive here, it becomes an output for this particular round. Now, since this is the first round of the entire encryption process, the state array that we receive is passed off as an input to the new round. We repeat this process for 10 more rounds and we finally receive a ciphertext. Once the final state array can be denoted in the hexadecimal format, this becomes our final ciphertext that we can use for transferring information from the sender and receiver. Let's take a look at the applications of AES in this world. AES finds most use in the area of wireless security in order to establish a secure mode of authentication between routers and clients. Highly secure mechanisms like WPA and WPA2 are extensively used in securing Wi-Fi endpoints with the help of Rindial's algorithm. It also helps in SSL TLS encryption that is instrumental in encrypting our internet browser sessions. AES works in tandem with other asymmetric encryption algorithms to make sure the web browser and web server are properly configured and use encrypted channels for communication. AES is also prevalent in general file encryption of various formats, ranging from critical documents to the media files. Having a large key allows people to encrypt media and decrypt data with maximum security possible. AES is also used for processor security in hardware appliances to prevent machine hijacking, among other things. As a direct successor to the DES algorithm, there are some aspects that AES provides an immediate advantage in. Let us take a look. When it comes to key length, the biggest flaw in DES algorithm was its small length was easily vulnerable by today's standards. AES has managed to nab up 128, 192 and 256 bit key lengths to bolster the security further. The block size is also larger in AES owing to more complexity of the algorithm. The number of rounds in DES is fixed irrespective of the plain text being used. In AES, the number of rounds depends on the key length that is being used for the particular iteration, thereby providing more randomness and complexity in the algorithm. The DES algorithm is considered to be simpler than AES, even though AES beats DES when it comes to relative speed of encryption and decryption. This makes advanced encryption standard much more streamlined to be deployed in frameworks and systems worldwide when it compares to the data encryption standard. Hello. In our last video on cryptography, we took a look at symmetric key cryptography. We used a single private key for both the encryption and decryption of data, and it works very well in theory. Let's take a look at a more realistic scenario now. Let's meet Joe. Joe is a journalist who needs to communicate with Ryan via long-distance messaging. Due to the critical nature of the information, people are waiting for any message to leave Joe's house so that they can intercept it. Now Joe can easily use symmetric key cryptography to send the encrypted data, so that even if someone intercepts the message, they cannot understand what it says. But here's the tricky part. How will Joe send the required decryption key to Ryan? The sender of the message as well as the receiver need to have the same decryption key so that they can exchange messages. Otherwise, Ryan cannot decrypt the information even when he receives the ciphertext. If someone intercepts the key while transmitting it, there is no use in employing cryptography since a third party can now decode all the information easily. Key sharing is a risk that will always exist when symmetric key cryptography is being used. Thankfully, asymmetric key encryption has managed to fix this problem. This is Baba from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on asymmetric key cryptography. Let's take a look at what we are going to learn today. We begin by explaining what asymmetric key cryptography is and how it works. We take a look at its application and uses. We understand why it's called public key cryptography and then learn a little bit about RSA encryption, and then we learn about the advantages of asymmetric key cryptography over symmetric key cryptography. Let's understand what asymmetric key cryptography is. Asymmetric encryption uses a double layer of protection. There are two different keys at play here, a private key and a public key. A public key is used to encrypt the information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the data post-transit. These pair of keys must belong to the receiver of the message. The public keys can be shared via messaging, blog posts, or key servers, and there are no restrictions. As you can see in the image, the two keys are working in the system. The sender first encrypts the message using the receiver's private key, after which we receive the ciphertext. The ciphertext is then transmitted to the receiver without any other key. On getting the ciphertext, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt it and get the plain text back. There has been no requirement of any key exchange throughout this process, therefore solving the most glaring flaw faced in symmetric key cryptography. The public key known to everyone cannot be used to decrypt the message, and the private key which can decrypt the message need not be shared with anyone. The sender and receiver can exchange personal data using the same set of keys as often as possible. To understand this better, take the analogy of your mailbox. Anyone who wants to send you a letter has access to the box and can easily share information with you. In a way, you can say the mailbox is publicly available to all, but only you have access to the key that can open the mailbox and read the letters in it. This is how the private key comes to play. No one can intercept the message and read its contents since it's encrypted. Once the receiver gets its contents, he can use his private key to decrypt the information. Both the public key and the private key are generated, so they are interlinked, and you cannot substitute other private keys to decrypt the data. In another example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, let's say it reads "Call me today," she must use Bob's public key while encrypting the message. Upon receiving the cipher message, Bob can proceed to use his private key in order to decrypt the message, and hence complete security is attained during transmission without any need for sharing the key. Since this type of encryption is highly secure, it has many uses in areas that require high confidentiality. It is used to manage digital signatures, so there is valid proof of a document's authenticity. With so many aspects of business transitioning to the digital sphere, critical documents need to be verified before being considered authentic and acted upon. Thanks to asymmetric cryptography, senders can now sign documents with their private keys. Anyone who needs to verify the authenticity of such signatures can use the sender's public key to decrypt the signature. Since the public and the private keys are linked to each other mathematically, it's impossible to repeat this verification with duplicate keys. Document encryption has been made very simple by today's standards, but the background implementation follows a similar approach. In blockchain architecture, asymmetric key cryptography is used to authorize transactions and maintain the system. Thanks to its two key structures, changes are reflected across the blockchain's peer-to-peer network only if it is approved from both ends. Along with asymmetric key cryptography's tamper-proof architecture, its non-repudiation characteristic also helps in keeping the network stable. We can also use asymmetric key cryptography combined with symmetric key cryptography to monitor SSL or TLS encrypted browsing sessions to make sure nobody can steal our personal information when accessing banking websites or the internet in general. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security instead of the rather insecure HTTP website format. Security parameters differ on a session-by-session basis, so the verification process is consistent and utterly essential to modern data security. Another great use of the asymmetric key cryptography structure is transmitting keys for symmetric key cryptography. With the most significant difficulty in symmetric encryption being key exchange, asymmetric keys can help clear this shortcoming. The original message is first encrypted using a symmetric key. The key used for encrypting the data is then converted into the ciphertext using the receiver's public key. Now we have two ciphertexts to transmit to the receiver. On receiving both of them, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt the symmetric key. He can then use it to decrypt the original information on getting the key used to encrypt the data. While this may seem more complicated than just asymmetric key cryptography alone, symmetric encryption algorithms are much more optimized for vast amounts of data on some occasions. Encrypting the key using asymmetric algorithms will definitely be more memory efficient and secure. You might remember us discussing why symmetric encryption was called private key cryptography. Let us understand why asymmetric falls under the public key cryptography. We have two keys at our disposal. The encryption key is available to everyone. The decryption key is supposed to be private. Unlike symmetric key cryptography, there is no need to share anything privately to have an encrypted messaging system. To put that into perspective, we share our email address with anyone looking to communicate with us. It is supposed to be public by design so that our email login credentials are private and they help in preventing any data mishandling. Since there is nothing hidden from the world, if they want to send us any encrypted information, this category is called the public key cryptography. There are quite a few algorithms being used today that follow the architecture of asymmetric cryptography, none more famous than the RSA encryption. RSA encryption is the most widely used encryption or public key encryption standard using asymmetric key approach. Named after its founders, Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, it uses block ciphers to obscure the information. If you are unfamiliar with how block ciphers work, they are encryption algorithms that divide the original data into blocks of equal size. The block size depends on the exact cipher being used. Once they are broken down, these blocks are encrypted individually and later chained together to form the final ciphertext. Widely considered to be the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than symmetric encryption algorithms, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and other chat applications. With so many variables in play, there must be some advantages that give asymmetric key cryptography an edge over the traditional symmetric encryption methodologies. Let's go through some of them. There is no need for any reliable key sharing channel in asymmetric encryption. It was an added risk in private key cryptography that has been completely eliminated in public key architecture. The key which is made public cannot decrypt any confidential information, and the only key that can decrypt doesn't need to be shared publicly under any circumstance. We have much more extensive key lengths in RSA encryption and other asymmetric algorithms like 2048-bit key and 4096-bit keys. Larger keys are much harder to break into via brute force and are much more secure. Asymmetric key cryptography can use as a proof of authenticity, since only the rightful owner of the keys can generate the messages to be decrypted by the private key. This situation can also be reversed. Encryption is done using a private key and decryption is done by the public key, which would not function if the correct private key is not used to generate the message, hence proving the authenticity of the owner. It also has a tamper protection feature, where the message cannot be intercepted and changed without invalidating the private key used to encrypt the data. Consequently, the public key cannot decrypt the message, and it is easy to realize the information is not 100% legitimate when and where the case requires. Now that we have a proper revision, let's understand what digital signatures are before moving on to the algorithm. The objective of digital signatures is to authenticate and verify documents and data. This is necessary to avoid tampering and digital modification or forgery of any kind during the transmission of official documents. They work on the public key cryptography architecture with one exception. Typically, an asymmetric key system encrypts using a public key and decrypts with a private key. For digital signatures, however, the reverse is true. The signature is encrypted using a private key and is decrypted with the public key. Because the keys are inked together, decoding it with the public key verifies that the proper private key was used to sign the document, thereby verifying the signature's provenance. Let's go through each step to understand the procedure thoroughly. In step 1, we have M, which is the original plaintext message, and it is passed on to a hash function denoted by h hash to create a digest. Next, it bundles the message together with the hash digest and encrypts it using the sender's private key. It sends the encrypted bundle to the receiver, who can decrypt it using the sender's public key. Once the message is decrypted, it is passed through the same hash function h hash to generate a similar digest. It compares the newly generated hash with the bundled hash value received along with the message. If they match, it verifies data integrity. In many instances, they provide a layer of validation and security to messages through a non-secure channel. Properly implemented, a digital signature gives the receiver reason to believe that the message was sent by the claimed sender. Digital signatures are equivalent to traditional handwritten signatures in many respects, but properly implemented digital signatures are more difficult to forge than the handwritten type. Digital signature schemes in the sense used here are cryptographically based and must be implemented properly to be effective. They can also provide non-repudiation, meaning that the signer cannot successfully claim that they did not sign a message while also claiming their private key remains secret. Further, some non-repudiation schemes offer a timestamp for the digital signature, so that even if the private key is exposed, the signature is valid. To implement the concept of digital signature in real world, we have two primary algorithms to follow: the RSA algorithm and the DSA algorithm, but the latter is a topic of learning today. So let's go ahead and see what the digital signature algorithm is supposed to do. Digital signature algorithm is a FIPS standard, which is the Federal Information Processing Standard for digital signatures. It was proposed in 1991 and globally standardized in 1994 by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as the NIST. It functions on the framework of modular exponentiation and discrete logarithmic problems, which are difficult to compute as a force brute system. Unlike DSA, most signature types are generated by signing message digest with the private key of the originator. This creates a digital thumbprint of the data. Since just the message digest is signed, the signature is generally much smaller compared to the data that was signed. As a result, digital signatures impose less load on processors at the time of signing execution, and they use small volumes of bandwidth. DSA, on the other hand, does not encrypt message digest using private key or decrypt message digest using public key. Instead, it uses mathematical functions to create a digital signature consisting of two 160-bit numbers, which are originated from the message digests and the private key. DSAs make use of the public key for authenticating the signature, but the authorization process is much more complicated when compared with RSA. DSA also provides three benefits, which is the message authentication, integrity verification, and non-repudiation. In the image, we can see the entire process of DSA validation. A plain text message is passed on to a hash function where the digest is generated, which is passed on to a signing function. Signing function also has other parameters like a global variable G, a random variable K, and the private key of the sender. The outputs are then bundled onto a single pack with the plain text and sent to the receiver. The two outputs we receive from the signing functions are the two 160-bit numbers denoted by S and R. On the receiver end, we pass the plain text through the same hash function to regenerate the message digest. It is passed on to verification function, which has other requirements such as the public key of the sender, global variable G, and SNR received from the sender. The value generated by the function is then compared to R. If they match, then the verification process is complete and data integrity is verified. This was an overview of the way the DSA algorithm works. We already know it depends on logarithmic functions to calculate the outputs, so let us see how we can do the same in our next section. We have three phases here, the first of which is key generation. To generate the keys, we need some prerequisites. We select a queue which becomes a prime divisor. We select a prime number p such that p-1 mod q equal to 0. We also select a random integer g which must satisfy the two formulas being mentioned on the screen right now. Once these values are selected, we can go ahead with generating the keys. The private key can be denoted by x, and it is any random integer that falls between the bracket of 0 and the value of q. The public key can be calculated as y equal to g to the power x mod p, where y stands for the public key. The private key can then be packaged as a bundle which comprises of values of p, q, g, and x. Similarly, the public key can also be packaged as a bundle having the values of p, q, g, and y. Once we're done with key generation, we can start verifying the signature and its generation. Repeat. Once the keys are generated, we can start generating the signature. The message is passed through a hash function to generate the digest H first. We can choose any random integer k which falls under the bracket of 0 and q. To calculate the first 160-bit number of our signing function of r, we use the formula g to the power k mod p into mod q. Similarly, to calculate the value of the second output, that is s, we use the following formula that is shown on the screen. The signature can then be packaged as a bundle having r and s. This bundle, along with a plain text message, is then passed on to the receiver. Now with the third phase, we have to verify the signature. We first calculate the message digest received in the bundle by passing it through the same hash function. We calculate the value of w, u1, and U2 using the formulas shown on the screen. We have to calculate a verification component, which is then to be compared with the value of R being sent by the sender. This verification component can be calculated using the following formula. Once calculated, this can be compared with the value of R. If the values match, then the signature verification is successful and our entire process is complete, starting from key generation to the signature generation all the way up to the verification of the signature. With so many steps to follow, we are bound to have a few advantages to boot this, and we would be right to think so. DSA is highly robust in the security and stability aspect when compared to alternative signature verification algorithms. We have a few other ciphers that aim to achieve the simplicity and the flexibility of DSA, but it has been a tough ask for all the other suits. The key generation is much faster when compared to the RSA algorithm and such. While the actual encryption and decryption process may falter a little in comparison, a quicker start in the beginning is well known to optimize a lot of frameworks. DSA requires less storage space to work its entire cycle. In contrast, its direct correspondent, that is RSA algorithm, needs a certain amount of computational and storage space to function efficiently. This is not the case with DSA, which has been optimized to work with weaker hardware and lesser resources. The DSA is patented, but NIST has made this patent available worldwide royalty-free. A draft version of the speculation FIPS 186.5 indicates that DSA will no longer be approved for digital signature generation, but it may be used to verify signatures generated prior to the implementation date of that standard. The RSA algorithm is a public key signature algorithm developed by Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman. The paper was first published in 1977, and the algorithm uses logarithmic functions to keep the working complex enough to withstand brute force and streamlined enough to be fast post-deployment. RSA can also encrypt and decrypt general information to securely exchange data along with handling digital signature verification. Let us understand how it achieves this. We take our plaintext message M. We pass it through a hash function to generate the digest H, which is then encrypted using the sender's private key. This is appended to the original plaintext message and sent over to the receiver. Once the receiver receives the bundle, we can pass the plaintext message to the same hash function to generate a digest, and the ciphertext can be decrypted using the public key of the sender. The remaining hashes are compared. If the values match, then the data integrity is verified and the sender is authenticated. Apart from digital signatures, the main case of RSA is encryption and decryption of private information before being transmitted across communication channel. This is where the data encryption comes into play. When using RSA for encryption and decryption of general data, it reverses the key set usage. Unlike signature verification, it receives the receiver's public key to encrypt the data and uses the receiver's private key in decrypting the data. Thus, there is no need to exchange any keys in this scenario. There are two broad components when it comes to RSA cryptography. One of them is key generation. Key generation employs a step of generating the private and the public keys that are going to be used for encrypting and decrypting the data. The second part is the encryption and decryption functions. These are the ciphers and steps that need to be run when scrambling the data or recovering the data from the ciphertext. You will now understand each of these steps in our next subtopic. Keeping the previous two concepts in mind, let us go ahead and see how the entire process works, starting from creating the key pair to encrypting and decrypting the information. You need to generate the public and private keys before running the functions to generate ciphertext and plaintext. They use certain variables and parameters, all of which are explained. We first use two large prime numbers, which can be denoted by P and Q. We can compute the value of n as n equal to P into Q and compute the value of z as P minus 1 into Q minus 1. A number E is chosen at random satisfying the following conditions, and a number D is also selected at random following the formula ED mod Z equal to 1, and it can be calculated with the formula given below. The public key is then packaged as a bundle with N and E, and the private key is packaged as a bundle using N and D. This sums up the key generation process. For the encryption and decryption function, we use the formula C and M. The ciphertext can be calculated as C equal to M to the power E mod N, and the plaintext can be calculated from the ciphertext as C power D mod N. When it comes to a data encryption example, let's take P and Q as 7 and 13. The value of N can be calculated as 91. If we select the value of E to be 5, it satisfies all the criteria that we need it to. The value of D can be calculated using the following function, which gives it as 29. The public key can then be packaged as 91,5 and the private key can then be packaged as 91,29. The plaintext if it is 10, which is denoted by M. Ciphertext can be calculated to the formula C equal to M to the power E mod N, which gives us 82. If somebody receives this ciphertext, they can calculate the plaintext using the formula C to the power D mod N, which gives us the value of 10 as selected as our plaintext. We can now look at the factors that make the RSA algorithm stand out versus its competitors in the advantageous topics of this lesson. RSA encryption depends on using the receiver's public key so that you don't have to share any secret key to receive the messages from others. This was the most glaring flaw faced by symmetric algorithms, which were eventually fixed by asymmetric cryptography structure. Since the key pairs are related to each other, a receiver cannot intercept the message since they don't have the correct private keys to decrypt the information. If a public key can decrypt the information, the sender cannot refuse signing it with his private key without admitting the private key is not in fact private anymore. The encryption process is faster than that of the DSA algorithm. Even if the key generation is slower in RSA, many systems across the world tend to reuse the same keys so that they can spend less time in key generation and more time on actual ciphertext management. Data will be tamper-proof in transit since meddling with the data will alter the usage of the keys. The private key won't be able to decrypt the information, hence alerting the receiver of any kind of manipulation in between. The receiver must be aware of any third party who possesses the private key since they can alter the data mid-transit, the cases of which are rather low.
Imagine creating an account on a new website. You provide your email address and set a password that you are confident and you would not forget. What about the website owner? How securely are they going to store your password? For website administrators, they have three alternatives. They can either store the passwords in a plain text format, they can encrypt the passwords using an encryption and decryption key, or they can store the passwords in a hash value. Let's have a look at each of these. When a password is stored in plain text format, it is considered to be the most unsafe option since anyone in the company can read your passwords. A single hack and a data server breach will expose all the account's credentials without needing any extra effort. To counter this, owners can encrypt the passwords and keep them in the servers as a second alternative. But that would mean they also have to store the decryption key somewhere on their servers. In the event of a data breach or the server hack, both the decryption key and encrypted passwords will be leaked, thus making it a single point of failure. What if there was an option to store the passwords after scrambling them completely, but with no way to decrypt them? This is where hashing comes to play. Since only the hashed values are stored in the server, no encryption is needed. With no plain text passwords to protect, your credentials are safe from the website administrators. Considering all the pros, hashed passwords are the industry standard when it comes to storing credentials nowadays. Before getting too deep into the topic, let's get a brief overview of how hashing works. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of information or data beyond recognition. We can achieve this by using hash functions, which are essentially algorithms that perform mathematical operations on the main plaintext. The value generated after passing the plaintext information through the hash function is called the hash value, digest, or in general, just the hash of the original data. While this may sound similar to encryption, the major difference is hashes are meant to be irreversible. No decryption key can convert a digest back to its original value. However, a few hashing algorithms have been broken due to the increase in computational complexity of today's new generation computers and processors. There are new algorithms that stand the test of time and are still in use among multiple areas for password storage, identity verification, etc. Like we discussed earlier, websites use hashing to store the user's passwords. So how do they make use of these hash passwords? When a user signs up to create a new account, the password is then run through the hash function and the resulting hash value is stored on the servers. So the next time a user comes to log into the account, the password he enters is passed through the same hash function and compared to the hash stored on the main server. If the newly calculated hash is the same as the one stored on the website server, the password must have been correct because according to hash function's terminology, same inputs will always provide the same outputs. If the hashes do not match, then the password entered during login is not the same as the password entered during the sign-up. Hence, the login will be denied. This way, no plain text passwords get stored, preventing both the owner from snooping on user data and protecting users' privacy in the unfortunate event of a data breach or a hack. Apart from password storage, hashing can also be used to perform integrity checks. When a file is uploaded on the internet, the file's hash value is generated and it is uploaded along with the original information. When a new user downloads the file, he can calculate the digest of the downloaded file using the same hash function. When the hash values are compared, if they match, then file integrity has been maintained and there has been no data corruption. Since so much important information is being passed onto the hash function, we need to understand how they work. A hash function is a set of mathematical calculations operated on two blocks of data. The main input is broken down into two blocks of similar size. The block size is dependent on the algorithm that is being used. Hash functions are designed to be one-way. They shouldn't be reversible, at least by design. Some algorithms like the previously mentioned MD5 have been compromised, but more secure algorithms are being used today, like the SHA family of algorithms. The digest size is also dependent on the respective algorithm being used. MD5 has a digest of 128 bits, while SHA-256 has a digest of 256 bits. This digest must always be the same for the same input, irrespective of how many times the calculations are carried out. This is a very crucial feature since comparing the hash value is the only way to check if the data is untouched, as the functions are not reversible. There are certain requirements of a hash function that need to be met before they are accepted. While some of them are easy to guess, others are placed in order to preserve security in the long run. The hash function must be quick enough to encrypt large amounts of data at a relatively fast pace, but it also shouldn't be very fast. Running the algorithm on all cylinders makes the functions easy to brute force and a security liability. There must be a balance to allow the hash function to handle large amounts of data and not make it ridiculously easy to brute force by running through all the possible combinations. The hash function must be dependent on each bit of the input. The input can be text, audio, video, or any other file extension. If a single character is being changed, it doesn't matter how small that character may be, the entire digest must have a distinctly different hash value. This is essential to create unique digests for every password that is being stored. But what if two different users are using the same password? Since the hash function is the same for all users, both the digests will be the same. This is called a hash collision. You may think this must be a rare occasion where two users have exactly the same password, but that is not the case. We have techniques like salting that can be used to reduce these hash collisions, as we will discuss later in this video. You would be shocked to see the most used passwords of 2020. All of these passwords are laughably insecure, and since many people use the same passwords repeatedly on different websites, hash collisions risks are more common than one would expect. Let's say the hash functions find two users having the same password. How can they store both the hashes without messing up the original data? This is where salting and peppering come to play. Salting is the process of adding a random keyword to the end of the input before it is passed on to the hash function. This random keyword is unique for each user on the system, and it is called the salt value or just the salt. So even if two passwords are exactly the same, the salt value will differ, and so will their digest. There is a small problem with this process though. Since the salt is unique for each user, they need to be stored in the database along with the passwords, and sometimes even in plain text to speed up the process of continuous verification. If the server is hacked, then the hashes will need to be brute forced, which takes a lot of time. But if they receive the salts as well, the entire process becomes very fast. This is something that peppering aims to solve. Peppering is the process of adding a random string of data to the input before passing them to the hash function. But this time the random string is not unique for each user. It is supposed to be common for all users in the database, and the extra bit added is called the pepper in this case. The pepper isn't stored on the servers. It is mostly hard-coded onto the website source code since it's going to be the same for all credentials. This way, even if the servers get hacked, they will not have the right pepper needed to crack into all the passwords. Many websites use a combination of salting and peppering to solve the problem of hash collision and bolster security. Since brute force takes such a long time, many hackers avoid taking the effort. The returns are mostly not worth it, and the possible combinations of using both salting and peppering is humongous.
With the consensus aiming towards an educated public on digital privacy, it's no surprise to see an increasing interest in encryption algorithms. We have already covered the major names like the DES and the AES algorithm. MD5 algorithm was one of the first hashing algorithms to take the global stage as a successor to the MD4. Despite the security vulnerabilities encountered in the future, MD5 still remains a crucial part of data infrastructure in a multitude of environments. The MD5 hashing algorithm is a one-way cryptographic function that accepts a message of any length as input, and it returns as output a fixed length digest value to be used for authenticating the original messages. The digest size is always 128 bits irrespective of the input. The MD5 hash function was originally designed for use as a secure cryptographic hash algorithm to authenticate digital signatures. MD5 has also been deprecated for uses other than as a non-cryptographic checksum to verify data integrity and detect unintentional data corruption. Ronald Rivest, founder of RSA Data Security and Institute professor at MIT, designed MD5 as an improvement to a prior message digest algorithm, which was the MD4. As already iterated before, the process is straightforward. We pass a plaintext message to the MD5 hash functions, which in turn perform certain mathematical operations on the clear text to scramble the data. The 128-bit digest received from this is going to be radically different from the plaintext. The goal of any message digest function is to produce digests that appear to be random. To be considered cryptographically secure, the hash function should meet two requirements. First, that it is impossible for an attacker to generate a message that matches a specific hash value, and second, that it is impossible for an attacker to create two messages that produce the same hash value. Even a slight change in the plaintext should trigger a drastic difference in the two digests. This goes a long way in preventing hash collisions, which take place when two different plaintexts have the same digest. To achieve this level of intricacy, there are a number of steps to be followed before we receive the digest. Let us take a look at the detailed procedure as to how the MD5 hash algorithm works. The first step is to make the plaintext compatible with the hash function. To do this, we need to pad the bits in the message. When we receive the input string, we have to make sure the size is 64 bits short of a multiple of 512. When it comes to padding the bits, we must add 1 first, followed by zeros to round out the extra characters. This prepares a string to have a length of just 64 bits less than any multiple of 512. Here on out, we can proceed on to the next step where we have to pad the length bits. Initially in the first step, we appended the message in such a way that the total length of the bits in the message was 64 bits short of any multiple of 512. Now we add the length bits in such a way that the total number of bits in the message is perfectly a multiple of 512. That means 64-bit lengths to be precise are added to the message. Our final string to be hashed is now a definite multiple of 512. The next step would be to initialize the message digest buffer. The entire hashing plain text is now broken down into 512-bit blocks. There are 4 buffers or registers that are of 32 bits each, named A, B, C, and D. These are the 4 words that are going to store the values of each of these subblocks. The first iteration to follow these registers will have fixed hexadecimal values as shown on the screen below. Once these values are initialized, of these 512 blocks, we can divide each of them into 16 further subblocks of 32 bits each. For each of these subblocks, we run 4 rounds of operations having the 4 buffer variables A, B, C, and D. These rounds require the other constant variables as well, which differ with each round of operation. The constant values are stored in a random array of 64 elements. Since each 32-bit subblock is run 4 times, 16 such subblocks equal 64 constant values needed for a single block iteration. The subblocks can be denoted by the alphabet M, and the constant values are denoted by the alphabet T. Coming to the actual round of operation, we see our 4 buffers which already have pre-initialized values for the first iteration. At the very beginning, the values of buffers B, C, and D are passed on to a non-linear logarithmic function. The formula behind this function changes by the particular round being worked on, as we shall see later in this video. Once the output is calculated, it is added to the raw value stored in buffer A. The output of this addition is added to the particular 32-bit subblock using which we are running the 4 operations. The output of this requisite function then needs to be added to a constant value derived from the constant array k. Since we have 64 different elements in the array, Since we have 64 different elements in the array, we can use a distinct element for each iteration of a particular block. The next step involves a circular shift that increases the complexity of the hash algorithm and is necessary to create a unique digest for each individual input. The output generated is later added to the value stored in the buffer B. The final output is now stored in the second buffer of B of the output register. Individual values of C, D, and A are derived from the preceding element before the iteration started, meaning the value of B gets stored in C, value of C gets stored in D, and the value of D in A. Now that we have a full register ready for this subblock, the values of A, B, C, D are moved on as input to the next subblock. Once all 16 subblocks are completed, the final register value is saved and the next 512-bit block begins. At the end of all these blocks, we get a final digest of the MD5 algorithm. Regarding the nonlinear process mentioned in the first step, the formula changes for each round it's being run on. This is done to maintain the computational complexity of the algorithm and to increase randomness of the procedure. The formula for each of the 4 rounds uses the same parameters, that is B, C, and D, to generate a single output. The formulas being used are shown on the screen right now. Algorithm. Unlike the latest hash algorithm families, a 32-bit digest is relatively easier to compare when verifying the digests. They don't consume a noticeable amount of disk storage and are comparatively easier to remember and reiterate. Passwords need not be stored in plain text format, making them accessible for hackers and malicious actors. When using digests, the database security also gets a boost since the sizes of all the hash values will be the same. In the event of a hack or a breach, the malicious actor will only receive the hashed values, so there is no way to regenerate the plain text, which would be the user passwords in this case. Since the functions are irreversible by design, hashing has become a compulsion when storing user credentials on the server nowadays. A relatively low memory footprint is necessary when it comes to integrating multiple services into the same framework without a CPU overhead. The digest size is the same and the same steps are run to get the hash value, irrespective of the size of the input string. This helps in creating a low requirement for computational power and is much easier to run on older hardware, which is pretty common in server farms around the world. We can monitor file corruption by comparing hash values before and after transit. Once the hashes match, file integrity checks are valid, and we can avoid data corruption. Hash functions will always give the same output for the similar input, irrespective of the iteration parameters. It also helps in ensuring that the data hasn't been tampered with en route to the receiver of the message. We use our Wi-Fi every day for work, and we use the internet for entertainment and communication. The dependency on technology is at an all-time high thanks to the radical developments and innovation in these last 2 decades. A big portion of this belongs to ensuring secure channels of communication and data transmission. The secure hash algorithm are a family of cryptographic hash functions that are published by the National Institute of Standards and Technology along with the NSA. It was passed as a Federal Information Processing Standard, also known as FIPS. It has 4 different families of hash functions. SHA-0 is a 160-bit hash function published in 1993, and it was closed down later after an undisclosed significant flaw. SHA-1 is also a 160-bit hash function which resembles the earlier MD5 algorithm. This was designed by the NSA to be a part of the digital signature algorithm. SHA-2 is a family of 2 similar hash functions with different block sizes, known as the SHA-256 and the SHA-512. They differ in the word size. SHA-256 uses 32-bit words, while SHA-512 uses 64-bit words. SHA-3 is a hash function properly known as KCAC. It was chosen in 2012 after a public competition among non-NSA designers. It supports the same hash length as SHA-2, and its internal structure differs significantly from the rest of the SHA family. As we have already iterated, the process is straightforward. We pass a plaintext message to the SHA hash function, which in turn performs certain mathematical operations on the clear text to scramble the data. The 160-bit digest received from this is going to be radically different from the plaintext. The goal of any hash function is to produce digests that appear to be random. To be considered cryptographically secure, the hash function should meet 2 requirements. First, that it is impossible for an attacker to generate a message that matches a specific hash value, and second, it should be impossible for an attacker to create 2 messages producing the exactly same hash value. Even a slight change in the plaintext should trigger a drastic difference in the 2 digests. This goes a long way in preventing hash collisions, which takes place when 2 different plaintexts have the same digest. The SHA family functions have some characteristics that they need to follow while generating the digests. Let's go through a few of them. The length of the clear text should be less than 2 to the power 64 bits in the case of SHA-1 and SHA-256. This is essential to keep the plaintext compatible with the hash function, and the size needs to be in comparison area to keep the digest as random as possible. The length of the hash digest should be 256 bits in the SHA-256 algorithm, 512 bits in the SHA-512 algorithm, and so on. Bigger digest usually suggests significantly more calculations at the cost of speed and space. We typically go for the longest digest to bolster security, but there must be a definite balance between the speed and security of a hash function. By design, all hash functions of the SHA-512, SHA-256 are irreversible. You should neither get a plain text when you have the digest beforehand, nor should the digest provide the original value when you pass it through the same hash function again. Another case of protection is that when the hash digest is passed into the SHA function for a second time, we should get a completely different digest from the first instance. This is done to reduce the chance of brute force attacks. To achieve this level of intricacy, there are a number of steps to be followed before we receive the digest. Let us take a look at the detailed procedure as to how the SHA algorithm works. The first step is to make the plaintext compatible with the hash function. To do this, we need to pad the bits in the message. When you receive the input string, you have to make sure the size is 64 bits short of a multiple of 512. When it comes to padding the bits, you must add 1 first, followed by the remaining zeros to round out the extra characters. This prepares a string to have a length just 64 bits less than any multiple of 512. Here on out, we can proceed to the next step where we have to pad the length bits. Initially in the first step, we appended the message in such a way that the total number of bits in the message was 64 bits short from becoming a multiple of 512. Now we add the length of bits in such a way that the total number of bits in the message is a perfect multiple of 512. That means 64 bits plus the length of the original message becomes a multiple of 512. This becomes a final string that needs to be hashed. In the next step, we have to initialize these chaining variables. The entire plain text message can now be broken down into blocks of 512 bits each. Unlike other hash algorithms like MD5, which use 4 registers or buffers, SHA family use 5 buffers of 32 bits each. They are named A, B, C, D, and E. These registers go through multiple rounds of operation, where the first iteration has fixed hexadecimal values, as can be seen in the screen. Moving on, we have to process each of the 512-bit blocks by breaking each of them into 16 sub-blocks of 32 bits each. Each of them goes through 4 rounds of operation that use the entire register and have the 512-bit block along with the constant array. Out of those 4 rounds, each round has 20 iterations. So in general, we have 80 rounds sum total. The constant value of k is an array of 80 elements. Of those 80, 16 elements are being used each round, so that comes out to 80 rounds for each of those elements. The value of t differs by the number of rounds, as can be seen in the table below. A single formula is necessary to calculate the output of each round and iteration. The formula can be ABCDE register is equal to E plus a nonlinear process P along with a circular shift of A plus WT plus KT. In this formula, ABCD is the register value of the chaining variables as we discussed before. P is the logical process which has a different formula for each round. S5 is a circular shift by 5 bits. And WT is a 32-bit string derived from the existing subblock. This can be calculated depending on the iteration at hand. KT signifies a single element of the 80-character element array, which changes depending on the particular round at hand. For the values of WT, the first 16 values are the same as that of the subblocks, so there is no extra calculation needed. For the next 64 elements, the value of WT can be calculated as shown in the formula here. To better understand this, let's take a look at how each of this goes in a sequential process. We have our initial register using the 5 words of 32 bits each. In the first step, we put the values of A, B, C, and D to the subsequent register as the output. Next, we use a non-linear process P that changes depending on the round and uses the values of B, C, and D as input. Whatever output is generated from the non-linear process, it is added with the value of the E register. Next, the value of A is circular shifted by 5 bits and is added with the output generated in the previous step. The next step is adding the value of WT and the constant element of KT. The current output is then stored in the register A. Similarly, this iteration is repeated every round and for each subblock in the process. Once all the registers are complete and all the subblocks are joined together to form the single ciphertext message, we will have our hashed output. Regarding the nonlinear process P that uses the values of B, C, and D as input, the formula changes every round to maintain a complexity of the program that can withstand brute force attacks. Depending on the round, the values are passed through a logical operation which is then added with the values of WT, KT, and so on. Now that we understand how to get our hash digest from the plain text, let us learn about the advantages we obtain when using the SHA hash algorithm instead of relying on data in a plain text format. Digital signatures follow asymmetric encryption methodology to verify the authenticity of a document or a file. Hash algorithms like SHA-256 and the industry standard SHA-512 go a long way in ensuring the verification of signatures. Passwords need not be stored in a plain text format, which makes them accessible to hackers and other malicious actors. When using Digest, the database security also gets a boost since the size of all hash values will be the same. In the event of a hack or a breach, the malicious actor will only receive the hash values with no way to regenerate the plain text. In this case, the plain text would be user credentials. Since the hash functions are irreversible by design, it has become a compulsion when storing passwords on the servers. The SSL handshake is a crucial segment of the web browsing sessions, and it's done using SHA functions. It consists of your web browsers and the web servers agreeing on encryption keys and hashing authentication to prepare a secure connection. It relies on a combination of symmetric and asymmetric algorithms which ensure the confidentiality of the data transmitted between a web server and a web client like the browsers. You can monitor file corruption by comparing hash values before and after transit. Once the hashes match, file integrity checks are valid and data corruption is avoided. Hash functions will always give the same output for the same input, irrespective of the iteration parameters. It also helps in ensuring that the data hasn't been tampered with en route to the receiver of the message. Passwords are by far the most common type of user authentication. They are popular because their theory makes perfect sense to individuals and is reasonably simple to implement for developers. On the other hand, poorly constructed passwords can pose security flaws. A well-designed password-based authentication process does not save the user's actual password. This would make it far too simple for a hacker or a malevolent insider to access all of the system's user accounts. In this video, you will learn how to crack passwords and simultaneously try to make your passwords as brute force resistant as possible. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We start by learning about what is password cracking in general. Next, we take a look at the different techniques of password cracking that hackers use in order to generate user credentials for hacking. Moving on, we take a look at the multiple tools that hackers can use to generate these hashes and the passwords. Finally, we take a look at the steps and the guidelines that users can follow to prevent their passwords from being cracked. Let's start by giving a basic idea about password cracking. Password cracking is the process of identifying an unknown password to a computer or a network resource using a program code. It can also assist a threat actor in gaining illegal access to resources. Malicious actors can engage in various criminal activities with the information obtained through password cracking. The procedure might entail comparing a set of words to guess credentials or using an algorithm to guess the password repeatedly. Password cracking can be done for several reasons, but the most malicious reason is in order to gain unauthorized access to a computer without the owner's awareness. This results in cybercrime, such as stealing passwords for the purpose of accessing banking information. Other non-malicious reasons for password cracking occur when someone has misplaced or forgotten a password. Another example of non-malicious password cracking may take place if a system administrator is conducting tests on password strength as a form of security test. This enables so that the hacker cannot easily access protected systems. The best way that users can protect their passwords from cracking is to ensure that they choose strong passwords. Typically, passwords must contain a combination of mixed case random letters, digits, and symbols. Strong passwords should never be actual words. In addition, strong passwords are at least 8 characters long. In many password-protected applications, users are notified of the strength of the password they have chosen upon entering it. The user can then modify it and strengthen the password based on the indications of its strength. Now that we understand the basics of password cracking, let's go to the basic techniques hackers use to retrieve passwords from general victims. Asking the customer for their password is a simple approach to hacking. A phishing email directs the unwary reader to a counterfeit login page linked with whatever service the hacker wants to access, generally by demanding the user fix some critical security flaw or aid in a database reset. That page then captures their password, which the hacker can subsequently exploit for their own purpose. Social engineering influences the victim to get personal information such as bank account numbers or passwords. This strategy is popular among hackers because they realize that humans are the gateway to vital credentials and information. Through social engineering, They employ tried and true tactics to exploit and influence age-old human tendencies rather than devising novel means to breach secure and advanced technologies. It has been demonstrated that many firms either lack adequate security or are overly friendly and trustworthy when they should not be. They allow granting access to critical facilities based on a uniform or a sob story. A hacker searches a password dictionary for the correct password in the case of a dictionary attack. Password dictionaries cover many themes and a mixture of topics such as politics, movies, and music groups. Users' failure to create a strong password is why this approach efficiently cracks passwords till today. Simply said, this assault employs the same terms that many individuals use as passwords. A hacker can compare the password hash obtained to hashes of the password dictionaries to find the correct plain text password. Now that the passwords have been hashed, the hackers attempt to achieve authentication by breaking the password hash. They accomplish this by employing a rainbow table, which is a set of pre-computed hashes of portable password combinations. Hackers can use the rainbow table to crack the hash, resulting in guessing your password. As a result, it retrieves the password hash from the system and eliminates any need to break it. Furthermore, it does not necessitate the discovery of the password itself. The breach is accomplished if the hash matches. In a brute force assault, the attacker attempts multiple password combinations until the correct one is identified. The attacker uses software to automate this process and run exhaustive password combination in a substantially shorter length of time. With the growth of hardware and technology in recent years, such programs have been invigorated. It won't be quick if your password is more than a few characters lengthy, but it will eventually reveal your password. Brute force assaults can be sped up by throwing more processing resources at them. With so many different techniques coming together to crack passwords, none of them are useful without the right tools. There are a plethora of scripts and snippets of code that can retrieve passwords from either encrypted storage or from the hash digest. Let's go through some of these tools. Cain-Enable is a password recovery tool for Microsoft operating systems. It allows easy recovery of various kinds of passwords by sniffing the network, cracking encrypted passwords using dictionary, brute force, and cryptanalysis attacks. Recording VoIP conversations, decoding scrambled passwords, recovering wireless network keys, etc. are some of the other features of Cain-Enable. The latest version is faster and contains a lot of new features like ARP poison routing, which enables sniffing on switched LANs and man-in-the-middle attacks. The sniffer in this version can also analyze encrypted protocols such as SSH1 and HTTPS, while containing filters to capture credentials from a wide range of authentication mechanisms. It also ships routing protocol authentication monitors and route extractors. Dictionary and brute force crackers are also present along with common hashing algorithms and several specific authentications, password hash calculators, and other features. John the Ripper is a password cracking application that was first released in 1996 for Unix-based computers. It was created to evaluate password strength, brute force encrypted hash passwords, and break passwords using dictionary attacks. It can use dictionary attacks, rainbow tables, and other attacks depending on the target type. Rainbow Crack is a password cracking application that uses time memory trade-off algorithm to crack password hashes with rainbow tables. Rainbow tables make password cracking more easier and faster than traditional brute force attacks. It is like a dictionary containing nearly every possible password and the pre-calculated hashes. Creating this kind of dictionary takes much more time than cracking a single hash, but after that, you can use the same dictionary over and over again. This procedure might take a long time. However, once the table is ready, it can break passwords far quicker than brute force methods. With so many tools ready to nab our passwords, there are a certain set of rules users can follow to protect their credentials from being compromised. Let's cover some of these guidelines. Longer passwords are required, making the brute force mechanism tougher to implement. Longer passwords and passphrases have been demonstrated to boost security significantly. However, it is still critical to avoid lengthier passwords that have previously been hacked or that feature often in cracking dictionaries. This password policy encourages users to establish passwords that do not contain personal information. As previously said, most users create passwords utilizing personal information such as hobbies, nicknames, pet or family member names, etc. If a hacker has access to personal information about a specific user, for example via social media, they will test password combinations based on that knowledge. Password regulations should compel users to distinguish between security and convenience. Users should be prohibited from using the same password for all services. Password sharing between users, including those who work in the same department or use the same equipment, should be avoided. A single breached password doesn't affect your other accounts with this policy. Some password regulations necessitate the creation of a passphrase rather than a password. While passphrases serve the same objective, the length makes them more difficult to break. In addition to letters, a good pass should include numbers and symbols. Passwords may be easier for users to remember than passphrases. However, the latter is much more breach resistant. Two-factor authentication, or 2FA, can help secure an online account or even a smartphone. 2FA does this by asking the user to provide two forms of information, a password or a personal identification PIN, and a code texted to the user's smartphone or a fingerprint before accessing whatever is secured. This helps discourage unauthorized entries to an account without the original owner's permission. At this point, you may wonder why you need a strong password in the first place. Even if most websites are safe, there is still a danger that someone will try to access or exploit your information. A strong password is among the most effective ways to protect your accounts and personal information from hackers. You should follow certain rules and guidelines while creating a strong password. Password managers are also recommended to help remember the created passwords for convenience of usage. With that being said, let's take a look at the topics we are covering today. We start by learning about the state of password cracking in today's world and why creating strong passwords is an absolute must for every account. Next, we will look at some guidelines and rules that help strengthen passwords and make password cracking a daunting task for hackers. Moving on, we understand why passphrases have grown in popularity and are being recommended for credential protection over traditional passwords. And finally, we take a look at how password managers help alleviate the problem of creating and remembering complex passwords along with other critical personal information. Let's start by learning about why strong passwords have become an absolute necessity. One of the most common ways that hackers break into computers is by guessing passwords. Simple and commonly used passwords enable intruders to easily gain access and control a computing device. Conversely, a password that is difficult to guess makes it prohibitively difficult for common hackers to break into a machine and will force them to look for another target. The more difficult the password, the lower the likelihood that one's computer will fall victim to an unwanted intrusion. Many individuals opt to tie their websites to something they can readily recall to generally easy, memorable combos. However, this does not make the password unique. In fact, it's the reverse. Passwords are handled by 53% of individuals using their recollections and memory. With modern computational standards, simple passwords take seconds and a couple of minutes at worst to be completely brute forced. According to global surveys, more than 60% of people use the same passwords for their personal and job applications. While this may allow the user never to forget the password, it makes a single point of failure the only pin to drop. If one of the accounts gets breached, all subsequent accounts are as good as hacked. To further elaborate on how you can create strong passwords, let's go through some of the guidelines. Let's go through some do's and don'ts to understand how to create new passwords for our accounts. It is recommended to keep the password length at least 12 characters to ensure brute forcing to be difficult. A combination of upper and lowercase alphabets is an absolute necessity when creating strong passwords. It is also recommended to use numerics along with those alphabets to create a complicated password. Finally, special characters help in making a password much more brute force resistant than any number of alphabets or letters can make. Moving over to the don't section, it's absolutely not recommended to keep simple dictionary terms such as computer or even the word password as your credential, because those are very easy to be brute forced and are usually present in majority of the dictionary attack word list. Similarly, changing a single alphabet or a single character in a dictionary word does not make it brute force resistant, considering there are already algorithms present that can counter this tactic. Using the same character multiple times in a password also reduces the strength and makes it easier to crack for hackers. Apart from using single characters multiple times, following patterns that are present on the traditional English keyboard, such as key WERTY, or the line below the main alphabet, such as the ZX, CV, B, and M, etc., make it easier to guess, since these are once again common combinations that are present in word list already. Finally, the most important part being not using personal information such as birthdays, addresses, and other important information in the passwords. More often than not, if a hacker is trying to break into your account, there has been some amount of research done, be it via social media or any other medium. If they have already this information present with them, breaking into your account becomes all the more easier. Now that you understand how to create strong password, look at how passphrases have become prevalent as a replacement for plain text passwords. A passphrase is a sentence-like string of words used for authentication that is longer than a traditional password, easy to remember, and difficult to crack. Typical passwords range on an average from 8 to 16 characters, while passphrases can reach up to 100 characters or more. Using a long passphrase instead of a short password to create a digital signature is one of the many ways that users can strengthen the security of their data, devices, and accounts. The longer a passphrase is, the more likely a user is to incorporate bits of entropy or factors that make it less predictable to potential attackers. As more websites, applications, and services increase their user security requirements, a passphrase is a fast and easy way to meet these criteria. Let's take a look at some of the advantages that passphrases have over common passwords. Passphrases are simpler to remember than just a random assortment of symbols and characters. It's easier to comprehend a line from your favorite song or a quotation than a short but difficult password. Passwords are reasonably easy for humans and robots to guess or crack. Online thieves have also advanced and created cutting-edge hacking tools to crack even the most complex passwords. Passphrases are nearly hard to crack since most efficient password cracking programs fail at approximately 10 characters. As a result, even the most sophisticated cracking tool will be unable to guess, brute force, or pre-compute these passwords. Complies with password setting rules with ease are passphrases. The usage of punctuation and upper and lowercase passwords satisfy the password complexity criteria. Most operating systems and apps support passphrases. Phrases of up to 127 characters are permitted on all major operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Mac. As a result, for optimal protection, you can use lengthier passphrases. But when creating a strong password, the major problem people come across is remembering these passwords or the passphrases. This is where you can find a use for a password manager. When you establish accounts or change passwords, password managers generate new strong passwords and they keep all of them in one place, protected by a single strong master password. If you maintain your master password, the manager will retain everything else, including your username and passphrases, and fill them in for you whenever you sign on to a website or app on your computer or phone. There is no good memory needed for this. This implies that everyone may use the most recent suggestions for strong passwords, such as extended phrases, symbols, grammar, and capitalization. Password managers enable consumers to write a single master password and automatically fill each website with their own unique set of credentials. And not just passwords, credit card information may be stored securely with several password managers. Some others make multi-factor authentication or use a second test, such as answering a question once the correct password is input, which is a simple and effective solution to verify legitimate login inputs. Among the global players in password managers, services like Bitwarden, KeePass, and Dashlane have been running for years now and are very worthy recommendations if you want to get started with password management.
Now that we understand what is hacking, let's take a look at some points to know whether our system is already hacked or not. The first point regarding how to check whether a system is hacked or not can be cases where the system security is switched off by unknown means and it is not visible to the user. This is one of the most primary checkpoints to know if our system is hacked or not. Next point to check whether a system is hacked or not would be frequent antivirus software failures, which are due to the interference from hacking attempts performed by a professional hacker or a cybercriminal. Then we also face problems regarding systems reaction speed, which is affected due to the execution of unknown applications in the background of the system, which also affects the hardware resources in the device. Next, we also face problems regarding passwords, which are no longer working or are changed without a user's intervention, which might indicate that there was some unknown hacking activity that took place in our account. Let's take a look at some more points regarding the topic. There are often cases when the system's cursor moves on its own and perform tasks, indicating that the system is being used by someone else using an illegal hacking method. There are also cases when we often see files and folders being created in the storage disk on the system, which is unknown to us. To better understand the points regarding how to identify whether our system is hacked or not, let's take a look. Then let's start with the first point. If we want to check whether a system is hacked or not, the first point would be to choose the settings option and using privacy and security and moving on to the Windows security. This option that is available on our system allows us to see various protection applications that are available on the system. If we see any problem regarding any one of them, for example, apps and browser control, in my system it says there's a problem with it, which might be due to hacking attempts that was done on my system. Now let's take a look at the other option, how we can check whether our system is hacked or not. That would be checking the antivirus software that is installed in our system. If you face problems regarding that, this might be the issue. According to my antivirus software, it says my computer is at risk. This might be due to the interference from a cybercriminal or a hacker while using different illegal softwares during its hacking attempt. Then there are also cases where we see there are unknown programs being executed in the background of our system, which we can take a look using the Task Manager software. Using the Task Manager, we can take a look at each and every application that is being executed in the system and see the origin. If we find any unknown program or application, we can assume that it might be due to a hacking attempt. Moving on, if we want to check further whether our system is hacked or not, we can check for files or folders that are being created unknown to us. For example, this unknown folder, which contains some security details that are unknown to me. This might be also due to a hacking attempt by a hacker or a cybercriminal. Then there are also cases when the system's cursor moves on its own and performs tasks that are not initiated by us and performs copying of different folders or data from one file to other. This is due to a hacking attempt that was done on a system and the hacker has taken control of a system. Then there are also cases regarding login issues or password problem. For example, if I want to access into my account and there's a problem with the password, it might be due to the attempt of hacking into my account by a professional hacker. Seems like there's a problem with the username, which means there was a hacking attempt by a professional hacker. We can further check hacking attempts by accessing our web browser and checking whether there's some extra add-ons or unknown add-ons that wasn't installed by us. This might also indicate a hacking attempt on the system. Now that we are clear about how to check whether a system is hacked or not, let's take a look at some of the countermeasure against hacking. Let's begin. The first point regarding how to avoid hacking is do regular manual security checks and keep the system security updated. Using certified antivirus softwares is a basic countermeasure against hacking attempts. And if possible, visit only secure websites for surfing on the internet or use VPN or other internet security applications to mask your system's network to avoid any hacking attempts for the device. Then we have avoid clicking on random web pop-ups and ads to avoid hackers from getting into a system and accessing a device data. And lastly, use strong passwords or complex passwords for your login details.
In this tutorial for today, we will explore the most frequently asked and important interview questions and answers for cybersecurity for all the different levels of proficiency, starting from freshers to experienced. Cybersecurity is crucial in today's digital world, protecting sensitive data from cyber threats and attacks. As cybersecurity risks grow, businesses are investing heavily in security measures, creating a surge in cybersecurity job openings. Roles in security analyst, ethical hacker, and SOC analyst are in high demand across all the industries. Professionals with skills in network security, penetration testing, and cloud security are highly sought after. Preparing for cybersecurity job interviews require knowledge of key topics like encryption, firewalls, threat detection, and risk management. Having a strong list of frequently asked questions will help you boost confidence and readiness. Strong cybersecurity awareness also helps individuals and organizations stay safe in evolving threats. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the cybersecurity interview questions and answers. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Just for a quick info, if you want to upskill yourself, master cybersecurity skills, and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's professional certificate program in cybersecurity. Simplilearn offers extensive cybersecurity training. This program is designed to equip you with skills required to become an expert in the rapidly growing field of cybersecurity. This cybersecurity program aims to help you stay updated of all the latest trends in cybersecurity as well as for the future. That's not all. You also get operating system fundamentals, system architecture, virtual memory concepts, networking concepts, network protocols, firewall and security protocols, and many more. After completing this professional certification, thousands of learners have transitioned into a cybersecurity role as a fresher or moved on to a higher paying job and profile. If you are passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and description box below to find more details about the wide range of cybersecurity certifications based on your experience and areas of interest. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the cybersecurity interview questions and answers. Now, let's begin with the first question. What is the role of DNS in cybersecurity? Now, the answer for this question is DNS, or also known as the Domain Name System, translate domain names into IP addresses. Attackers exploit it using DNS spoofing, cache poisoning, or tunneling into redirect users, or exfiltrate data. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the next question. What is phishing? Provide an example. So, phishing is a social engineering attack where attackers trick users to revealing credentials via fake emails or websites. For example, a fake email from PayPal asking login details, or an email claiming to be from a bank requesting the recipient to provide their login credentials by clicking a link that leads to a fake website. Now, the next question is how encryption is different from hashing. Encryption converts data into ciphertext and can be decrypted back. Hashing is a one-way function that transforms data into a fixed length hash, which cannot be reversed. Now, question number 4. What is a firewall and why is it used? A firewall monitors and controls incoming or outgoing network traffic based on security rules preventing unauthorized access and cyber threats. Now, proceeding to question number 5. What is a three-way handshake? It's a TCP process where a client and server establish a connection using SYN, ACK, and ACK packets, ensuring reliable data transmission. So basically, the client sends SYS, or also known as synchronized packet, to the server to check if the server is up or has open ports. The server sends SYN ACK packet to the client if it has open ports. Lastly, the client acknowledges this and sends back an ACK or acknowledgement packet back to the server. Proceeding ahead, we have the sixth question. What is a VPN and why is it used? A VPN, or also known as the Virtual Private Network, encrypts internet traffic, ensuring secured remote access and protecting data from interception. Now, the seventh question. What are the common techniques for securing a computer network? Techniques like firewalls, IDS or IPS, strong authentication, encryption, patch management, network segmentation, and endpoint protection are a couple of common techniques that can be used to secure a computer network. Proceeding ahead, we have the eighth question. Define the terms encryption and decryption. So the answer is, firstly, encryption. Encryption converts plain text into unreadable ciphertext. So the other end is the decryption, which reverses the process using a key to restore the plain text. Proceeding ahead, we have the ninth question. What are cookies in a web browser? So you can consider cookies as some specific details that are stored by the website to help you navigate to the website when you revisit the same website. So the answer is, cookies are small data files stored in the browser to track users' session, preferences, and authentication. Malicious cookies can be exploited for tracking and session hijacking as well. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 10th question, which talks about what is the difference between IDS and IPS. So firstly, IDS. IDS is also known as Intrusion Detection System, which monitors traffic for threats, while IPS is Intrusion Prevention System, which actively blocks malicious traffic. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 11th question. What is two-factor authentication? So for all of those you're already using Gmails or any of the email accounts and you want to log in from a remote location which kind of seems different to your browser, then you get a notification. Authenticate yourself via mobile or your phone, etc., right? Send an OTP or some secured questions. So that is known as two-factor authentication. The security method requiring two independent authentication factors like a password or a one-time code to verify identity is called as two-factor authentication. Proceeding ahead, we have the 12th question. What is SSL encryption? Secured sockets layer encrypted data between a web browser and a browser to prevent eavesdropping and tampering. Proceeding ahead, we have the 13th question. Explain a data security audit. So a security audit is an organization's security control, policies, and vulnerabilities to identify and mitigate risks. Now, the 14th question. Explain cross-site scripting and SQL injection. XSS injects malicious scripts into web pages to steal data. SQL injection manipulates database queries to gain unauthorized access. Now, the 15th question. What is a zero-day vulnerability? So, it refers to a security vulnerability present in software or hardware that is undisclosed to the vendor and lacks an existing solution. This loophole can be leveraged by malicious actors before a remedy is created. So, proceeding ahead, we have our 16th question. Discuss the ISO 27001 and 27002 standards. So, it is a framework for information security management systems, which is ISMS, while ISO 27002 provides guidelines for implementing security controls and practices within an organization. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 17th question. Explain the principles of ethical hacking. Ethical hackers identify vulnerabilities legally, following rules and engagement, ensuring data integrity, and reporting findings responsibly. Now we have the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the different types of network security includes firewalls, IDS or IPS, encryption, VPNs, endpoint protection, network segmentation, and access controls. Proceeding ahead, we have the 19th question. So, moving ahead, we have the 19th question. Discuss the concept of risk assessment in cybersecurity. Risk assessment evaluates threats, vulnerabilities, and potential impacts to prioritize security measures. Now, moving ahead, we have the next question, which is what is the incident response and how is it managed? So, the answer is incident response is handling security breaches using a structured approach, which is detection, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. Now, moving ahead, we have the 21st question, which talks about what is the CIA triad in cybersecurity? So, CIA stands for C, confidentiality, which is data privacy, I for integrity, which is data accuracy, and A for availability, which is for data access when needed from the CIA triad. Proceeding ahead, we have the 22nd question. What is network sniffing? Capturing and analyzing network traffic using tools like Wireshark, which attackers exploit to intercept sensitive data, is called as network sniffing. Now, the 23rd question. How do you manage cryptographic keys? Using key management systems like KMS, rotate key regularly, use strong storage methods, and enforce least private access, you can manage the cryptographic keys. Now we have the 24th question. Define the terms virus, malware, and ransomware. So the answer for this question is, firstly, a virus. Virus replicates and spreads. Next is malware. Includes all malicious software. And lastly, the ransomware, where data gets encrypted and the attacker demands payment for decrypting the data. Now, the 25th question. What is the difference between HIDS and NIDS? So, HIDS is host-based IDS, which monitors systems activity on a device, while NIDS is network-based IDS, which analyzes network traffic for threats. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 26th question, which asks about explain data leakage. So, unauthorized data exposure via breaches, insider threats, or misconfigurations prevented by DLP or data loss prevention tools is known as data leakage. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 27th question. What is port scanning? A technique used to identify open ports on a system, often used by attackers to find vulnerabilities, is called as port scanning. Proceeding ahead, we have the 28th question. How often should you perform patch management? So, standard-wise, the answer for this question is it should be done as soon as it is released. And in some cases, it should be done regularly based on risk-based approach, and typically for monthly standard patches and immediately for critical vulnerabilities. Proceeding ahead, we have the 29th question. How would you reset a password-protected BIOS configuration? Now, the answer for this question is, since BIOS is a pre-boot system, it has its own storage mechanism for setting and preferences. A simple way to reset is by popping out the CMOS battery so that the memory storing the settings lose its power supply, and as a result, it will lose its setting. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 30th question. What is a botnet? So the answer for this question is a network of compromised devices controlled remotely to launch cyber attacks such as DDoS or spam campaigns is known as a botnet. Now the 31st question. What is the difference between a threat, a vulnerability, and a risk? So the answer is a threat is a potential danger. A vulnerability is a weakness. And lastly, a risk is a probability of exploitation. Now 32nd question. What is cognitive cybersecurity? AI-driven cybersecurity that uses machine learning and natural language processing to detect and respond to threats is known as cognitive cybersecurity. Now, the 33rd question. What is a block cipher? A block cipher is a symmetric encryption method that encrypts data in fixed-size blocks such as AES. Now, 34th question. What do you mean by shoulder surfing? So, It's a very simple answer. Basically, someone which is observing your screen or keypad to steal credentials or sensitive data is called as shoulder surfing. Now, 35th question. What do you mean by system hardening? So the answer for this question is strengthening a system's security by removing vulnerabilities, disabling unused services, and enforcing strict policies is known as system hardening. Now, the 36th question for the day. How to prevent MITM? So the answer is, to prevent MITM, you have to use SSL or TLS VPNs, multi-factor authentication, and avoid untrusted networks to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, 37th question is, what is a ransomware? So the answer for this question, before we get started, we briefly had a discussion about ransomware in our previous questions. Now let's have a detailed explanation for this one. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts data to make it inaccessible to computer users. Cybercriminals use it to extort money from the individuals and organizations as well that hack the data and hold the data hostage until a certain amount of ransom is paid. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 38th question. What is public key infrastructure? So, the PKI, or also known as the Public Key Infrastructure, issues digital certificates to secure communication, protect data, and provide unique identities. It uses public-private key pairs, requiring a strong infrastructure to safeguard public keys from the attackers. Now, 39th question. What is a proxy firewall? A firewall that filters traffic at the application layer, acting as an intermediary between users and the internet, is called as the proxy firewall. Now we have the 40th question. What do you mean by penetration testing? So a penetration testing is a simulated attack on systems to identify vulnerabilities before real attackers exploit them. Now the 41st question. Explain what a cybersecurity policy is. So basically, a cybersecurity policy is a set of rules and guidelines to protect an organization's information and systems. Now, 42nd question. How does a rootkit work and how would you detect it? So the answer is, rootkits hide malware and avoid detection. In order to find one or detect one, you need to use rootkit scanners, behavioral analysis, and integrity checks to detect them. Now, the 43rd question. Explain the principle of least privilege. So, the users and processes should have the minimum permissions needed to perform their tasks to reduce security risks. So, this particular principle is known as least privilege. Now, 44th question. What are the key elements of a strong security policy? So, the answer for this question is access control, encryption, incident response, audit logging, risk management, and compliance requirements. So these are the key elements for a strong security policy. 45th question. Explain the concept of a digital signature. A cryptographic method ensuring the authenticity and integrity of digital messages using public key encryption is known as a digital signature. Now, the 46th question. What is a honeypot in cybersecurity? So the term honeypot is self-explanatory. So in terms of cybersecurity, it is a decoy system designed to attract the monitor attackers, helping identify the attack methods and also sometimes observe their behavior in order to understand what are their intentions. Now, 47th question. What are the common cybersecurity threats today? So some of the common cyber threats today are ransomware, phishing, DDoS attacks, insider threats, zero-day exploits, and supply chain attacks. Now, 48th question. How can you prevent a man-in-the-middle attack or MITM attack? So for that, you need to use encrypted communications like TLS or SSL, use VPNs, strong authentication, and avoid unsecured networks. 49th question. What is a DDoS attack and how does it work? So the answer for this question, firstly, DDoS, it is called as distributed denial of service, and DDoS overloads a system with excess traffic using a botnet, causing service disruption. So basically, it's kind of blocking the service. And with this, we come to the final question of today's session, which is, what is the difference between black hat, white hat, and grey hat hackers? So the answer for this question is, let's begin with the black hats. Black hats are malicious hackers. They exploit vulnerabilities for illegal purposes. And then we come with white hat. So ethical hackers who help to identify and fix vulnerabilities, who have positive ethics, are called as the white hat hackers. And grey hat, a kind of a mix and match between the both black hat and white hat. So these hackers help identify vulnerabilities without malicious intent, but may not always have authorization.
And with that, we have come to our cybersecurity full course. Now, if you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.